Superintelligence. The unfinished fable of the sparrows. It was the nest-building season, but after days of long hard work, the sparrows sat in the evening glow, relaxing and chirping away. We are all so small and weak, imagine how easy life would be if we had an owl who could help us build our nests. Yes, said another. And we could use it to look after our elderly and our young. It could give us advice and keep an eye out for the neighborhood cat, added a third. Then Pastus, the elder bird, spoke, let us send out scouts in all directions and try to find an abandoned owlet somewhere, or maybe an egg. A crow chick might also do, or a baby weasel. This could be the best thing that ever happened to us, at least since the opening of the pavilion of unlimited grain in yonder backyard. The flock was exhilarated, and sparrows everywhere started chirping at the top of their lungs. Only Skronkfinkel, a one-eyed sparrow with a fretful temperament, was unconvinced of the wisdom of the endeavor. Quoth he, this will sure lie our undoing. Should we not give some thought to the art of owl domestication and owl taming first, before we bring such a creature into our midst? Replied Pastus, taming an owl sounds like an exceedingly difficult thing to do. It will be difficult enough to find an owl egg. So let us start there. After we have succeeded in raising an owl, then we can think about taking on this other challenge. There is a flaw in that plan, squeaked Skronkfinkel, but his protests were in vain as the flock had already lifted off to start implementing the directives set out by Pastus. Just 2 or 3 sparrows remained behind. Together they began to try to work out how owls might be tamed or domesticated. They soon realized that Pastus had been right. This was an exceedingly difficult challenge, especially in the absence of an actual owl to practice on. Nevertheless, they pressed on as best they could, constantly fearing that the flock might return with an owl egg before a solution to the control problem had been found. It is not known how the story ends, but the author dedicates this book to Skronkfinkel and his followers. Preface. Inside your cranium is the thing that does the reading. This thing, the human brain, has some capabilities that the brains of other animals lack. It is to these distinctive capabilities that we owe our dominant position on the planet. Other animals have stronger muscles and sharper claws, but we have cleverer brains. Our modest advantage in general intelligence has led us to develop language, technology, and complex social organization. The advantage has compounded over time, as each generation has built on the achievements of its predecessors. If someday we build machine brains that surpass human brains in general intelligence, then this new superintelligence could become very powerful. And as the fate of the gorillas now depends more on us humans than on the gorillas themselves, so the fate of our species would depend on the actions of the machine superintelligence. We do have one advantage: we get to build the stuff. In principle, we could build a kind of superintelligence that would protect human values. We would certainly have strong reason to do so. In practice, the control problem, the problem of how to control what the superintelligence would do, looks quite difficult. It also looks like we will only get one chance. Once unfriendly superintelligence exists, it would prevent us from replacing it or changing its preferences. Our fate would be sealed. In his book, I try to understand the challenge presented by the prospect of superintelligence, and how we might best respond. This is quite possibly the most important and most daunting challenge humanity has ever faced, and whether we succeed or fail, it is probably the last challenge we will ever face. It is no part of the argument in this book that we are on the threshold of a big breakthrough in artificial intelligence, or that we can predict with any precision when such a development might occur. It seems somewhat likely that it will happen sometime in this century, but we don't know for sure. The first couple of chapters do discuss possible pathways and say something about the question of timing. The bulk of the book, however, is about what happens after. We study the kinetics of an intelligence explosion, the forms and powers of superintelligence, and the strategic choices available to a superintelligent agent that attains a decisive advantage. We then shift our focus to the control problem and ask what we could do to shape the initial conditions so as to achieve a survivable and beneficial outcome. Toward the end of the book, we zoom out and contemplate the larger picture that emerges from our investigations. Some suggestions are offered on what ought to be done now to increase our chances of avoiding an existential catastrophe later. This has not been an easy book to write. I hope the path that has been cleared will enable other investigators to reach the new frontier more swiftly and conveniently, so that they can arrive there fresh and ready to join the work to further expand the reach of our comprehension. And if the way that has been made is a little bumpy and bendy, I hope that reviewers, in judging the result, will not underestimate the hostility of the terrain ex ante. This has not been an easy book to write. I have tried to make it an easy book to read, but I don't think I have quite succeeded. When writing, I had in mind as the target audience an earlier time slice of myself, and I tried to produce a kind of book that I would have enjoyed reading. This could prove a narrow demographic. Nevertheless, I think that the content should be accessible to many people, if they put some thought into it and resist the temptation to instantaneously misunderstand each new idea by assimilating it with the most similar-sounding cliché available in their cultural larders. Non-technical readers should not be discouraged by the occasional bit of mathematics or specialized vocabulary, for it is always possible to glean the main point from the surrounding explanations. Conversely, for those readers who want more of the nitty-gritty, there is quite a lot to be found among the endnotes. Many of the points made in this book are probably wrong. It is also likely that there are considerations of critical importance that I failed to take into account, thereby invalidating some or all of my conclusions. I have gone to some length to indicate nuances and degrees of uncertainty throughout the text, encumbering it with an unsightly smudge of possibly, might, may, could well, it seems, probably, very likely, almost certainly. Each qualifier has been placed where it is carefully and deliberately. Yet these topical applications of epistemic modesty are not enough, they must be supplemented here by a systemic admission of uncertainty and fallibility. This is not false modesty, for while I believe that my book is likely to be seriously wrong and misleading, I think that the alternative views that have been presented in the literature are substantially worse, including the default view, or null hypothesis, according to which we can for the time being safely or reasonably ignore the prospect of superintelligence. Chapter: Past Developments and Present Capabilities. We begin by looking back. History, at the largest scale, seems to exhibit a sequence of distinct growth modes, each much more rapid than its predecessor. This pattern has been to suggest that another, even faster, growth mode might be possible. However, we do not place much weight on this observation. This is not a book about technological acceleration or exponential growth or the miscellaneous notions sometimes gathered under the rubric of the singularity. Next, we review the history of artificial intelligence. We then survey the field's current capabilities. Finally, we glance at some recent expert opinion surveys, and contemplate our ignorance about the timeline of future advances. Growth modes and big history. A mere few million years ago our ancestors were still swinging from the branches in the African canopy. On a geological or even evolutionary timescale, the rise of Homo sapiens from our last common ancestor with the great apes happened swiftly. We developed upright posture, opposable thumbs, and crucially, some relatively minor changes in brain size and neurological organization that led to a great leap in cognitive ability. As a consequence, humans can think abstractly, communicate complex thoughts, and culturally accumulate information over the generations far better than any other species on the planet. These capabilities let humans develop increasingly efficient productive technologies, making it possible for our ancestors to migrate far away from the rainforest and the savanna. Especially after the adoption of agriculture, population densities rose along with the total size of the human population. More people meant more ideas. Greater densities meant that ideas could spread more readily and that some individuals could devote themselves to developing specialized skills. These developments increased the rate of growth of economic productivity and technological capacity. Later developments, related to the Industrial Revolution, brought about a second, comparable step change in the rate of growth. Such changes in the rate of growth have important consequences. A few 100,000 years ago, in early human, or hominid, prehistory, growth was so slow that it took on the order of 1 million years for human productive capacity to increase sufficiently to sustain an additional 1 million individuals living at subsistence level. By BC, following the agricultural revolution, the rate of growth had increased to the point where the same amount of growth took just 2 centuries. Today, following the Industrial Revolution, the world economy grows on average by that amount every 90 minutes. Even the present rate of growth will produce impressive results if maintained for a moderately long time. If the world economy continues to grow at the same pace as it has over the past 50 years, then the world will be some times richer by and about times richer by than it is today. Yet the prospect of continuing on a steady exponential growth path pales in comparison to what would happen if the world were to experience another step change in the rate of growth comparable in magnitude to those associated with the agricultural revolution and the industrial revolution. The economist Robin Hanson estimates, based on historical economic and population data, a characteristic world economy doubling time for Pleistocene hunter-gatherer society of years, for farming society, years, and for industrial society, years. In Hanson's model, the present epoch is a mixture of the farming and the industrial growth modes. The world economy as a whole is not yet growing at the year doubling rate. If another such transition to a different growth mode were to occur, and it were of similar magnitude to the previous two, it would result in a new growth regime in which the world economy would double in size about every 2 weeks. Such a growth rate seems fantastic by current lights. Observers in earlier epochs might have found it equally preposterous to suppose that the world economy would one day be doubling several times within a single lifespan. Yet that is the extraordinary condition we now take to be ordinary. The idea of a coming technological singularity has by now been widely popularized, starting with Werner Vinge's seminal essay and continuing with the writings of Ray Kurzweil and others. The term singularity, however, has been used confusedly in many disparate senses and has accreted an unholy, yet almost millenarian, aura of techno-utopian connotations. Since most of these meanings and connotations are irrelevant to our argument, we can gain clarity by dispensing with the singularity word in favor of more precise terminology. The singularity related idea that interests us here is the possibility of an intelligence explosion, particularly the prospect of machine superintelligence. There may be those who are persuaded by growth diagrams like the ones in figure that another drastic change in growth modius in the cards, comparable to the agricultural or industrial revolution. These folk may then reflect that it is hard to conceive of a scenario in which the world economy's doubling time shortens to mere weeks that does not involve the creation of minds that are much faster and more efficient than the familiar biological kind. However, the case for taking seriously the prospect of a machine intelligence revolution need not rely on curve-fitting exercises or extrapolations from past economic growth. As we shall see, there are stronger reasons for taking heed. Figure long-term history of world GDP. Plotted on a linear scale, the history of the world economy looks like a flat line hugging the x-axis, until it suddenly spikes vertically upward. Even when we zoom in on the most recent years, the pattern remains essentially one of a single degree angle. Only within the past years or so does the curve lift perceptibly above the zero level. The different lines in the plot correspond to different data sets, which yield slightly different estimates. Great expectations. Machines matching humans in general intelligence, that is, possessing common sense and an effective ability to learn, reason, and plan to meet complex information processing challenges across a wide range of natural and abstract domains, have been expected since the invention of computers in the S. At that time, the advent of such machines was often placed some 20 years into the future. Since then, the expected arrival date has been receding at a rate of 1 year per year, so that today, futurists who concern themselves with the possibility of artificial general intelligence still often believe that intelligent machines are a couple of decades away. 2 decades is a sweet spot for prognosticators of radical change, near enough to be attention-grabbing and relevant, yet far enough to make it possible to suppose that a string of breakthroughs, currently only vaguely imaginable, might by then have occurred. Contrast this with shorter timescales. Most technologies that will have a big impact on the world in 5 or 10 years from now are already in limited use, while technologies that will reshape the world in less than 15 years probably exist as laboratory prototypes. 20 years may also be close to the typical duration remaining of a forecaster's career, bounding the reputational risk of a bold prediction. From the fact that some individuals have overpredicted artificial intelligence in the past, however, it does not follow that AI is impossible or will never be developed. The main reason why progress has been slower than expected is that the technical difficulties of constructing intelligent machines have proved greater than the pioneers foresaw. But this leaves open just how great those difficulties are and how far we now are from overcoming them. Sometimes a problem that initially looks hopelessly complicated turns out to have a surprisingly simple solution, though the reverse is probably more common. In the next chapter, we will look at different paths that may lead to human-level machine intelligence, but let us note at the outset that however many stops there are between here and human-level machine intelligence, the latter is not the final destination. The next stop, just a short distance farther along the tracks, is superhuman-level machine intelligence. The train might not pause or even decelerate at Humanville Station. It is likely to swoosh right by. The mathematician I.J. Good, who had served as chief statistician in Alan Turing's code-breaking team in World War II, might have been the first to enunciate the essential aspects of this scenario. In an oft-quoted passage from, he wrote, "Let an ultra-intelligent machine be defined as a machine that can far surpass all the intellectual activities of any man, however clever. Since the design of machines is one of these intellectual activities, an ultra-intelligent machine could design even better machines. There would then unquestionably be an intelligence explosion, and the intelligence of man would be left far behind. Thus the first ultra-intelligent machine is the last invention that man need ever make, provided that the machine is docile enough to tell us how to keep it under control." It may seem obvious now that major existential risks would be associated with such an intelligence explosion, and that the prospect should therefore be examined with the utmost seriousness even if it were known, which it is not, to have but a moderately small probability of coming to pass. The pioneers of artificial intelligence, however, notwithstanding their belief in the imminence of human-level AI, mostly did not contemplate the possibility of greater-than-human AI. It is as though their speculation muscle had so exhausted itself in conceiving the radical possibility of machines reaching human intelligence that it could not grasp the corollary that machines would subsequently become superintelligent. The AI pioneers for the most part did not countenance the possibility that their enterprise might involve risk. They gave no lip service, let alone serious thought, to any safety concern or ethical qualm related to the creation of artificial minds and potential computer overlords, a lacuna that astonishes even against the background of the era's not-so-impressive standards of critical technology assessment. We must hope that by the time the enterprise eventually does become feasible, we will have gained not only the technological proficiency to set off an intelligence explosion but also the higher level of mastery that may be necessary to make the detonation survivable. But before we turn to what lies ahead, it will be useful to take a quick glance at the history of machine intelligence to date. Seasons of hope and despair. In the summer of at Dartmouth College, 10 scientists sharing an interest in neural nets, automata, theory, and the study of intelligence convened for a 6-week workshop. This Dartmouth summer project is often regarded as the cockcrow of artificial intelligence as a field of research. Many of the participants would later be recognized as founding figures. The optimistic outlook among the delegates is reflected in the proposals submitted to the Rockefeller Foundation, which provided funding for the event. We propose that a month-man study of artificial intelligence be carried out. The study is to proceed on the basis of the conjecture that every aspect of learning or any other feature of intelligence can in principle be so precisely described that a machine can be made to simulate it. An attempt will be made to find how to make machines that use language, form abstractions and concepts, solve kinds of problems now reserved for humans, and improve themselves. We think that a significant advance can be made in one or more of these problems if a carefully selected group of scientists work on it together for a summer. In the 6 decades since this brash beginning, the field of artificial intelligence has been through periods of hype and high expectations alternating with periods of setback and disappointment. The first period of excitement, which began with the Dartmouth meeting, was later described by John McCarthy, the event's main organizer, as the look, no hands era. During these early days, researchers built systems designed to refute claims of the form no machine could ever do X. Such skeptical claims were common at the time. To counter them, the AI researchers created small systems that achieved X in a microworld, a well-defined, limited domain that enabled a pared-down version of the performance to be demonstrated, thus providing a proof of concept and showing that X could, in principle, be done by machine. One such early system, the logic theorist, was able to prove most of the theorems in the second chapter of Whitehead and Russell's Principia Mathematica, and even came up with one proof that was much more elegant than the original, thereby debunking the notion that machines could only think numerically and showing that machines were also able to do deduction and to invent logical proofs. A follow-up program, the general problem solver, could in principle solve a wide range of formally specified problems. Programs that could solve calculus problems typical of first-year college courses, visual analogy problems of the type that appear in some IQ tests, and simple verbal algebra problems were also written. The shaky robot, so named because of its tendency to tremble during operation, demonstrated how logical reasoning could be integrated with perception and used to plan and control physical activity. The ELIZA program showed how a computer could impersonate a Rogerian psychotherapist. In the mid-70s, the program SHRDLU showed how a simulated robotic arm in a simulated world of geometric blocks could follow instructions and answer questions in English that were typed in by a user. In later decades, systems would be created that demonstrated that machines could compose music in the style of various classical composers, outperform junior doctors in certain clinical diagnostic tasks, drive cars autonomously, and make patentable inventions. There has even been an AI that cracked original jokes. Not that its level of humor was high. What do you get when you cross an optic with a mental object? An IDEA, but children reportedly found its puns consistently entertaining. The methods that produced successes in the early demonstration systems often proved difficult to extend to a wider variety of problems or to harder problem instances. One reason for this is the combinatorial explosion of possibilities that must be explored by methods that rely on something like exhaustive search. Such methods work well for simple instances of a problem, but fail when things get a bit more complicated. For instance, to prove a theorem that has a line-long proof in a deduction system with one inference rule and axioms, one could simply enumerate the possible combinations and check each one to see if it delivers the intended conclusion. Exhaustive search would also work for end-line proofs. But as the task becomes more difficult, the method of exhaustive search soon runs into trouble. Proving a theorem with a line proof does not take 10 times longer than proving a theorem that has a line proof. Rather, if one uses exhaustive search. It requires combing through possible sequences, which is computationally infeasible even with the fastest supercomputers. To overcome the combinatorial explosion, one needs algorithms that exploit structure in the target domain and take advantage of prior knowledge by using heuristic search, planning, and flexible abstract representations, capabilities that were poorly developed in the early AI systems. The performance of these early systems also suffered because of poor methods for handling uncertainty, reliance on brittle and ungrounded symbolic representations, data scarcity, and severe hardware limitations on memory capacity and processor speed. By the mids, there was a growing awareness of these problems. The realization that many AI projects could never make good on their initial promises led to the onset of the first AI winter, a period of retrenchment, during which funding decreased and skepticism increased, and AI fell out of fashion. A new springtime arrived in the early S, when Japan launched its fifth-generation computer systems project, a well-funded public-private partnership that aimed to leapfrog the state-of-the-art by developing a massively parallel computing architecture that would serve as a platform for artificial intelligence. This occurred at peak fascination with the Japanese post-war economic miracle, a period when Western government and business leaders anxiously sought to divine the formula behind Japan's economic success in hope of replicating the magic at home. When Japan decided to invest big in AI, several other countries followed suit. The ensuing years saw a great proliferation of expert systems. Designed as support tools for decision makers, expert systems were rule-based programs that made simple inferences from a knowledge base of facts, which had been elicited from human domain experts and painstakingly hand-coded in a formal language. Hundreds of these expert systems were built. However, the smaller systems provided little benefit, and the larger ones proved expensive to develop, validate, and keep updated, and were generally cumbersome to use. It was impractical to acquire a standalone computer just for the sake of running one program. By the late S, this growth season, too, had run its course. The fifth-generation project failed to meet its objectives, as did its counterparts in the United States and Europe. A second AI winter descended. At this point, a critic could justifiably bemoan the history of artificial intelligence research to date, consisting always of very limited success in particular areas, followed immediately by failure to reach the broader goals at which these initial successes seem at first to hint. Private investors began to shun any venture carrying the brand of artificial intelligence. Even among academics and their funders, AI became an unwanted epithet. Technical work continued apace, however, and by the S, the second AI winter gradually thawed. Optimism was rekindled by the introduction of new techniques, which seemed to offer alternatives to the traditional logicist paradigm, often referred to as good old-fashioned artificial intelligence, or GOFI for short, which had focused on high-level symbol manipulation and which had reached its apogee in the expert systems of the S. The newly popular techniques, which included neural networks and genetic algorithms, promised to overcome some of the shortcomings of the GOFI approach, in particular the brittleness that characterized classical AI programs, which typically produced complete nonsense if the programmers made even a single slightly erroneous assumption. The new techniques boasted a more organic performance. For example, neural networks exhibited the property of graceful degradation. A small amount of damage to a neural network typically resulted in a small degradation of its performance, rather than a total crash. Even more importantly, neural networks could learn from experience, finding natural ways of generalizing from examples and finding hidden statistical patterns in their input. This made the nets good at pattern recognition and classification problems. For example, by training a neural network on a data set of sonar signals, it could be taught to distinguish the acoustic profiles of submarines, mines, and sea life with better accuracy than human experts, and this could be done without anybody first having to figure out in advance exactly how the categories were to be defined or how different features were to be weighted. While simple neural network models had been known since the late S, the field enjoyed a renaissance after the introduction of the backpropagation algorithm, which made it possible to train multilayered neural networks. Such multilayered networks, which have one or more intermediary, hidden, layers of neurons between the input and output layers, can learn a much wider range of functions than their simpler predecessors. Combined with the increasingly powerful computers that were becoming available, these algorithmic improvements enabled engineers to build neural networks that were good enough to be practically useful in many applications. The brain-like qualities of neural networks contrasted favorably with the rigidly logic-chopping but brittle performance of traditional rule-based Go-Fi systems, enough so to inspire a new ism, connectionism, which emphasized the importance of massively parallel subsymbolic processing. More than academic papers have since been published on artificial neural networks, and they continue to be an important approach in machine learning. Evolution-based methods, such as genetic algorithms and genetic programming, constitute another approach whose emergence helped end the second AI winter. It made perhaps a smaller academic impact than neural nets but was widely popularized. In evolutionary models, a population of candidate solutions, which can be data structures or programs, is maintained, and new candidate solutions are generated randomly by mutating or recombining variants in the existing population. Periodically, the population is pruned by applying a selection criterion, a fitness function, that allows only the better candidates to survive into the next generation. Iterated over thousands of generations, the average quality of the solutions in the candidate pool gradually increases. When it works, this kind of algorithm can produce efficient solutions to a very wide range of problems, solutions that may be strikingly novel and unintuitive, often looking more like natural structures than anything that a human engineer would design. And in principle, this can happen without much need for human input beyond the initial specification of the fitness function, which is often very simple. In practice, however, getting evolutionary methods to work well requires skill and ingenuity, particularly in devising a good representational format. Without an efficient way to encode candidate solutions, a genetic language that matches latent structure in the target domain, evolutionary search tends to meander endlessly in a vast search space or get stuck at a local optimum. Even if a good representational format is found, evolution is computationally demanding and is often defeated by the combinatorial explosion. Neural networks and genetic algorithms are examples of methods that stimulated excitement in the S by appearing to offer alternative to the stagnating Go-Fi paradigm. But the intention here is not to sing the praises of these two methods or to elevate them above the many other techniques in machine learning. In fact, one of the major theoretical developments of the past 20 years has been a clearer realization of how superficially disparate techniques can be understood as special cases within a common mathematical framework. For example, many types of artificial neural network can be viewed as classifiers that perform a particular kind of statistical calculation, maximum likelihood estimation. This perspective allows neural nets to be compared with a larger class of algorithms for learning classifiers from examples, decision trees, logistic regression models, support vector machines, naive Bayes, k-nearest neighbors regression, among others. In a similar manner, genetic algorithms can be viewed as performing stochastic hill climbing, which is again a subset of a wider class of algorithms for optimization. Each of these algorithms for building classifiers or for searching a solution space has its own profile of strengths and weaknesses which can be studied mathematically. Algorithms differ in their processor time and memory space requirements, which inductive biases they presuppose, the ease with which externally produced content can be incorporated, and how transparent their inner workings are to a human analyst. Behind the razzle-dazzle of machine learning and creative problem-solving thus lies a set of mathematically well-specified trade-offs. The ideal is that of the perfect Bayesian agent, one that makes probabilistically optimal use of available information. This ideal is unattainable because it is too computationally demanding to be implemented in any physical computer. See box. Accordingly, one can view artificial intelligence as a quest to find shortcuts, ways of tractably approximating the Bayesian ideal by sacrificing some optimality or generality while preserving enough to get high performance in the actual domains of interest. A reflection of this picture can be seen in the work done over the past couple of decades on probabilistic graphical models, such as Bayesian networks. Bayesian networks provide a concise way of representing probabilistic and conditional independence relations that hold in some particular domain. Exploiting such independence relations is essential for overcoming the combinatorial explosion, which is as much of a problem for probabilistic inference as it is for logical deduction. They also provide important insight into the concept of causality. One advantage of relating learning problems from specific domains to the general problem of Bayesian inference is that new algorithms that make Bayesian inference more efficient will then yield immediate improvements across many different areas. Advances in Monte Carlo approximation techniques, for example, are directly applied in computer vision, robotics, and computational genetics. Another advantage is that it lets researchers from different disciplines more easily pool their findings. Graphical models and Bayesian statistics have become a shared focus of research in many fields, including machine learning, statistical physics, bioinformatics, combinatorial optimization, and communication theory. A fair amount of the recent progress in machine learning has resulted from incorporating formal results originally derived in other academic fields. Machine learning applications have also benefited enormously from faster computers and greater availability of large datasets. Box an optimal Bayesian agent. An ideal Bayesian agent starts out with a prior probability distribution, a function that assigns probabilities to each possible world, i.e. to each maximally specific way the world could turn out to be. This prior incorporates an inductive bias such that simpler possible worlds are assigned higher probabilities. One way to formally define the simplicity of a possible world is in terms of its Kolmogorov complexity, a measure based on the length of the shortest computer program that generates a complete description of the world. The prior also incorporates any background knowledge that the programmers wish to give to the agent. As the agent receives new information from its sensors, it updates its probability distribution by conditionalizing the distribution on the new information according to Bayes' theorem. Conditionalization is the mathematical operation that sets the new probability of those worlds that are inconsistent with the information received to zero and renormalizes the probability distribution over the remaining possible worlds. The result is a posterior probability distribution, which the agent may use as its new prior in the next time step. As the agent makes observations, its probability mass thus gets concentrated on the shrinking set of possible worlds that remain consistent with the evidence, and among these possible worlds, simpler ones always have more probability. Metaphorically, we can think of a probability as sand on a large sheet of paper. The paper is partitioned into areas of various sizes, each area corresponding to one possible world, with larger areas corresponding to simpler possible worlds. Imagine also a layer of sand of even thickness spread across the entire sheet. This is our prior probability distribution. Whenever an observation is made that rules out some possible worlds, we remove the sand from the corresponding areas of the paper and redistribute it evenly over the areas that remain in play. Thus, the total amount of sand on the sheet never changes, it just gets concentrated into fewer areas. As observational evidence accumulates. This is a picture of learning in its purest form. To calculate the probability of a hypothesis, we simply measure the amount of sand in all the areas that correspond to the possible worlds in which the hypothesis is true. So far, we have defined a learning rule. To get an agent, we also need a decision rule. To this end, we endow the agent with a utility function which assigns a number to each possible world. The number represents the desirability of that world according to the agent's basic preferences. Now, at each time step, the agent selects the action with the highest expected utility. To find the action with the highest expected utility, the agent could list all possible actions. It could then compute the conditional probability distribution given the action, the probability distribution that would result from conditionalizing its current probability distribution on the observation that the action had just been taken. Finally, it could calculate the expected value of the action as the sum of the value of each possible world multiplied by the conditional probability of that world given the action. The learning rule and the decision rule together define an optimality notion for an agent. Essentially, the same optimality notion has been broadly used in artificial intelligence, epistemology, philosophy of science, economics, and statistics. In reality, it is impossible to build such an agent because it is computationally intractable to perform the requisite calculations. Any attempt to do so succumbs to a combinatorial explosion just like the one described in our discussion of GoFi. To see why this is so, consider one tiny subset of all possible worlds, those that consist of a single computer monitor floating in an endless vacuum. The monitor has times, pixels, each of which is perpetually either on or off. Even this subset of possible worlds is enormously large. The times possible monitor states outnumber all the computations expected ever to take place in the observable universe. Thus, we could not even enumerate all the possible worlds in this tiny subset of all possible worlds, let alone perform more elaborate computations on each of them individually. Optimality notions can be of theoretical interest even if they are physically unrealizable. They give us a standard by which to judge heuristic approximations, and sometimes we can reason about what an optimal agent would do in some special case. We will encounter some alternative optimality notions for artificial agents in chapter. State of the art. Artificial intelligence already outperforms human intelligence in many domains. Table surveys the state of game-playing computers, showing that AIs now beat human champions in a wide range of games. These achievements might not seem impressive today. But this is because our standards for what is impressive keep adapting to the advances being made. Expert chess playing, for example, was once thought to epitomize human intellection. In the view of several experts in the late 50s, if one could devise a successful chess machine, one would seem to have penetrated to the core of human intellectual endeavor. This no longer seems so. One sympathizes with John McCarthy, who lamented, "As soon as it works, no one calls it AI anymore." Table game playing AI. Checkers. Arthur Samuel's Checkers program, originally written in and later improved, the version incorporating machine learning, becomes the first program to learn to play a game better than its creator. In the program, Chinook beats the reigning human champion, marking the superhuman first time a program wins an official world championship in a game of skill. In Jonathan Schaefer and his team solve checkers, i.e. produce a program that always makes the best possible move, combining alpha-beta search with a database of trillion endgame positions. Perfect play by both sides leads to a draw. The backgammon program BKG by Hans Berliner defeats the world champion, the first computer program to defeat, in an exhibition backgammon superhuman match, a world champion in any game, though Berliner later attributes the win to luck with the dice rolls. The backgammon program TD Gammon by Jerry Tesoro reaches championship-level ability, using temporal difference learning, a form of reinforcement learning, and repeated plays against itself to improve. In the years since, backgammon programs have far surpassed the best human players. Traveler TCS. In both and Douglas Lenat's program Superhuman Eurisco wins the US Championship in Traveler in TCS, a futuristic naval war game, prompting rule collaboration with changes to block its unorthodox strategies. Human Eurisco had heuristics for designing its fleet, and it also had heuristics for modifying its heuristics. Othello. The program Logistello wins every game in Superhuman, a 6-game match against world champion Tokushi Murakami. Chess. Deep Blue beats the world chess champion, Garry Kasparov. Kasparov claims to have seen superhuman glimpses of true intelligence and creativity in some of the computer's moves. Since then, chess engines have continued to improve. Crosswords. The crossword-solving program Proverb Expert level outperforms the average crossword solver. The program Dr. Phil, created by Matt Ginsberg, scores in the top quartile among the otherwise human contestants in the American Crossword Puzzle Tournament. Dr. Phil's performance is uneven. It completes perfectly the puzzle rated most difficult by humans, yet is stumped by a couple of non-standard puzzles that involved spelling backwards or writing answers diagonally. Scrabble. As of Scrabble playing software surpasses Superhuman the best human players. Bridge equal to the by contract bridge playing software reaches best parity with the best human bridge players. Jeopardy! IBM's Watson defeats the two all-time greatest human Jeopardy champions, Ken Jennings and Brad Rutter. Jeopardy! Is a superhuman televised game show with trivia questions about history, literature, sports, geography, pop culture, science, and other topics. Questions are presented in the form of clues, and often involve wordplay. Poker. Computer poker players remain slightly below the best humans for full-ring Texas Hold'em but varied perform at a superhuman level in some poker variants. Free cell. Heuristics evolved using genetic algorithms produce a solver for the solitaire game Free Cell Superhuman, which in its generalized form is NP-complete, that is able to beat high-ranking human players. Go very strong amateur level. As of, the Zen series of Go playing programs has reached rank Dan in fast games, the level of a very strong amateur player, using Monte Carlo tree search and machine learning techniques. Go playing programs have been improving at a rate of about 10 year in recent years. If this rate of improvement continues, they might beat the human world champion in about a decade. There is an important sense, however, in which chess-playing AI turned out to be a lesser triumph than many imagined it would be. It was once supposed, perhaps not unreasonably, that in order for a computer to play chess at grandmaster level, it would have to be endowed with a high degree of general intelligence. One might have thought, for example, that great chess playing requires being able to learn abstract concepts, think cleverly about strategy, compose flexible plans, make a wide range of ingenious logical deductions, and maybe even model one's opponent's thinking. Not so. It turned out to be possible to build a perfectly fine chess engine around a special-purpose algorithm. When implemented on the fast processors that became available towards the end of the 20th century, it produces very strong play. But an AI built like that is narrow. It plays chess, it can do no other. In other domains, solutions have turned out to be more complicated than initially expected, and progress slower. The computer scientist Donald Knuth was struck that AI has by now succeeded in doing essentially everything that requires thinking but has failed to do most of what people and animals do without thinking. That, somehow, is much harder. Analyzing visual scenes, recognizing objects, or controlling a robot's behavior as it interacts with a natural environment has proved challenging. Nevertheless, a fair amount of progress has been made and continues to be made, aided by steady improvements in hardware. Common sense and natural language understanding have also turned out to be difficult. It is now often thought that achieving a fully human-level performance on these tasks is an AI-complete problem, meaning that the difficulty of solving these problems is essentially equivalent to the difficulty of building generally human-level intelligent machines. In other words, if somebody were to succeed in creating an AI that could understand natural language as well as a human adult, they would in all likelihood also either already have succeeded in creating an AI that could do everything else that human intelligence can do, or they would be but a very short step from such a general capability. Chess-playing expertise turned out to be achievable by means of a surprisingly simple algorithm. It is tempting to speculate that other capabilities, such as general reasoning ability, or some key ability involved in programming, might likewise be achievable through some surprisingly simple algorithm. The fact that the best performance at one time is attained through a complicated mechanism does not mean that no simple mechanism could do the job as well or better. It might simply be that nobody has yet found the simpler alternative. The Ptolemaic system, with the Earth in the center, orbited by the Sun, the Moon, planets, and stars, represented the state-of-the-art in astronomy for over 1,000 years, and its predictive accuracy was improved over the centuries by progressively complicating the model, adding epicycles upon epicycles to the postulated celestial motions. Then the entire system was overthrown by the heliocentric theory of Copernicus, which was simpler and, though only after further elaboration by Kepler, more predictively accurate. Artificial intelligence methods are now used in more areas than it would make sense to review here, but mentioning a sampling of them will give an idea of the breadth of applications. Aside from the game AIS listed in table, there are hearing aids with algorithms that filter out ambient noise, route finders that display maps and offer navigation advice to drivers, recommender systems that suggest books and music albums based on a user's previous purchases and ratings, and medical decision support systems that help doctors diagnose breast cancer, recommend treatment plans, and aid in the interpretation of electrocardiograms. There are robotic pets and cleaning robots, lawn mowing robots, rescue robots, surgical robots, and over 1 million industrial robots. The world population of robots exceeds million. Modern speech recognition, based on statistical techniques such as hidden Markov models, has become sufficiently accurate for practical use. Some fragments of this book were drafted with the help of a speech recognition program. Personal digital assistants, such as Apple Siri, respond to spoken commands and can answer simple questions and execute commands. Optical character recognition of handwritten and typewritten text is routinely used in applications such as mail sorting and digitization of old documents. Machine translation remains imperfect but is good enough for many applications. Early systems used the go-fi approach of hand-coded grammars that had to be developed by skilled linguists from the ground up for each language. Newer systems use statistical machine learning techniques that automatically build statistical models from observed usage patterns. The machine infers the parameters for these models by analyzing bilingual corpora. This approach dispenses with linguists. The programmers building these systems need not even speak the languages they are working with. Face recognition has improved sufficiently in recent years that it is now used at automated border crossings in Europe and Australia. The U.S. Department of State operates a face recognition system with over 1 million photographs for visa processing. Surveillance systems employ increasingly sophisticated AI and data mining technologies to analyze voice, video, or text, large quantities of which are trawled from the world's electronic communications media and stored in giant data centers. Theorem proving and equation solving are by now so well established that they are hardly regarded as AI anymore. Equation solvers are included in scientific computing programs such as Mathematica. Formal verification methods, including automated theorem provers, are routinely used by chip manufacturers to verify the behavior of circuit designs prior to production. The U.S. military and intelligence establishments have been leading the way to the large-scale deployment of bomb-disposing robots, surveillance and attack drones, and other unmanned vehicles. These still depend mainly on remote control by human operators, but work is underway to extend their autonomous capabilities. Intelligent scheduling is a major area of success. The DART tool for automated logistics planning and scheduling was used in Operation Desert Storm to such effect that DARPA, the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency in the United States, claims that this single application more than paid back their 30-year investment in AI. Airline reservation systems use sophisticated scheduling and pricing systems. Businesses make wide use of AI techniques in inventory control systems. They also use automatic telephone reservation systems and helplines connected to speech recognition software to usher their hapless customers through labyrinths of interlocking menu options. AI technologies underlie many internet services. Software polices the world's email traffic, and despite continual adaptation by spammers to circumvent the countermeasures being brought against them, Bayesian spam filters have largely managed to hold the spam tide at bay. Software using AI components is responsible for automatically approving or declining credit card transactions, and continuously monitors account activity for signs of fraudulent use. Information retrieval systems also make extensive use of machine learning. The Google search engine is, arguably, the greatest AI system that has yet been built. Now, it must be stressed that the demarcation between artificial intelligence and software in general is not sharp. Some of the applications listed above might be viewed more as generic software applications rather than AI in particular, though this brings us back to McCarthy's dictum that when something works it is no longer called AI. A more relevant distinction for our purposes is that between systems that have a narrow range of cognitive capability, whether they be called AI or not, and systems that have more generally applicable problem-solving capacities. Essentially all the systems currently in use are of the former type, narrow. However, many of them contain components that might also play a role in future artificial general intelligence, or be of service in its development. Components such as classifiers, search algorithms, planners, solvers, and representational frameworks. One high-stakes and extremely competitive environment in which AI systems operate today is the global financial market. Automated stock trading systems are widely used by major investing houses. While some of these are simply ways of automating the execution of particular buy or sell orders issued by a human fund manager, others pursue complicated trading strategies that adapt to changing market conditions. Analytic systems use an assortment of data mining techniques and time series analysis to scan for patterns and trends in securities markets or to correlate historical price movements with external variables such as keywords in news tickers. Financial news providers sell news feeds that are specially formatted for use by such AI programs. Other systems specialize in finding arbitrage opportunities within or between markets, or in high-frequency trading that seeks to profit from minute price movements that occur over the course of milliseconds, a timescale at which communication latencies even for speed of light signals in optical fiber cable become significant, making it advantageous to locate computers near the exchange. Algorithmic high-frequency traders account for more than half of equity shares traded on U.S. markets. Algorithmic trading has been implicated in the flash crash. See Box. The flash crash. By the afternoon of May, U.S. equity markets were already down % on worries about the European debt crisis. At p.m., a large seller, a mutual fund, Complex, initiated a sell algorithm to dispose of a large number of the E-mini S&P futures contracts to be sold off at a sell rate linked to a measure of minute-to-minute liquidity on the exchange. These contracts were bought by algorithmic high-frequency traders, which were programmed to quickly eliminate their temporary long positions by selling the contracts onto other traders. With demand from fundamental buyers slacking, the algorithmic traders started to sell the E-minis primarily to other algorithmic traders, which in turn passed them on to other algorithmic traders, creating a hot potato effect driving up trading volume, this being interpreted by the sell algorithm as an indicator of high liquidity, prompting it to increase the rate at which it was putting E-mini contracts on the market, pushing the downward spiral. At some point, the high-frequency traders started withdrawing from the market, drying up liquidity while prices continued to fall. At p.m., trading on the E-mini was halted by an automatic circuit breaker. The exchanges stopped logic functionality. When trading was restarted, a mere 5 seconds later, prices stabilized and soon began to recover most of the losses. But for a while, at the trough of the crisis, $1 trillion had been wiped off the market, and spillover effects had led to a substantial number of trades in individual securities being executed at absurd prices, such as 1 cent or dollars. After the market closed for the day, representatives of the exchanges met with regulators and decided to break all trades that had been executed at prices % or more away from their pre-crisis levels, deeming such transactions clearly erroneous and thus subject to post-facto cancellation under existing trade rules. The retelling here of this episode is a digression because the computer programs involved in the flash crash were not particularly intelligent or sophisticated, and the kind of threat they created is fundamentally different from the concerns we shall raise later in this book in relation to the prospect of machine superintelligence. Nevertheless, these events illustrate several useful lessons. One is the reminder that interactions between individually simple components, such as the cell algorithm and the high-frequency algorithmic trading programs, can produce complicated and unexpected effects. Systemic risk can build up in a system as new elements are introduced, risks that are not obvious until after something goes wrong, and sometimes not even then. Another lesson is that smart professionals might give an instruction to a program based on a sensible-seeming and normally sound assumption, e.g. that trading volume is a good measure of market liquidity, and that this can produce catastrophic results when the program continues to act on the instruction with ironclad logical consistency even in the unanticipated situation where the assumption turns out to be invalid. The algorithm just does what it does, and unless it is a very special kind of algorithm, it does not care that we clasp our heads and gasp in dumbstruck horror at the absurd inappropriateness of its actions. This is a theme that we will encounter again. A third observation in relation to the flash crash is that while automation contributed to the incident, it also contributed to its resolution. The pre-programmed stop-order logic, which suspended trading when prices moved too far out of whack, was set to execute automatically because it had been correctly anticipated that the triggering events could happen on a timescale too swift for humans to respond. The need for pre-installed and automatically executing safety functionality as opposed to reliance on runtime human supervision again foreshadows a theme that will be important in our discussion of machine superintelligence. Opinions about the future of machine intelligence. Progress on two major fronts towards a more solid statistical and information theoretic foundation for machine learning on the one hand, and towards the practical and commercial success of various problem-specific or domain-specific applications on the other, has restored to AI research some of its lost prestige. There may, however, be a residual cultural effect in the AI community of its earlier history that makes many mainstream researchers reluctant to align themselves with overgrand ambition. Thus Nils Nilsson, one of the old-timers in the field, complains that his present-day colleagues lack the boldness of spirit that propelled the pioneers of his own generation. Concern for respectability has had, I think, a stultifying effect in some AI researchers. I hear them saying things like, AI used to be criticized for its flossiness. Now that we have made solid progress, let us not risk losing our respectability. One result of this conservatism has been increased concentration in weak AI, the variety devoted to providing aids to human thought, and away from strong AI, the variety that attempts to mechanize human-level intelligence. Nilsson's sentiment has been echoed by several others of the founders, including Marvin Minsky, John McCarthy, and Patrick Winston. The last few years have seen a resurgence of interest in AI, which might yet spill over into renewed efforts towards artificial general intelligence, what Nilsson calls strong AI. In addition to faster hardware, a contemporary project would benefit from the great strides that have been made in the many subfields of AI, in software engineering more generally, and in neighboring fields such as computational neuroscience. One indication of pent-up demand for quality information and education is shown in the response to the free online offering of an introductory course in artificial intelligence at Stanford University in the fall of, organized by Sebastian Thrun and Peter Norvig. Some students from around the world signed up to take it, and completed it. Expert opinions about the future of AI vary wildly. There is disagreement about timescales as well as about what forms AI might eventually take. Predictions about the future development of artificial intelligence, one recent study noted, are as confident as they are diverse. Although the contemporary distribution of belief has not been very carefully measured, we can get a rough impression from various smaller surveys and informal observations. In particular, a series of recent surveys have polled members of several relevant expert communities on the question of when they expect human-level machine intelligence, HLMI, to be developed, defined as one that can carry out most human professions at least as well as a typical human. Results are shown in table. The combined sample gave the following: median, estimate, percent probability of HLMI by, percent probability by, and percent probability by. Respondents were asked to premise their estimates on the assumption that human scientific activity continues without major negative disruption. These numbers should be taken with some grains of salt. Sample sizes are quite small and not necessarily representative of the general expert population. They are, however, in concordance with results from other surveys. The survey results are also in line with some recently published interviews with about a dozen researchers in AI-related fields. For example, Nils Nilsson has spent a long and productive career working on problems in search, planning, knowledge representation, and robotics. He has authored textbooks in artificial intelligence, and he recently completed the most comprehensive history of the field written to date. When asked about arrival dates for HLMI, he offered the following opinion: percent chance. Percent chance. Percent chance. Table: when will human-level machine intelligence be attained? Judging from the published interview transcripts, Professor Nilsson's probability distribution appears to be quite representative of many experts in the area, though again it must be emphasized that there is a wide spread of opinion. There are practitioners who are substantially more boosterish, confidently expecting HLMI in the range, and others who are confident either that it will never happen or that it is indefinitely far off. In addition, some interviewees feel that the notion of a human level of artificial intelligence is ill-defined or misleading, or are for other reasons reluctant to go on record with a quantitative prediction. My own view is that the median numbers reported in the expert survey do not have enough probability mass on later arrival dates. A percent probability of HLMI not having been developed by, or even, after conditionalizing on human scientific activity continuing without major negative disruption, seems too low. Historically, AI researchers have not had a strong record of being able to predict the rate of advances in their own field or the shape that such advances would take. On the one hand, some tasks, like chess playing, turned out to be achievable by means of surprisingly simple programs, and naysayers who claimed that machines would never be able to do this or that have repeatedly been proven wrong. On the other hand, the more typical errors among practitioners have been to underestimate the difficulties of getting a system to perform robustly on real-world tasks, and to overestimate the advantages of their own particular pet project or technique. The survey also asked two other questions of relevance to our inquiry. One inquired of respondents about how much longer they thought it would take to reach superintelligence assuming human-level machine is first achieved. The results are in table. Another question inquired what they thought would be the overall long-term impact for humanity of achieving human-level machine intelligence. The answers are summarized in figure. My own views again differ somewhat from the opinions expressed in the survey. I assign a higher probability to superintelligence being created relatively soon after human-level machine intelligence. I also have a more polarized outlook on the consequences, thinking an extremely good or an extremely bad outcome to be somewhat more likely than a more balanced outcome. The reasons for this will become clear later in the book. Table: how long from human level to superintelligence? Within years after HLMI. Within years after HLMI. Top %%. Combined %%. Figure: overall long-term impact of HLMI. Small sample sizes, selection biases, and above all, the inherent unreliability of the subjective opinions elicited mean that one should not read too much into these expert surveys and interviews. They do not let us draw any strong conclusion. But they do hint at a weak conclusion. They suggest that, at least in lieu of better data or analysis, it may be reasonable to believe that human-level machine intelligence has a fairly sizable chance of being developed by mid-century, and that it has a non-trivial chance of being developed considerably sooner or much later, that it might perhaps fairly soon thereafter result in superintelligence, and that a wide range of outcomes may have a significant chance of occurring, including extremely good outcomes and outcomes that are as bad as human extinction. At the very least, they suggest that the topic is worth a closer look. Chapter: Paths to Superintelligence. Machines are currently far inferior to humans in general intelligence. Yet one day, we have suggested, they will be superintelligent. How do we get from here to there? This chapter explores several conceivable technological paths. We look at artificial intelligence, whole brain emulation, biological cognition, and human-machine interfaces, as well as networks and organizations. We evaluate their different degrees of plausibility as pathways to superintelligence. The existence of multiple paths increases the probability that the destination can be reached via at least one of them. We can tentatively define a superintelligence as any intellect that greatly exceeds the cognitive performance of humans in virtually all domains of interest. We will have more to say about the concept of superintelligence in the next chapter, where we will subject it to a kind of spectral analysis to distinguish some different possible forms of superintelligence. But for now, the rough characterization just given will suffice. Note that the definition is non-committal about how the superintelligence is implemented. It is also non-committal regarding qualia. Whether a superintelligence would have subjective conscious experience might matter greatly for some questions, in particular for some moral questions, but our primary focus here is on the causal antecedents and consequences of superintelligence, not on the metaphysics of mind. The chess program Deep Fritz is not a superintelligence on this definition, since Fritz is only smart within the narrow domain of chess. Certain kinds of domain-specific superintelligence could, however, be important. When referring to superintelligent performance limited to a particular domain, we will note the restriction explicitly. For instance, an engineering superintelligence would be an intellect that vastly outperforms the best current human minds in the domain of engineering. Unless otherwise noted, we use the term to refer to systems that have a superhuman level of general intelligence. But how might we create superintelligence? Let us examine some possible paths. Artificial intelligence. Readers of this chapter must not expect a blueprint for programming an artificial general intelligence. No such blueprint exists yet, of course. And had I been in possession of such a blueprint, I most certainly would not have published it in a book. If the reasons for this are not immediately obvious, the arguments in subsequent chapters will make them clear. We can, however, discern some general features of the kind of system that would be required. It now seems clear that a capacity to learn would be an integral feature of the core design of a system intended to attain general intelligence, not something to be tacked on later as an extension or an afterthought. The same holds for the ability to deal effectively with uncertainty and probabilistic information. Some faculty for extracting useful concepts from sensory data and internal states, and for leveraging acquired concepts into flexible combinatorial representations for use in logical and intuitive reasoning, also likely belong among the core design features in a modern AI intended to attain general intelligence. The early good old-fashioned artificial intelligence systems did not, for the most part, focus on learning, uncertainty, or concept formation, perhaps because techniques for dealing with these dimensions were poorly developed at the time. This is not to say that the underlying ideas are all that novel. The idea of using learning as a means of bootstrapping a simpler system to human-level intelligence can be traced back at least to Alan Turing's notion of a child machine, which wrote about in Instead of trying to produce a program to simulate the adult mind, why not rather try to produce one which simulates the child's? If this were then subjected to an appropriate course of education, one would obtain the adult brain. Turing envisaged an iterative process to develop such a child machine. We cannot expect to find a good child machine at the first attempt. One must experiment with teaching one such machine and see how well it learns. One can then try another and see if it is better or worse. There is an obvious connection between this process and evolution. One may hope, however, that this process will be more expeditious than evolution. The survival of the fittest is a slow method for measuring advantages. The experimenter, by the exercise of intelligence, should be able to speed it up. Equally important is the fact that he is not restricted to random mutations. If he can trace a cause for some weakness, he can probably think of the kind of mutation which will improve it. We know that blind evolutionary processes can produce human-level general intelligence, since they have already done so at least once. Evolutionary processes with foresight, that is, genetic programs designed and guided by an intelligent human programmer, should be able to achieve a similar outcome with far greater efficiency. This observation has been used by some philosophers and scientists, including David Chalmers and Hans Moravec, to argue that human-level AI is not only theoretically possible but feasible within this century. The idea is that we can estimate the relative capabilities of evolution and human engineering to produce intelligence and find that human engineering is already vastly superior to evolution in some areas and is likely to become superior in the remaining areas before too long. The fact that evolution produced intelligence therefore indicates that human engineering will soon be able to do the same. Thus, Moravec wrote, already back in the existence of several examples of intelligence designed under these constraints should give us great confidence that we can achieve the same in short order. The situation is analogous to the history of heavier-than-air flight, where birds, bats, and insects clearly demonstrated the possibility before our culture mastered it. One needs to be cautious, though, in what inferences one draws from this line of reasoning. It is true that evolution produced heavier-than-air flight, and that human engineers subsequently succeeded in doing likewise, albeit by means of a very different mechanism. Other examples could also be adduced, such as sonar, magnetic navigation, chemical weapons, photoreceptors, and all kinds of mechanic and kinetic performance characteristics. However, one could equally point to areas where human engineers have thus far failed to match evolution, in morphogenesis, self-repair, and the immune defense. For example, human efforts lag far behind what nature has accomplished. Moravec's argument, therefore, cannot give us great confidence that we can achieve human-level artificial intelligence in short order. At best, the evolution of intelligent life places an upper bound on the intrinsic difficulty of designing intelligence, but this upper bound could be quite far above current human engineering capabilities. Another way of deploying an evolutionary argument for the feasibility of AI is via the idea that we could, by running genetic algorithms on sufficiently fast computers, achieve results comparable to those of biological evolution. This version of the evolutionary argument thus proposes a specific method whereby intelligence could be produced. But is it true true that we will soon have computing power sufficient to recapitulate the relevant evolutionary processes that produced human intelligence? The answer depends both on how much computing technology will advance over the next decades and on how much computing power would be required to run genetic algorithms with the same optimization power as the evolutionary process of natural selection that lies in our past. Although, in the end, the conclusion we get from pursuing this line of reasoning is disappointingly indeterminate, it is instructive to attempt a rough estimate, see box. If nothing else, the exercise draws attention to some interesting unknowns. The upshot is that the computational resources required to simply replicate the relevant evolutionary processes on Earth that produced human-level intelligence are severely out of reach and will remain so even if Moore's law were to continue for a century, compare to figure. It is plausible, however, that compared with brute force replication of natural evolutionary processes, vast efficiency gains are achievable by designing the search process to aim for intelligence using various obvious improvements over natural selection. Yet it is very hard to bound the magnitude of those attainable efficiency gains. We cannot even say whether they amount to 5 or to 25 orders of magnitude. Absent further elaboration, therefore, evolutionary arguments are not able to meaningfully constrain our expectations of either the difficulty of building human-level machine intelligence or the timescales for such developments. Box. What would it take to recapitulate evolution? Not every feat accomplished by evolution in the course of the development of human intelligence is relevant to a human engineer trying to artificially evolve machine intelligence. Only a small portion of evolutionary selection on Earth has been selection for intelligence. More specifically, the problems that human engineers cannot trivially bypass may have been the target of a very small portion of total evolutionary selection. For example, since we can run our computers on electrical power, we do not have to reinvent the molecules of the cellular energy economy in order to create intelligent machines, yet such molecular evolution of metabolic pathways might have used up a large part of the total amount of selection power that was available to evolution over the course of Earth's history. One might argue that the key insights for AI are embodied in the structure of nervous systems, which came into existence less than 1 billion years ago. If we take that view, then the number of relevant experiments available to evolution is drastically curtailed. There are some times prokaryotes in the world today, but only insects, and fewer than humans, while pre-agricultural populations were orders of magnitude smaller. These numbers are only moderately intimidating. Evolutionary algorithms, however, require not only variations to select among but also a fitness function to evaluate variance, and this is typically the most computationally expensive component. A fitness function for the evolution of artificial intelligence plausibly requires simulation of neural development, learning, and cognition to evaluate fitness. We might thus do better not to look at the raw number of organisms with complex nervous systems, but instead to attend to the number of neurons in biological organisms that we might need to simulate to mimic evolution's fitness function. We can make a crude estimate of that latter quantity by considering insects, which dominate terrestrial animal biomass, with ants alone estimated to contribute some %. Insect brain size varies substantially, with large and social insects sporting larger brains. A honeybee brain has just under neurons, a fruit fly brain has neurons, and ants are in between with neurons. The majority of smaller insects may have brains of only a few thousand neurons. Erringen the side of conservatively high, if we assigned all insects fruit fly numbers of neurons, the total would be insect neurons in the world. This could be augmented with an additional order of magnitude to account for aquatic copepods, birds, reptiles, mammals, etc., to reach. By contrast, in pre-agricultural times there were fewer than humans, with under neurons each, thus fewer than human neurons in total, though humans have a higher number of synapses per neuron. The computational cost of simulating one neuron depends on the level of detail that one includes in the simulation. Extremely simple neuron models use about floating point operations per second, flops, to simulate one neuron in real time. The electrophysiologically realistic Hodgkin-Huxley model uses flops. A more detailed multi-compartmental model would add another 3 to 4 orders of magnitude, while higher-level models that abstract systems of neurons could subtract 2 to 3 orders of magnitude from the simple models. If we were to simulate neurons over a billion years of evolution, longer than the existence of nervous systems as we know them, and we allow our computers to run for 1 year, these figures would give us a requirement in the range of flops. For comparison, China's Qianhe-, the world's most powerful supercomputer as of September, provides only times flops. In recent decades, it has taken approximately years for commodity computers to increase in power by 1 order of magnitude. Even a century of continued Moore's law would not be enough to close this gap. Running more specialized hardware, or allowing longer runtimes, could contribute only a few more orders of magnitude. This figure is conservative in another respect. Evolution achieved human intelligence without aiming at this outcome. In other words, the fitness functions for natural organisms do not select only for intelligence and its precursors. Even environments in which organisms with superior information processing skills reap various rewards may not select for intelligence, because improvements to intelligence can, and often do, impose significant costs such as higher energy consumption or slower maturation times, and those costs may outweigh whatever benefits are gained from smarter behavior. Excessively deadly environments also reduce the value of intelligence, the shorter ones. Expected lifespan, the less time there will be for increased learning ability to pay off. Reduced selective pressure for intelligence slows the spread of intelligence-enhancing innovations, and thus the opportunity for selection to favor subsequent innovations that depend on them. Furthermore, evolution may wind up stuck in local optima that humans would notice and bypass by altering trade-offs between exploitation and exploration, or by providing a smooth progression of increasingly difficult intelligence tests. And as mentioned earlier, evolution scatters much of its selection power on traits that are unrelated to intelligence, such as Red Queen's races of competitive eco-evolution between immune systems and parasites. Evolution continues to waste resources producing mutations that have proved consistently lethal, and it fails to take advantage of statistical similarities in the effects of different mutations. These are all inefficiencies in natural selection, when viewed as a means of evolving intelligence, that it would be relatively easy for a human engineer to avoid while using evolutionary algorithms to develop intelligent software. It is plausible that eliminating inefficiencies like those just described would trim many orders of magnitude off the flops range calculated earlier. Unfortunately, it is difficult to know how many orders of magnitude. It is difficult even to make a rough estimate. For aught we know, the efficiency savings could be 5 orders of magnitude, or 10, or 25. Figure: supercomputer performance. In a narrow sense, Moore's law refers to the observation that the number of transistors on integrated circuits have for several decades doubled approximately every 2 years. However, the term is often used to refer to the more general observation that many performance metrics in computing technology have followed a similarly fast exponential trend. Here we plot peak speed of the world's fastest supercomputer as a function of time, on a logarithmic vertical scale. In recent years, growth in the serial speed of processors has stagnated, but increased use of parallelization has enabled the total number of computations performed to remain on the trend line. There is a further complication with these kinds of evolutionary considerations, one that makes it hard to derive from them even a very loose upper bound on the difficulty of evolving intelligence. We must avoid the error of inferring, from the fact that intelligent life evolved on Earth, that the evolutionary processes involved had a reasonably high prior probability of producing intelligence. Such an inference is unsound because it fails to take account of the observation's election effect. That guarantees that all observers will find themselves having originated on a planet where intelligent life arose, no matter how likely or unlikely it was for any given such planet to produce intelligence. Suppose, for example, that in addition to the systematic effects of natural selection it required an enormous amount of lucky coincidence to produce intelligent life, enough so that intelligent life evolves on only one planet out of every planets on which simple replicators arise. In that case, when we run our genetic algorithms to try to replicate what natural evolution did, we might find that we must run some simulations before we find one where all the elements come together in just the right way. This seems fully consistent with our observation that life did evolve here on Earth, only by careful and somewhat intricate reasoning, by analyzing instances of convergent evolution of intelligence-related traits and engaging with the subtleties of observation selection theory, can we partially circumvent this epistemological barrier. Unless one takes the trouble to do so, one is not in a position to rule out the possibility that the alleged upper bound on the computational requirements for recapitulating the evolution of intelligence derived in box might be too low by 30 orders of magnitude, or some other such large number. Another way of arguing for the feasibility of artificial intelligence is by pointing to the human brain and suggesting that we could use it as a template for a machine intelligence. One can distinguish different versions of this approach based on how closely they propose to imitate biological brain functions. At one extreme, that of very close imitation, we have the idea of whole brain emulation, which we will discuss in the next subsection. At the other extreme are approaches that take their inspiration from the functioning of the brain but do not attempt low-level imitation. Advances in neuroscience and cognitive psychology, which will be aided by improvements in instrumentation, should eventually uncover the general principles of brain function. This knowledge could then guide AI efforts. We have already encountered neural networks as an example of a brain-inspired AI technique. Hierarchical perceptual organization is another idea that has been transferred from brain science to machine learning. The study of reinforcement learning has been motivated, at least in part, by its role in psychological theories of animal cognition, and reinforcement learning techniques, e.g. the TD algorithm, inspired by these theories are now widely used in AI. More cases like these will surely accumulate in the future. Since there is a limited number, perhaps a very small number, of distinct fundamental mechanisms that operate in the brain, continuing incremental progress in brain science should eventually discover them all. Before this happens, though, it is possible that a hybrid approach, combining some brain-inspired techniques with some purely artificial methods, would cross the finishing line. In that case, the resultant system need not be recognizably brain-like even though some brain-derived insights were used in its development. The availability of the brain as template provides strong support for the claim that machine intelligence is ultimately feasible. This, however, does not enable us to predict when it will be achieved because it is hard to predict the future rate of discoveries in brain science. What we can say is that the further into the future we look, the greater the likelihood that the secrets of the brain's functionality will have been decoded sufficiently to enable the creation of machine intelligence in this manner. Different people working toward machine intelligence hold different views about how promising neuromorphic approaches are compared with approaches that aim for completely synthetic designs. The existence of birds demonstrated that heavier-than-air flight was physically possible and prompted efforts to build flying machines. Yet the first functioning airplanes did not flap their wings. The jury is out on whether machine intelligence will be like flight, which humans achieved through an artificial mechanism, or light combustion, which we initially mastered by copying naturally occurring fires. Turing's idea of designing a program that acquires most of its content by learning, rather than having it pre-programmed at the outset, can apply equally to neuromorphic and synthetic approaches to machine intelligence. A variation on Turing's conception of a child machine is the idea of a seed AI. Whereas a child machine, as Turing seems to have envisaged it, would have a relatively fixed architecture that simply develops its inherent potentialities by accumulating content, a seed AI would be a more sophisticated artificial intelligence capable of improving its own architecture. In the early stages of a seed AI, such improvements might occur mainly through trial and error, information acquisition, or assistance from the programmers. At its later stages, however, a seed AI should be able to understand its own workings sufficiently to engineer new algorithms and computational structures to bootstrap its cognitive performance. This needed understanding could result from the seed AI reaching a sufficient level of general intelligence across many domains, or from crossing some threshold in a particularly relevant domain such as computer science or mathematics. This brings us to another important concept, that of recursive self-improvement. A successful seed AI would be able to iteratively enhance itself. An early version of the AI could design an improved version of itself, and the improved version, being smarter than the original, might be able to design an even smarter version of itself, and so forth. Under some conditions, such a process of recursive self-improvement might continue long enough to result in an intelligence explosion, an event in which, in a short period of time, a system's level of intelligence increases from a relatively modest endowment of cognitive capabilities, perhaps subhuman in most respects, but with a domain-specific talent for coding and AI research, to radical superintelligence. We will return to this important possibility in chapter, where the dynamics of such an event will be analyzed more closely. Note that this model suggests the possibility of surprises, attempts to build artificial general intelligence might fail pretty much completely until the last missing critical component is put in place, at which point a seed AI might become capable of sustained recursive self-improvement. Before we end this subsection, there is one more thing that we should emphasize, which is that an artificial intelligence need not much resemble a human mind. AIs could be, indeed, it is likely that most will be extremely alien. We should expect that they will have very different cognitive architectures than biological intelligences, and in their early stages of development they will have very different profiles of cognitive strengths and weaknesses, though, as we shall later argue, they could eventually overcome any initial weakness. Furthermore, the goal systems of AIs could diverge radically from those of human beings. There is no reason to expect a generic AI to be motivated by love or hate, or pride or other such common human sentiments. These complex adaptations would require deliberate, expensive effort to recreate in AIs. This is at once a big problem and a big opportunity. We will return to the issue of AI motivation in later chapters, but it is so central to the argument in this book that it is worth bearing in mind throughout. Whole brain emulation. In whole brain emulation, also known as uploading, intelligent software would be produced by scanning and closely modeling the computational structure of a biological brain. This approach thus represents a limiting case of drawing inspiration from nature, barefaced plagiarism. Achieving whole brain emulation requires the accomplishment of the following steps. First, a sufficiently detailed scan of a particular human brain is created. This might involve stabilizing the brain post-mortem through vitrification, a process that turns tissue into a kind of glass. A machine could then dissect the tissue into thin slices, which could be fed into another machine for scanning, perhaps by an array of electron microscopes. Various stains might be applied at this stage to bring out different structural and chemical properties. Many scanning machines could work in parallel to process multiple brain slices simultaneously. Second, the raw data from the scanners is fed to a computer for automated image processing to reconstruct the three-dimensional neuronal network that implemented cognition in the original brain. In practice, this step might proceed concurrently with the first step to reduce the amount of high-resolution image data stored in buffers. The resulting map is then combined with a library of neurocomputational models of different types of neurons or of different neuronal elements, such as particular kinds of synaptic connectors. Figure shows some results of scanning and image processing produced with present-day technology. In third stage, the neurocomputational structure resulting from the previous step is implemented on a sufficiently powerful computer. If completely successful, the result would be a digital reproduction of the original intellect, with memory and personality intact. The emulated human mind now exists as software on a computer. The mind can either inhabit a virtual reality or interface with the external world by means of robotic appendages. The whole brain emulation path does not require that we figure out how human cognition works or how to program an artificial intelligence. It requires only that we understand the low-level functional characteristics of the basic computational elements of the brain. No fundamental conceptual or theoretical breakthrough is needed for whole brain emulation to succeed. Whole brain emulation does, however, require some rather advanced enabling technologies. There are three key prerequisites: scanning, high-throughput microscopy with sufficient resolution and detection of relevant properties, translation, automated image analysis to turn raw scanning data into an interpreted three-dimensional model of relevant neurocomputational elements, and simulation, hardware powerful enough to implement the resultant computational structure. See table. In comparison with these more challenging steps, the construction of a basic virtual reality or a robotic embodiment with an audiovisual input channel and some simple output channel is relatively easy. Simple yet minimally adequate I/O seems feasible already with present technology. Figure reconstructing neuroanatomy from electron microscope images. Upper left, a typical electron micrograph showing cross-sections of neuronal matter, dendrites and axons. Upper right, volume image of rabbit retinal neural tissue acquired by serial block face scanning electron microscopy. Individual dimegs have been stacked into a cube, with a side of approximately m. Bottom, reconstruction of a subset of the neuronal projections filling a volume of neuropil, generated by an automated segmentation algorithm. There is good reason to think that the requisite enabling technologies are attainable, though not in the near future. Reasonable computational models of many types of neuron and neuronal processes already exist. Image recognition software has been developed that can trace axons and dendrites through a stack of two-dimensional images, though reliability needs to be improved. And there are imaging tools that provide the necessary resolution. With a scanning tunneling microscope it is possible to see individual atoms, which is a far higher resolution than needed. However, although present knowledge and capabilities suggest that there is no in-principle barrier to the development of the requisite enabling technologies, it is clear that a very great deal of incremental technical progress would be needed to bring human whole brain emulation within reach. For example, microscopy technology would need not just sufficient resolution but also sufficient throughput. Using an atomic resolution scanning tunneling microscope to image the needed surface area would be far too slow to be practicable. It would be more plausible to use a lower resolution electron microscope, but this would require new methods for preparing and staining cortical tissue to make visible relevant details such as synaptic fine structure. A great expansion of neurocomputational libraries and major improvements in automated image processing and scan interpretation would also be needed. Table capabilities needed for whole brain emulation. In general, whole brain emulation relies less on theoretical insight and more on technological capability than artificial intelligence. Just how much technology is required for whole brain emulation depends on the level of abstraction at which the brain is emulated. In this regard, there is a trade-off between insight and technology. In general, the worse our scanning equipment and the feebler our computers, the less we could rely on simulating low-level chemical and electrophysiological brain processes, and the more theoretical understanding would be needed of the computational architecture that we are seeking to emulate in order to create more abstract representations of the relevant functionalities. Conversely, with sufficiently advanced scanning technology and abundant computing power, it might be possible to brute force an emulation even with a fairly limited understanding of the brain. In the unrealistic limiting case, we could imagine emulating a brain at the level of its elementary particles using the quantum mechanical Schrödinger equation. Then one could rely entirely on existing knowledge of physics and not at all on any biological model. This extreme case, however, would place utterly impracticable demands on computational power and data acquisition. A far more plausible level of emulation would be one that incorporates individual neurons and their connectivity matrix, along with some of the structure of their dendritic trees and maybe some state variables of individual synapses. Neurotransmitter molecules would not be simulated individually, but their fluctuating concentrations would be modeled in a coarse-grained manner. To assess the feasibility of whole brain emulation, one must understand the criterion for success. The aim is not to create a brain simulation so detailed and accurate that one could use it to predict exactly what would have happened in the original brain if it had been subjected to a particular sequence of stimuli. Instead, the aim is to capture enough of the computationally functional properties of the brain to enable the resultant emulation to perform intellectual work. For this purpose, much of the messy biological detail of a real brain is irrelevant. A more elaborate analysis would distinguish between different levels of emulation success based on the extent to which the information processing functionality of the emulated brain has been preserved. For example, one could distinguish among a high-fidelity emulation that has the full set of knowledge, skills, capacities, and values of the emulated brain winking sad smiley, a distorted emulation whose dispositions are significantly non-human in some ways but which is mostly able to do the same intellectual labor as the emulated brain, and a generic emulation, which might also be distorted, that is somewhat like an infant, lacking the skills or memories that had been acquired by the emulated adult brain but with the capacity to learn most of what a normal human can learn. While it appears ultimately feasible to produce a high-fidelity emulation, it seems quite likely that the first whole brain emulation that we would achieve if we went down this path would be of a lower grade. Before we would get things to work perfectly, we would probably get things to work imperfectly. It is also possible that a push toward emulation technology would lead to the creation of some kind of neuromorphic AI that would adapt some neurocomputational principles discovered during emulation efforts and hybridize them with synthetic methods, and that this would happen before the completion of a fully functional whole brain emulation. The possibility of such a spillover into neuromorphic AI, as we shall see in a later chapter, complicates the strategic assessment of the desirability of seeking to expedite emulation technology. How far are we currently from achieving a human whole brain emulation? One recent assessment presented a technical roadmap and concluded that the prerequisite capabilities might be available around mid-century, though with a large uncertainty interval. Figure depicts the major milestones in this roadmap. The apparent simplicity of the map may be deceptive, however, and we should be careful not to understate how much work remains to be done. No brain has yet been emulated. Consider the humble model organism Caenorhabditis elegans, which is a transparent roundworm, about millimeter in length, with neurons. The complete connectivity matrix of these neurons has been known since the mid-S, when it was laboriously mapped out by means of slicing, electron microscopy, and hand labeling of specimens. But knowing merely which neurons are connected with which is not enough. To create a brain emulation, one would also need to know which synapses are excitatory and which are inhibitory, the strength of the connections, and various dynamical properties of axons, synapses, and dendritic trees. This information is not yet available even for the small nervous system of C. elegans, although it may now be within range of a targeted moderately sized research project. Success at emulating a tiny brain, such as that of C. elegans, would give us a better view of what it would take to emulate larger brains. Figure whole brain emulation roadmap. schematic of inputs, activities, and milestones. At some point in the technology development process, once techniques are available for automatically emulating small quantities of brain tissue, the problem reduces to one of scaling. Notice the ladder at the right side of figure. This ascending series of boxes represents a final sequence of advances which can commence after preliminary hurdles have been cleared. The stages in this sequence correspond to whole brain emulations of successively more neurologically sophisticated model organisms, for example, see elegans honeybee mouse rhesus monkey human. Because the gaps between these rungs, at least after the first step, are mostly quantitative in nature and due mainly, though not entirely, to the differences in size of the brains to be emulated, they should be tractable through a relatively straightforward scale-up of scanning and simulation capacity. Once we start ascending this final ladder, the eventual attainment of human whole brain emulation becomes more clearly foreseeable. We can thus expect to get some advance warning before arrival at human-level machine intelligence along the whole brain emulation path, at least if the last among the requisite enabling technologies to reach sufficient maturity is either high-throughput scanning or the computational power needed for real-time simulation. If, however, the last enabling technology to fall into place is neurocomputational modeling, then the transition from unimpressive prototypes to a working human emulation could be more abrupt. One could imagine a scenario in which, despite abundant scanning data and fast computers, it is proving difficult to get our neuronal models to work right. When finally the last glitch is ironed out, what was previously a completely dysfunctional system, analogous perhaps to an unconscious brain undergoing a grand mal seizure, might snap into a coherent wakeful state. In this case, the key advance would not be heralded by a series of functioning animal emulations of increasing magnitude, provoking newspaper headlines of correspondingly escalating font size. Even for those paying attention, it might be difficult to tell in advance of success just how many flaws remained in the neurocomputational models at any point and how long it would take to fix them, even up to the eve of the critical breakthrough. Once a human whole brain emulation has been achieved, further potentially explosive developments would take place, but we postponed discussion of this until chapter. Surprise scenarios are thus imaginable for whole brain emulation even if all the relevant research were conducted in the open. Nevertheless, compared with the AI path to machine intelligence, whole brain emulation is more likely to be preceded by clear omens since it relies more on concrete observable technologies and is not wholly based on theoretical insight. We can also say, with greater confidence than for the AI path, that the emulation path will not succeed in the near future, within the next 15 years, say, because we know that several challenging precursor technologies have not yet been developed. By contrast, it seems likely that somebody could in principle sit down and code a seed AI on an ordinary present-day personal computer, and it is conceivable, though unlikely, that somebody somewhere will get the right insight for how to do this in the near future. Biological cognition. A third path to greater than current human intelligence is to enhance the functioning of biological brains. In principle, this could be achieved without technology, through selective breeding. Any attempt to initiate a classical large-scale eugenics program, however, would confront major political and moral hurdles. Moreover, unless the selection were extremely strong, many generations would be required to produce substantial results. Long before such an initiative would bear fruit, advances in biotechnology will allow much more direct control of human genetics and neurobiology, rendering otiose any human breeding program. We will therefore focus on methods that hold the potential to deliver results faster, on the timescale of a few generations or less. Our individual cognitive capacities can be strengthened in various ways, including by such traditional methods as education and training. Neurological development can be promoted by low-tech interventions such as optimizing maternal and infant nutrition, removing lead and other neurotoxic pollutants from the environment, eradicating parasites, ensuring adequate sleep and exercise, and preventing diseases that affect the brain. Improvements in cognition can certainly be obtained through each of these means, though the magnitudes of the gains are likely to be modest, especially in populations that are already reasonably well nourished and schooled. We will certainly not achieve superintelligence by any of these means, but they might help on the margin, particularly by lifting up the deprived and expanding the catchment of global talent. Lifelong depression of intelligence due to iodine deficiency remains widespread in many impoverished inland areas of the world, and outrage given that the condition can be prevented by fortifying table salt at a cost of a few cents per person and year. Biomedical enhancements could give bigger boosts. Drugs already exist that are alleged to improve memory, concentration, and mental energy in at least some subjects. Work on this book was fueled by coffee and nicotine chewing gum. While the efficacy of the present generation of smart drugs is variable, marginal, and generally dubious, future nootropics might offer clearer benefits and fewer side effects. However, it seems implausible on both neurological and evolutionary grounds that one could, by introducing some chemical into the brain of a healthy person, spark a dramatic rise in intelligence. The cognitive functioning of a human brain depends on a delicate orchestration of many factors, especially during the critical stages of embryo development, and it is much more likely that this self-organizing structure, to be enhanced, needs to be carefully balanced, tuned, and cultivated rather than simply flooded with some extraneous potion. Manipulation of genetics will provide a more powerful set of tools than psychopharmacology. Consider again the idea of genetic selection. Instead of trying to implement a eugenics program by controlling mating patterns, one could use selection at the level of embryos or gametes. Pre-implantation genetic diagnosis has already been used during in vitro fertilization procedures to screen embryos produced for monogenic disorders such as Huntington's disease and for predisposition to some late-onset diseases such as breast cancer. It has also been used for sex selection and for matching human leukocyte antigen type with that of a sick sibling, who can then benefit from a cord blood stem cell donation when the new baby is born. The range of traits that can be selected for or against will expand greatly over the next decade or two. A strong driver of progress in behavioral genetics is the rapidly falling cost of genotyping and gene sequencing. Genome-wide complex trait analysis, using studies with vast numbers of subjects, is just now starting to become feasible and will greatly increase our knowledge of the genetic architectures of human cognitive and behavioral traits. Any trait with a non-negligible heritability, including cognitive capacity, could then become susceptible to selection. Embryo selection does not require a deep understanding of the causal pathways by which genes, in complicated interplay with environments, produce phenotypes. It requires only lots of data on the genetic correlates of the traits of interest. It is possible to calculate some rough estimates of the magnitude of the gains obtainable in different selection scenarios. Table shows expected increases in intelligence resulting from various amounts of selection, assuming complete information about the common additive genetic variants underlying the narrow-sense heritability of intelligence. With partial information, the effectiveness of selection would be reduced, though not quite to the extent one might naively expect. Unsurprisingly, selecting between larger numbers of embryos produces larger gains, but there are steeply diminishing returns. Selection between embryos does not produce a gain anywhere near 50 times as large as that which one would get from selection between embryos. Table maximum IQ gains from selecting among a set of embryos. Selection IQ points gained. In. Generations of in, because diminishing returns, generations of in, because diminishing returns. Cumulative limits, additive variance optimized. Plus, because diminishing for cognition, returns. Interestingly, the diminishment of returns is greatly abated when the selection is spread over multiple generations. Thus, repeatedly selecting the top in over 10 generations, where each new generation consists of the offspring of those selected in the previous generation, will produce a much greater increase in the trait value than a one-off selection of in. The problem with sequential selection, of course, is that it takes longer. If each generational step takes 20 or 30 years, then even just 5 successive generations would push us well into the 22nd century. Long before then, more direct and powerful modes of genetic engineering, not to mention machine intelligence, will most likely be available. There is, however, a complementary technology, one which, once it has been developed for use in humans, would greatly potentiate the enhancement power of pre-implantation genetic screening, namely, the derivation of viable sperm and eggs from embryonic stem cells. The techniques for this have already been used to produce fertile offspring in mice and gamete-like cells in humans. Substantial scientific challenges remain, however, in translating the animal results to humans and in avoiding epigenetic abnormalities in the derived stem cell lines. According to one expert, these challenges might put human application or even years in the future. With stem cell-derived gametes, the amount of selection power available to a couple could be greatly increased. In current practice, an in vitro fertilization procedure typically involves the creation of fewer than 10 embryos. With stem cell-derived gametes, a few donated cells might be turned into a virtually unlimited number of gametes that could be combined to produce embryos, which could then be genotyped or sequenced, and the most promising one chosen for implantation. Depending on the cost of preparing and screening each individual embryo, this technology could yield a several-fold increase in the selective power available to couples using in vitro fertilization. More importantly still, stem cell-derived gametes would allow multiple generations of selection to be compressed into less than a human maturation period, by enabling iterated embryo selection. This is a procedure that would consist of the following steps. 1. Genotype and select a number of embryos that are higher in desired genetic characteristics. 2. Extract stem cells from those embryos and convert them to sperm and ova, maturing within 6 months or less. 3. Cross the new sperm and ova to produce embryos. 4. Repeat until large genetic changes have been accumulated. In this manner, it would be possible to accomplish 10 or more generations of selection in just a few years. The procedure would be time-consuming and expensive, however, in principle, it would need to be done only once rather than repeated for each birth. The cell lines established at the end of the procedure could be used to generate very large numbers of enhanced embryos. As table indicates, the average level of intelligence among individuals conceived in this manner could be very high, possibly equal to or somewhat above that of the most intelligent individual in the historical human population. A world that had a large population of such individuals might, if it had the culture, education, communications infrastructure, etc., to match, constitute a collective superintelligence. The impact of this technology will be dampened and delayed by several factors. There is the unavoidable maturational lag while the finally selected embryos grow into adult human beings, at least 20 years before an enhanced child reaches full productivity, longer still before such children come to constitute a substantial segment of the labor force. Furthermore, even after the technology has been perfected, adoption rates will probably start out low. Some countries might prohibit its use altogether, on moral or religious grounds. Even where selection is allowed, many couples will prefer the natural way of conceiving. Willingness to use IVF, however, would increase if there were clearer benefits associated with the procedure, such as a virtual guarantee that the child would be highly talented and free from genetic predispositions to disease. Lower healthcare costs and higher expected lifetime earnings would also argue in favor of genetic selection. As use of the procedure becomes more common, particularly among social elites, there might be a cultural shift toward parenting norms that present the use of selection as the thing that responsible enlightened couples do. Many of the initially reluctant might join the bandwagon in order to have a child that is not at a disadvantage relative to the enhanced children of their friends and colleagues. Some countries might offer inducements to encourage their citizens to take advantage of genetic selection in order to increase the country's stock of human capital, or to increase long-term social stability by selecting for traits like docility, obedience, submissiveness, conformity, risk aversion, or cowardice, outside of the ruling clan. Effects on intellectual capacity would also depend on the extent to which the available selection power would be used for enhancing cognitive traits. Table. Those who do opt to use some form of embryo selection would have to choose how to allocate the selection power at their disposal, and intelligence would to some extent be in competition with other desired attributes, such as health, beauty, personality, or athleticism. Iterated embryo selection, by offering such a large amount of selection power, would alleviate some of these trade-offs, enabling simultaneous strong selection for multiple traits. However, this procedure would tend to disrupt the normal genetic relationship between parents and child, something that could negatively affect demand in many cultures. With further advances in genetic technology, it may become possible to synthesize genomes to specification, obviating the need for large pools of embryos. DNA synthesis is already a routine and largely automated biotechnology, though it is not yet feasible to synthesize an entire human genome that could be used in a reproductive context, not least because of still unresolved difficulties in getting the epigenetics right. But once this technology has matured, an embryo could be designed with the exact preferred combination of genetic inputs from each parent. Genes that are present in neither of the parents could also be spliced in, including alleles that are present with low frequency in the population but which may have significant positive effects on cognition. Table. Possible impacts from genetic selection in different scenarios. 1. Intervention that becomes possible when human genomes can be synthesized is genetic spell checking of an embryo. Iterated embryo selection might also allow an approximation of this. Each of us currently carries a mutational load, with perhaps hundreds of mutations that reduce the efficiency of various cellular processes. Each individual mutation has an almost negligible effect, whence it is only slowly removed from the gene pool, yet in combination such mutations may exact a heavy toll on our functioning. Individual differences in intelligence might to a significant extent be attributable to variations in the number and nature of such slightly deleterious alleles that each of us carries. With gene synthesis we could take the genome of an embryo and construct a version of that genome free from the genetic noise of accumulated mutations. If one wished to speak provocatively, one could say that individuals created from such proofread genomes might be more human than anybody currently alive, in that they would be less distorted expressions of human form. Such people would not all be carbon copies, because humans vary genetically in ways other than by carrying different deleterious mutations. But the phenotypical manifestation of a proofread genome may be an exceptional physical and mental constitution, with elevated functioning in polygenic trait dimensions like intelligence, health, hardiness, and appearance. A loose analogy could be made with composite faces, in which the defects of the superimposed individuals are averaged out. See figure. Figure composite faces as a metaphor for spell-checked genomes. Each of the central pictures was produced by superimposing photographs of 16 different individuals, residents of Tel Aviv. Composite faces are often judged to be more beautiful than any of the individual faces of which they are composed, as idiosyncratic imperfections are averaged out. Analogously, by removing individual mutations, proofread genomes may produce people closer to Platonic ideals. Such individuals would not all be genetically identical, because many genes come in multiple equally functional alleles. Proofreading would only eliminate variants arising from deleterious mutations. Other potential biotechnological techniques might also be relevant. Human reproductive cloning, once achieved, could be used to replicate the genome of exceptionally talented individuals. Uptake would be limited by the preference of most prospective parents to be biologically related to their children, yet the practice could nevertheless come to have non-negligible impact because, even a relatively small increase in the number of exceptionally talented people might have a significant effect, and it is possible that some state would embark on a larger-scale eugenics program, perhaps by paying surrogate mothers. Other kinds of genetic engineering, such as the design of novel synthetic genes or insertion into the genome of promoter regions and other elements to control gene expression, might also become important over time. Even more exotic possibilities may exist, such as vats full of complexly structured cultured cortical tissue, or uplifted transgenic animals, perhaps some large-brained mammals such as the whaler elephant, enriched with human genes. These latter ones are wholly speculative, but over a longer time frame they perhaps cannot be completely discounted. So far we have discussed germline interventions, ones that would be done on gametes or embryos. Somatic gene enhancements, by bypassing the generation cycle, could in principle produce impacts more quickly. However, they are technologically much more challenging. They require that the modified genes be inserted into a large number of cells in the living body, including, in the case of cognitive enhancement, the brain. Selecting among existing egg cells or embryos, in contrast, requires no gene insertion. Even such germline therapies as do involve modifying the genome, such as proofreading the genome or splicing in rare alleles, are far easier to implement at the gamete or the embryo stage, where one is dealing with a small number of cells. Furthermore, germline interventions on embryos can probably achieve greater effects than somatic interventions on adults, because the former would be able to shape early brain development whereas the latter would be limited to tweaking an existing structure. Some of what could be done through somatic gene therapy might also be achievable by pharmacological means. Focusing therefore on germline interventions, we must take into account the generational lag delaying any large impact on the world. Even if the technology were perfected today and immediately put to use, it would take more than 2 decades for a genetically enhanced brood to reach maturity. Furthermore, with human applications there is normally a delay of at least 1 decade between proof of concept in the laboratory and clinical application, because of the need for extensive studies to determine safety. The simplest forms of genetic selection, however, could largely abrogate the need for such testing, since they would use standard fertility treatment techniques and genetic information to choose between embryos that might otherwise have been selected by chance. Delays could also result from obstacles rooted not in a fear of failure, demand for safety testing, but in fear of success, demand for regulation driven by concerns about the moral permissibility of genetic selection or its wider social implications. Such concerns are likely to be more influential in some countries than in others, owing to differing cultural, historical, and religious contexts. Post-war Germany, for example, has chosen to give a wide berth to any reproductive practices that could be perceived to be even in the remotest way aimed at enhancement, a stance that is understandable given the particularly dark history of atrocities connected to the eugenics movement in that country. Other Western countries are likely to take a more liberal approach. And some countries, perhaps China or Singapore, both of which have long-term population policies, might not only permit but actively promote the use of genetic selection and genetic engineering to enhance the intelligence of their populations once the technology to do so is available. Once the example has been set, and the results start to show, holdouts will have strong incentives to follow suit. Nations would face the prospect of becoming cognitive backwaters and losing out in economic, scientific, military, and prestige contests with competitors that embrace the new human enhancement technologies. Individuals within a society would see places at elite schools being filled with genetically selected children, who may also on average be prettier, healthier, and more conscientious, and will want their own offspring to have the same advantages. There is some chance that a large attitudinal shift could take place over a relatively short time, perhaps in as little as a decade, once the technology is proven to work and to provide a substantial benefit. Opinion surveys in the United States reveal a dramatic shift in public approval of in vitro fertilization after the birth of the first test tube baby, Louise Brown, in. A few years earlier, only % of Americans said they would personally use IVF to treat infertility, yet in a poll taken shortly after the birth of Louise Brown, % said they would do so, and the number has continued to rise. For comparison, in a poll taken in % of Americans approved of embryo selection for strength or intelligence, % approved of it for avoiding adult-onset cancer, and % approved of it to avoid fatal childhood disease. If we add up the various delays, say 5 to 10 years to gather the information needed for significantly effective selection among a set of IVF embryos, possibly much longer before stem cell-derived gametes are available for use in human reproduction, 10 years to build significant uptake, and 20 to 25 years for the enhanced generation to reach an age where they start becoming productive, we find that germline enhancements are unlikely to have a significant impact on society before the middle of this century. From that point onward, however, the intelligence of significant segments of the adult population may begin to be boosted by genetic enhancements. The speed of the ascent would then greatly accelerate as cohorts conceived using more powerful next-generation genetic technologies, in particular stem cell-derived gametes and iterative embryo selection, enter the labor force. With the full development of the genetic technologies described above, setting aside the more exotic possibilities such as intelligence in cultured neural tissue, it might be possible to ensure that new individuals are on average smarter than any human who has yet existed, with peaks that rise higher still. The potential of biological enhancement is thus ultimately high, probably sufficient for the attainment of at least weak forms of superintelligence. This should not be surprising. After all, dumb evolutionary processes have dramatically amplified the intelligence in the human lineage even compared with our close relatives the great apes and our own humanoid ancestors, and there is no reason to suppose Homo sapiens to have reached the apex of cognitive effectiveness attainable in a biological system. Far from being the smartest possible biological species, we are probably better thought of as the stupidest possible biological species capable of starting a technological civilization, a niche we filled because we got there first, not because we are in any sense optimally adapted to it. Progress along the biological path is clearly feasible. The generational lag in germline interventions means that progress could not be nearly as sudden and abrupt as in scenarios involving machine intelligence. Somatic gene therapies and pharmacological interventions could theoretically skip the generational lag, but they seem harder to perfect and are less likely to produce dramatic effects. The ultimate potential of machine intelligence is, of course, vastly greater than that of organic intelligence. One can get some sense of the magnitude of the gap by considering the speed differential between electronic components and nerve cells. Even today's transistors operate on a timescale 10 million times shorter than that of biological neurons. However, even comparatively moderate enhancements of biological cognition could have important consequences. In particular, cognitive enhancement could accelerate science and technology, including progress toward more potent forms of biological intelligence amplification and machine intelligence. Consider how the rate of progress in the field of artificial intelligence would change in a world where average Joe is an intellectual peer of Alan Turing or John von Neumann, and where millions of people tower far above any intellectual giant of the past. A discussion of the strategic implications of cognitive enhancement will have to await a later chapter. But we can summarize this section by noting 3 conclusions. At least weak forms of superintelligence are achievable by means of biotechnological enhancements. The feasibility of cognitively enhanced humans adds to the plausibility that advanced forms of machine intelligence are feasible, because even if we were fundamentally unable to create machine intelligence, which there is no reason to suppose, machine intelligence might still be within reach of cognitively enhanced humans, And, when we consider scenarios stretching significantly into the second half of this century and beyond, we must take into account the probable emergence of a generation of genetically enhanced populations, voters, inventors, scientists, with the magnitude of enhancement escalating rapidly over subsequent decades. Brain-computer interfaces. It is sometimes proposed that direct brain-computer interfaces, particularly implants, could enable humans to exploit the fortress of digital computing, perfect recall, speedy and accurate arithmetic calculation, and high-bandwidth data transmission, enabling the resulting hybrid system to radically outperform the unaugmented brain. But although the possibility of direct connections between human brains and computers has been demonstrated, it seems unlikely that such interfaces will be widely used as enhancements anytime soon. To begin with, there are significant risks of medical complications, including infections, electrode displacement, hemorrhage, and cognitive decline when implanting electrodes in the brain. Perhaps the most vivid illustration to date of the benefits that can be obtained through brain stimulation is the treatment of patients with Parkinson's disease. The Parkinson's implant is relatively simple. It does not really communicate with the brain but simply supplies a stimulating electric current to the subthalamic nucleus. A demonstration video shows a subject slumped in a chair, completely immobilized by the disease, then suddenly springing to life when the current is switched on. The subject now moves his arms, stands up and walks across the room, turns around and performs a pirouette. Yet even behind this especially simple and almost miraculously successful procedure, there lurk negatives. One study of Parkinson patients who had received deep brain implants showed reductions in verbal fluency, selective attention, color naming, and verbal memory compared with controls. Treated subjects also reported more cognitive complaints. Such risks and side effects might be tolerable if the procedure is used to alleviate severe disability. But in order for healthy subjects to volunteer themselves for neurosurgery, there would have to be some very substantial enhancement of normal functionality to be gained. This brings us to the second reason to doubt that superintelligence will be achieved through cyborgization, namely that enhancement is likely to be far more difficult than therapy. Patients who suffer from paralysis might benefit from an implant that replaces their severed nerves or activates spinal motion pattern generators. Patients who are deaf or blind might benefit from artificial cochleae and retinas. Patients with Parkinson's disease or chronic pain might benefit from deep brain stimulation that excites or inhibits activity in a particular area of the brain. What seems far more difficult to achieve is a high-bandwidth direct interaction between brain and computer to provide substantial increases in intelligence of a form that could not be more readily attained by other means. Most of the potential benefits that brain implants could provide in healthy subjects could be obtained at far less risk, expense, and inconvenience by using our regular motor and sensory organs to interact with computers located outside of our bodies. We do not need to plug a fiber optic cable into our brains in order to access the internet. Not only can the human retina transmit data at an impressive rate of nearly million bits per second, but it comes pre-packaged with a massive amount of dedicated wetware, the visual cortex, that is highly adapted to extracting meaning from this information torrent and to interfacing with other brain areas for further processing. Even if there were an easy way of pumping more information into our brains, the extra data inflow would do little to increase the rate at which we think and learn unless all the neural machinery necessary for making sense of the data were similarly upgraded. Since this includes almost all of the brain, what would really be needed is a whole brain prosthesis, which is just another way of saying artificial general intelligence. Yet if one had a human-level AI, one could dispense with neurosurgery. A computer might as well have a metal casing as one of bone. So this limiting case just takes us back to the AI path, which we have already examined. Brain-computer interfacing has also been proposed as a way to get information out of the brain, for purposes of communicating with other brains or with machines. Such uplinks have helped patients with locked-in syndrome to communicate with the outside world by enabling them to move a cursor on a screen by thought. The bandwidth attained in such experiments is low. The patient painstakingly types out one slow letter after another at a rate of a few words per minute. One can readily imagine improved versions of this technology. Perhaps a next-generation implant could plug into Broca's area, a region in the frontal lobe involved in language production, and pick up internal speech. But whilst such a technology might assist some people with disabilities induced by stroke or muscular degeneration, it would hold little appeal for healthy subjects. The functionality it would provide is essentially that of a microphone coupled with speech recognition software, which is already commercially available minus the pain, inconvenience, expense, and risks associated with neurosurgery, and minus at least some of the hyper-Orwellian overtones of an intracranial listening device. Keeping our machines outside of our bodies also makes upgrading easier. But what about the dream of bypassing words altogether and establishing a connection between two brains that enables concepts, thoughts, or entire areas of expertise to be downloaded from one mind to another? We can download large files to our computers, including libraries with millions of books and articles, and this can be done over the course of seconds. Could something similar be done with our brains? The apparent plausibility of this idea probably derives from an incorrect view of how information is stored and represented in the brain. As noted, the rate-limiting step in human intelligence is not how fast raw data can be fed into the brain but rather how quickly the brain can extract meaning and make sense of the data. Perhaps it will be suggested that we transmit meanings directly, rather than package them into sensory data that must be decoded by the recipient. There are two problems with this. The first is that brains, by contrast to the kinds of program we typically run on our computers, do not use standardized data storage and representation formats. Rather, each brain develops its own idiosyncratic representations of higher-level content. Which particular neuronal assemblies are recruited to represent a particular concept depends on the unique experiences of the brain in question, along with various genetic factors and stochastic physiological processes. Just as in artificial neural nets, meaning in biological neural networks is likely represented holistically in the structure and activity patterns of sizable overlapping regions, not in discrete memory cells laid out in neat arrays. It would therefore not be possible to establish a simple mapping between the neurons in one brain and those in another in such a way that thoughts could automatically slide over from one to the other. In order for the thoughts of one brain to be intelligible to another, the thoughts need to be decomposed and packaged into symbols according to some shared convention that allows the symbols to be correctly interpreted by the receiving brain. This is the job of language. In principle, one could imagine offloading the cognitive work of articulation and interpretation to an interface that would somehow read out the neural states in the sender's brain and somehow feed in a bespoke pattern of activation to the receiver's brain. But this brings us to the second problem with the cyborg scenario. Even setting aside the, quite immense, technical challenge of how to reliably read and write simultaneously from perhaps billions of individually addressable neurons, creating the requisite interface is probably an AI-complete problem. The interface would need to include a component able, in real time, to map firing patterns in one brain onto semantically equivalent firing patterns in the other brain. The detailed multilevel understanding of the neural computation needed to accomplish such a task would seem to directly enable neuromorphic AI. Despite these reservations, the cyborg route toward cognitive enhancement is not entirely without promise. Impressive work on the rat hippocampus has demonstrated the feasibility of a neural prosthesis that can enhance performance in a simple working memory task. In its present version, the implant collects input from a dozen or two electrodes located in one area, CA, of the hippocampus and projects onto a similar number of neurons in another area, CA, A microprocessor is trained to discriminate between two different firing patterns in the first area, corresponding to two different memories, right lever or left lever, and to learn how these patterns are projected into the second area. This prosthesis can not only restore function when the normal neural connection between the two neural areas is blockaded, but by sending an especially clear token of a particular memory pattern to the second area, it can enhance the performance on the memory task beyond what the rat is normally capable of. While technical tour de force by contemporary standards, the study leaves many challenging questions unanswered. How well does the approach scale to greater numbers of memories? How well can we control the combinatorial explosion that otherwise threatens to make learning the correct mapping infeasible as the number of input and output neurons is increased? Does the enhanced performance on the test task come at some hidden cost, such as reduced ability to generalize from the particular stimulus used in the experiment, or reduced ability to unlearn the association when the environment changes? Would the test subjects still somehow benefit even if, unlike rats, they could avail themselves of external memory aids such as pen and paper? And how much harder would it be to apply a similar method to other parts of the brain? Whereas the present prosthesis takes advantage of the relatively simple feed-forward structure of parts of the hippocampus, basically serving as a unidirectional bridge between areas CA and CA, other structures in the cortex involve convoluted feedback loops which greatly increase the complexity of the wiring diagram and, presumably, the difficulty of deciphering the functionality of any embedded group of neurons. One hope for the cyborg root is that the brain, if permanently implanted with a device connecting it to some external resource, would over time learn an effective mapping between its own internal cognitive states and the inputs it receives from, or the outputs accepted by, the device. Then the implant itself would not need to be intelligent, rather, the brain would intelligently adapt to the interface, much as the brain of an infant gradually learns to interpret the signals arriving from receptors in its eyes and ears. But here again one must question how much would really be gained. Suppose that the brain's plasticity was such that it could learn to detect patterns in some new input stream arbitrarily projected onto some part of the cortex by means of a brain-computer interface. Why not project the same information onto the retina instead, as a visual pattern, or onto the cochlea as sounds? The low-tech alternative avoids 1,000 complications, and in either case the brain could deploy its pattern recognition mechanisms and plasticity to learn to make sense of the information. Networks and organizations. Another conceivable path to superintelligence is through the gradual enhancement of networks and organizations that link individual human minds with one another and with various artifacts and bots. The idea here is not that this would enhance the intellectual capacity of individuals enough to make them superintelligent, but rather that some system composed of individuals thus networked and organized might attain a form of superintelligence, what in the next chapter we will elaborate as collective superintelligence. Humanity has gained enormously in collective intelligence over the course of history and prehistory. The gains come from many sources, including innovations in communications technology, such as writing and printing, and above all the introduction of language itself, increases in the size of the world population and the density of habitation, various improvements in organizational techniques and epistemic norms, and a gradual accumulation of institutional capital. In general terms, a system's collective intelligence is limited by the abilities of its member minds, the overheads in communicating relevant information between them, and the various distortions and inefficiencies that pervade human organizations. If communication overheads are reduced, including not only equipment costs but also response latencies, time and attention burdens, and other factors, then larger and more densely connected organizations become feasible. The same could happen if fixes are found for some of the bureaucratic deformations that warp organizational life, wasteful status games, mission creep, concealment or falsification of information, and other agency problems. Even partial solutions to these problems could pay hefty dividends for collective intelligence. The technological and institutional innovations that could contribute to the growth of our collective intelligence are many and various. For example, subsidized prediction markets might foster truth-seeking norms and improve forecasting on contentious scientific and social issues. Lie detectors, should it prove feasible to make ones that are reliable and easy to use, could reduce the scope for deception in human affairs. Self-deception detectors might be even more powerful. Even without newfangled brain technologies, some forms of deception might become harder to practice thanks to increased availability of many kinds of data, including reputations and track records, or the promulgation of strong epistemic norms and rationality culture. Voluntary and involuntary surveillance will amass vast amounts of information about human behavior. Social networking sites are already used by over 1 billion people to share personal details. Soon, these people might begin uploading continuous live recordings from microphones and video cameras embedded in their smartphones or eyeglass frames. Automated analysis of such data streams will enable many new applications, sinister as well as benign, of course. Growth in collective intelligence may also come from more general organizational and economic improvements, and from enlarging the fraction of the world's population that is educated, digitally connected, and integrated into global intellectual culture. The Internet stands out as a particularly dynamic frontier for innovation and experimentation. Most of its potential may still remain unexploited. Continuing development of an intelligent web, with better support for deliberation, debiasing, and judgment aggregation, might make large contributions to increasing the collective intelligence of humanity as a whole or of particular groups. But what of the seemingly more fanciful idea that the Internet might one day wake up? Could the Internet become something more than just the backbone of a loosely integrated collective superintelligence, something more like a virtual skull housing an emerging unified superintellect? This was one of the ways that superintelligence could arise according to Werner Vinge's influential essay, which coined the term technological singularity. Against this one could object that machine intelligence is hard enough to achieve through arduous engineering, and that it is incredible to suppose that it will arise spontaneously. However, the story need not be that some future version of the Internet suddenly becomes superintelligent by mere happenstance. A more plausible version of the scenario would be that the Internet accumulates improvements through the work of many people over many years, work to engineer better search and information filtering algorithms, more powerful data representation formats, more capable autonomous software agents, and more efficient protocols governing the interactions between such bots, and that myriad incremental improvements eventually create the basis for some more unified form of web intelligence. It seems at least conceivable that such a web-based cognitive system, supersaturated with computer power and all other resources needed for explosive growth save for one crucial ingredient, could, when the final missing constituent is dropped into the cauldron, blaze up with superintelligence. This type of scenario, though, converges into another possible path to superintelligence, that of artificial general intelligence, which we have already discussed. Summary. The fact that there are many paths that lead to superintelligence should increase our confidence that we will eventually get there. If one path turns out to be blocked, we can still progress. That there are multiple paths does not entail that there are multiple destinations. Even if significant intelligence amplification were first achieved along one of the non-machine intelligence paths, this would not render machine intelligence irrelevant. Quite the contrary, enhanced biological or organizational intelligence would accelerate scientific and technological developments, potentially hastening the arrival of more radical forms of intelligence amplification such as whole brain emulation and AI. This is not to say that it is a matter of indifference how we get to machine superintelligence. The path taken to get there could make a big difference to the eventual outcome. Even if the ultimate capabilities that are obtained do not depend much on the trajectory, how those capabilities will be used, how much control we humans have over their disposition, might well depend on details of our approach. For example, enhancements of biological or organizational intelligence might increase our ability to anticipate risk and to design machine superintelligence that is safe and beneficial. A full strategic assessment involves many complexities, and will have to await chapter. True superintelligence, as opposed to marginal increases in current levels of intelligence, might plausibly first be attained via the AI path. There are, however, many fundamental uncertainties along this path. This makes it difficult to rigorously assess how long the path is or how many obstacles there are along the way. The whole brain emulation path also has some chance of being the quickest route to superintelligence. Since progress along this path requires mainly incremental technological advances rather than theoretical breakthroughs, a strong case can be made that it will eventually succeed. It seems fairly likely, however, that even if progress along the whole brain emulation path is swift, artificial intelligence will nevertheless be first to cross the finishing line. This is because of the possibility of neuromorphic AIs based on partial emulations. Biological cognitive enhancements are clearly feasible, particularly ones based on genetic selection. Iterated embryo selection currently seems like an especially promising technology. Compared with possible breakthroughs in machine intelligence, however, biological enhancements would be relatively slow and gradual. They would, at best, result in relatively weak forms of superintelligence. More on this shortly. The clear feasibility of biological enhancement should increase our confidence that machine intelligence is ultimately achievable, since enhanced human scientists and engineers will be able to make more and faster progress than their au naturel counterparts. Especially in scenarios in which machine intelligence is delayed beyond mid-century, the increasingly cognitively enhanced cohorts coming on stage will play a growing role in subsequent developments. Brain-computer interfaces look unlikely as a source of superintelligence. Improvements in networks and organizations might result in weakly superintelligent forms of collective intelligence in the long run, but more likely, they will play an enabling role similar to that of biological cognitive enhancement, gradually increasing humanity's effective ability to solve intellectual problems. Compared with biological enhancements, advances in networks and organization will make a difference sooner. In fact, such advances are occurring continuously and are having a significant impact already. However, improvements in networks and organizations may yield narrower increases in our problem-solving capacity than will improvements in biological cognition, boosting collective intelligence rather than quality intelligence, to anticipate a distinction we are about to introduce in the next chapter. Chapter Forms of Superintelligence. So what exactly do we mean by superintelligence? While we do not wish to get bogged down in terminological swamps, something needs to be said to clarify the conceptual ground. This chapter identifies 3 different forms of superintelligence and argues that they are, in a practically relevant sense, equivalent. We also show that the potential for intelligence in a machine substrate is vastly greater than in a biological substrate. Machines have a number of fundamental advantages which will give them overwhelming superiority. Biological humans, even if enhanced, will be outclassed. Many machines and non-human animals already perform at superhuman levels in narrow domains. Bats interpret sonar signals better than man, calculators outperform us in arithmetic, and chess programs beat us in chess. The range of specific tasks that can be better performed by software will continue to expand. But although specialized information processing systems will have many uses, there are additional profound issues that arise only with the prospect of machine intellects that have enough general intelligence to substitute for humans across the board. As previously indicated, we use the term superintelligence to refer to intellects that greatly outperform the best current human minds across many very general cognitive domains. This is still quite vague. Different kinds of system with rather disparate performance attributes could qualify as superintelligences under this definition. To advance the analysis, it is helpful to disaggregate this simple notion of superintelligence by distinguishing different bundles of intellectual supercapabilities. There are many ways in which such decomposition could be done. Here we will differentiate between three forms: speed superintelligence, collective superintelligence, and quality superintelligence. Speed superintelligence. A speed superintelligence is an intellect that is just like a human mind but faster. This is conceptually the easiest form of superintelligence to analyze. We can define speed superintelligence as follows. Speed superintelligence, a system that can do all that a human intellect can do, but much faster. By much we here mean something like multiple orders of magnitude. But rather than try to expunge every remnant of vagueness from the definition, we will entrust the reader with interpreting it sensibly. The simplest example of speed superintelligence would be a whole brain emulation running on fast hardware. An emulation operating at a speed of 10,000 times that of a biological brain would be able to read a book in a few seconds and write a PhD thesis in an afternoon. With a speed-up factor of 1,000,000, an emulation could accomplish an entire millennium of intellectual work in one working day. To such a fast mind, events in the external world appear to unfold in slow motion. Suppose your mind ran at times. If your fleshly friend should happen to drop his teacup, you could watch the porcelain slowly descend toward the carpet over the course of several hours, like a comet silently gliding through space toward an assignation with a far-off planet. And, as the anticipation of the coming crash tardily propagates through the folds of your friend's grey matter and from thence out into his peripheral nervous system, you could observe his body gradually assuming the aspect of a frozen oops, enough time for you not only to order a replacement cup but also to read a couple of scientific papers and take a nap. Because of this apparent time dilation of the material world, a speed superintelligence would prefer to work with digital objects. It could live in virtual reality and deal in the information economy. Alternatively, it could interact with the physical environment by means of nanoscale manipulators, since limbs at such small scales could operate faster than macroscopic appendages. The characteristic frequency of a system tends to be inversely proportional to its length scale. A fast mind might commune mainly with other fast minds rather than with bradytelic, molasses-like humans. The speed of light becomes an increasingly important constraint as minds get faster, since faster minds face greater opportunity costs in the use of their time for traveling or communicating over long distances. Light is roughly 1,000,000 times faster than a jet plane, so it would take a digital agent with a mental speed-up of times about the same amount of subjective time to travel across the globe as it does a contemporary human journey. Dialing somebody long distance would take as long as getting there in person, though it would be cheaper as a call would require less bandwidth. Agents with large mental speed-ups who want to converse extensively might find it advantageous to move near one another. Extremely fast minds with need for frequent interaction, such as members of a work team, may take up residence in computers located in the same building to avoid frustrating latencies. Collective superintelligence. Another form of superintelligence is a system achieving superior performance by aggregating large numbers of smaller intelligences. Collective superintelligence, a system composed of a large number of smaller intellects such that the system's overall performance across many very general domains vastly outstrips that of any current cognitive system. Collective superintelligence is less conceptually clear-cut than speed superintelligence, however, it is more familiar empirically. While we have no experience with human-level minds that differ significantly in clock speed, we do have ample experience with collective intelligence systems composed of various numbers of human-level components working together with various degrees of efficiency. Firms, work teams, gossip networks, advocacy groups, academic communities, countries, even humankind as a whole, can, if we adopt a somewhat abstract perspective, be viewed as loosely defined systems capable of solving classes of intellectual problems. From experience, we have some sense of how easily different tasks succumb to the efforts of organizations of various size and composition. Collective intelligence excels at solving problems that can be readily broken into parts such that solutions to sub-problems can be pursued in parallel and verified independently. Tasks like building a space shuttle or operating a hamburger franchise offer myriad opportunities for division of labor. Different engineers work on different components of the spacecraft. Different staffs operate different restaurants. In academia, the rigid division of researchers, students, journals, grants, and prizes into separate self-contained disciplines, though unconducive to the type of work represented by this book, might, only in a conciliatory and mellow frame of mind, be viewed as a necessary accommodation to the practicalities of allowing large numbers of diversely motivated individuals and teams to contribute to the growth of human knowledge while working relatively independently, each ploughing their own furrow. A system's collective intelligence could be enhanced by expanding the number or the quality of its constituent intellects, or by improving the quality of their organization. To obtain a collective superintelligence from any present-day collective intelligence would require a very great degree of enhancement. The resulting system would need to be capable of vastly outperforming any current collective intelligence or other cognitive system across many very general domains. A new conference format that lets scholars exchange information more effectively, or a new collaborative information filtering algorithm that better predicted users' ratings of books and movies, would clearly not on its own amount to anything approaching collective superintelligence. Nor would a % increase in the world population, or an improvement in pedagogical method that enabled students to complete a school day in 4 hours instead of 6. Some far more extreme. Growth of humanity's collective cognitive capacity would be required to meet the criterion of collective superintelligence. Note that the threshold for collective superintelligence is indexed to the performance levels of the present, that is, the early 21st century. Over the course of human prehistory, and again over the course of human history, humanity's collective intelligence has grown by very large factors. World population, for example, has increased by at least a factor of 1,000 since the Pleistocene. On this basis alone, current levels of human collective intelligence could be regarded as approaching superintelligence relative to a Pleistocene baseline. Some improvements in communications technologies, especially spoken language, but perhaps also cities, writing, and printing, could also be argued to have, individually or in combination, provided supersized boosts, in the sense that if another innovation of comparable impact to our collective intellectual problem-solving capacity were to happen, it would result in collective superintelligence. A certain kind of reader will be tempted at this point to interject that modern society does not seem so particularly intelligent. Perhaps some unwelcome political decision has just been made in the reader's home country, and the apparent unwisdom of that decision now looms large in the reader's mind as evidence of the mental incapacity of the modern era. And is it not the case that contemporary humanity is idolizing material consumption, depleting natural resources, polluting the environment, decimating species diversity, all the while failing to remedy screaming global injustices and neglecting paramount humanistic or spiritual values? However, setting aside the question of how modernity's shortcomings stack up against the not-so-inconsiderable failings of earlier epochs, nothing in our definition of collective superintelligence implies that a society with greater collective intelligence is necessarily better off. The definition does not even imply that the more collectively intelligent society is wiser. We can think of wisdom as the ability to get the important things approximately right. It is then possible to imagine an organization composed of a very large cadre of very efficiently coordinated knowledge workers, who collectively can solve intellectual problems across many very general domains. This organization, let us suppose, can operate most kinds of businesses, invent most kinds of technologies, and optimize most kinds of processes. Even so, it might get a few key big-picture issues entirely wrong. For instance, it may fail to take proper precautions against existential risks and as a result pursue a short explosive growth spurt that ends ingloriously in total collapse. Such an organization could have a very high degree of collective intelligence, If sufficiently high, the organization is a collective superintelligence. We should resist the temptation to roll every normatively desirable attribute into one giant amorphous concept of mental functioning, as though one could never find one admirable trait without all the others being equally present. Instead, we should recognize that there can exist instrumentally powerful information processing systems, intelligent systems, that are neither inherently good nor reliably wise. But we will revisit this issue in Chapter. Collective superintelligence could be either loosely or tightly integrated. To illustrate a case of loosely integrated collective superintelligence, imagine a planet, Mega-Earth, which has the same level of communication and coordination technologies that we currently have on the real Earth, but with a population 1 million times as large. With such a huge population, the total intellectual workforce on Mega-Earth would be correspondingly larger than on our planet. Suppose that a scientific genius of the caliber of a Newton or an Einstein arises at least once for every billion people, then on Mega-Earth there will be such geniuses living contemporaneously, alongside proportionally vast multitudes of slightly lesser talents. New ideas and technologies would be developed at a furious pace, and global civilization on Mega-Earth would constitute a loosely integrated collective superintelligence. If we gradually increase the level of integration of a collective intelligence, it may eventually become a unified intellect, a single large mind, as opposed to a mere assemblage of loosely interacting smaller human minds. The inhabitants of Mega-Earth could take steps in that direction by improving communications and coordination technologies and by developing better ways for many individuals to work on any hard intellectual problem together. A collective superintelligence could thus, after gaining sufficiently in integration, become a quality superintelligence. Quality superintelligence. We can distinguish a third form of superintelligence. Quality superintelligence, a system that is at least as fast as a human mind and vastly qualitatively smarter. As with collective intelligence, intelligence quality is also a somewhat murky concept, and in this case the difficulty is compounded by our lack of experience with any variations in intelligence quality above the upper end of the present human distribution. We can, however, get some grasp of the notion by considering some related cases. First, we can expand the range of our reference points by considering non-human animals, which have intelligence of lower quality. This is not meant as a speciesist remark. A zebrafish has a quality of intelligence that is excellently adapted to its ecological needs, but the relevant perspective here is a more anthropocentric one. Our concern is with performance on humanly relevant complex cognitive tasks. Non-human animals lack complex structured language. They are capable of no or only rudimentary tool use and tool construction. They are severely restricted in their ability to make long-term plans, and they have very limited abstract reasoning ability. Nor are these limitations fully explained by a lack of speeder of collective intelligence among non-human animal minds. In terms of raw computational power, human brains are probably inferior to those of some large animals, including elephants and whales. And although humanity's complex technological civilization would be impossible without our massive advantage in collective intelligence, not all distinctly human cognitive capabilities depend on collective intelligence. Many are highly developed even in small, isolated hunter-gatherer bands. And many are not nearly as highly developed among highly organized non-human animals, such as chimpanzees and dolphins intensely trained by human instructors, or ants living in their own large and well-ordered societies. Evidently, the remarkable intellectual achievements of Homo sapiens are to a significant extent attributable to specific features of our brain architecture, features that depend on a unique genetic endowment not shared by other animals. This observation can help us illustrate the concept of quality superintelligence. It is intelligence of quality at least as superior to that of human intelligence as the quality of human intelligence is superior to that of elephants, dolphins, or chimpanzees. A A second way to illustrate the concept of quality superintelligence is by noting the domain-specific cognitive deficits that can afflict individual humans, particularly deficits that are not caused by general dementia or other conditions associated with wholesale destruction of the brain's neurocomputational resources. Consider, for example, individuals with autism spectrum disorders who may have striking deficits in social cognition while functioning well in other cognitive domains, or individuals with congenital amusia, who are unable to hum or recognize simple tunes yet perform normally in most other respects. Many other examples could be adduced from the neuropsychiatric literature, which is replete with case studies of patients suffering narrowly circumscribed deficits caused by genetic abnormalities or brain trauma. Such examples show that normal human adults have a range of remarkable cognitive talents that are not simply a function of possessing a sufficient amount of general neural processing power or even a sufficient amount of general intelligence. Specialized neural circuitry is also needed. This observation suggests the idea of possible but non-realized cognitive talents that no actual human possesses even though other intelligent systems, ones with no more computing power than the human brain, that did have those talents would gain enormously in their ability to accomplish a wide range of strategically relevant tasks. Accordingly, by considering non-human animals and human individuals with domain-specific cognitive deficits, we can form some notion of different qualities of intelligence and the practical difference they make. Had Homo sapiens lacked, for instance, the cognitive modules that enable complex linguistic representations, it might have been just another simian species living in harmony with nature. Conversely, were we to gain some new set of modules giving an advantage comparable to that of being able to form complex linguistic representations, we would become superintelligent. Direct and indirect reach. Superintelligence in any of these forms could, over time, develop the technology necessary to create any of the others. The indirect reaches of these three forms of superintelligence are therefore equal. In that sense, the indirect reach of current human intelligence is also in the same equivalence class, under the supposition that we are able eventually to create some form of superintelligence. Yet there is a sense in which the three forms of superintelligence are much closer to one another. Any one of them could create other forms of superintelligence more rapidly than we can create any form of superintelligence from our present starting point. The direct reaches of the three different forms of superintelligence are harder to compare. There may be no definite ordering. Their respective capabilities depend on the degree to which they instantiate their respective advantages, how fast a speed superintelligence is, how qualitatively superior a quality superintelligence is, and so forth. At most, we might say that, ceteris paribus, speed superintelligence excels at tasks requiring the rapid execution of a long series of steps that must be performed sequentially, while collective superintelligence excels at tasks admitting of analytic decomposition into parallelizable subtasks and tasks demanding the combination of many different perspectives and skill sets. In some vague sense, quality superintelligence would be the most capable form of all, inasmuch as it could grasp and solve problems that are, for all practical purposes, beyond the direct reach of speed superintelligence and collective superintelligence. In some domains, quantity is a poor substitute for quality. One solitary genius working out of a cork-lined bedroom can write In Search of Lost Time. Could an equivalent masterpiece be produced by recruiting an office building full of literary hacks? Even within the range of present human variation, we see that some functions benefit greatly from the labor of one brilliant mastermind as opposed to the joint efforts of myriad mediocrities. If we widen our purview to include superintelligent minds, we must countenance a likelihood of there being intellectual problems solvable only by superintelligence and intractable to any ever so large collective of non-augmented humans. There might thus be some problems that are solvable by a quality superintelligence, and perhaps by a speed superintelligence, yet which a loosely integrated collective superintelligence cannot solve, other than by first amplifying its own intelligence. We cannot clearly see what all these problems are, but we can characterize them in general terms. They would tend to be problems involving multiple complex interdependencies that do not permit of independently verifiable solution steps, problems that therefore cannot be solved in a piecemeal fashion, and that might require qualitatively new kinds of understanding or new representational frameworks that are too deep or too complicated for the current edition of mortals to discover or use effectively. Some types of artistic creation and strategic cognition might fall into this category. Some types of scientific breakthrough, perhaps, likewise. And one can speculate that the tardiness and wobbliness of humanity's progress on many of the eternal problems of philosophy are due to the unsuitability of the human cortex for philosophical work. On this view, our most celebrated philosophers are like dogs walking on their hind legs, just barely attaining the threshold level of performance required for engaging in the activity at all. Source of advantage for digital intelligence. Minor changes in brain volume and wiring can have major consequences, as we see when we compare the intellectual and technological achievements of humans with those of other apes. The far greater changes in computing resources and architecture that machine intelligence will enable will probably have consequences that are even more profound. It is difficult, perhaps impossible, for us to form an intuitive sense of the aptitudes of a superintelligence, but we can at least get an inkling of the space of possibilities by looking at some of the advantages open to digital minds. The hardware advantages are easiest to appreciate. Speed of computational elements. Biological neurons operate at a peak speed of about Hz, a full 7 orders of magnitude slower than a modern microprocessor, ~GHz. As a consequence, the human brain is forced to rely on massive parallelization and is incapable of rapidly performing any computation that requires a large number of sequential operations. Anything the brain does in a second cannot use much more than 100 sequential operations, perhaps only a few dozen. Yet many of the most practically important algorithms in programming and computer science are not easily parallelizable. Many cognitive tasks could be performed far more efficiently if the brain's native support for parallelizable pattern matching algorithms were complemented by, and integrated with, support for fast sequential processing. Internal communication speed. Axons carry action potentials at speeds of ms or less, whereas electronic processing cores can communicate optically at the speed of light, ms. The sluggishness of neural signals limits how big a biological brain can be while functioning as a single processing unit. For example, to achieve a round-trip latency of less than ms between any two elements in a system, biological brains must be smaller than m. An electronic system, on the other hand, could be times m, about the size of a dwarf planet, 18 orders of magnitude larger. Number of computational elements. The human brain has somewhat fewer than billion neurons. Humans have about 3.5 times the brain size of chimpanzees, though only 1/5 the brain size of sperm whales. The number of neurons in a biological creature is most obviously limited by cranial volume and metabolic constraints, but other factors may also be significant for larger brains, such as cooling, development time, and signal conductance delays, see the previous point. By contrast, computer hardware is indefinitely scalable up to very high physical limits. Supercomputers can be warehousized or larger, with additional remote capacity added via high-speed cables. Storage capacity. Human working memory is able to hold no more than some 4 or 5 chunks of information at any given time. While it would be misleading to compare the size of human working memory directly with the amount of RAM in a digital computer, it is clear that the hardware advantages of digital intelligences will make it possible for them to have larger working memories. This might enable such minds to intuitively grasp complex relationships that humans can only fumblingly handle via plodding calculation. Human long-term memory is also limited, though it is unclear whether we manage to exhaust its storage capacity during the course of an ordinary lifetime. The rate at which we accumulate information is so slow. On one estimate, the adult human brain stores about 1 billion bits, a couple of orders of magnitude less than a low-end smartphone. Both the amount of information stored and the speed with which it can be accessed could thus be vastly greater in a machine brain than in a biological brain. Reliability, lifespan, sensors, etc. Machine intelligences might have various other hardware advantages. For example, biological neurons are less reliable than transistors. Since noisy computing necessitates redundant encoding schemes that use multiple elements to encode a single bit of information, a digital brain might derive some efficiency gains from the use of reliable high-precision computing elements. Brains become fatigued after a few hours of work and start to permanently decay after a few decades of subjective time. Microprocessors are not subject to these limitations. Data flow into a machine intelligence could be increased by adding millions of sensors. Depending on the technology used, a machine might have reconfigurable hardware that can be optimized for changing task requirements, whereas much of the brain's architecture is fixed from birth or only slowly changeable, though the details of synaptic connectivity can change over shorter timescales, like days. At present, the computational power of the biological brain still compares favorably with that of digital computers, though top-of-the-line supercomputers are attaining levels of performance that are within the range of plausible estimates of the brain's processing power. But hardware is rapidly improving, and the ultimate limits of hardware performance are vastly higher than those of biological computing substrates. Digital minds will also benefit from major advantages in software. Editability. It is easier to experiment with parameter variations in software than in neural wetware. For example, with a whole brain emulation, one could easily trial what happens if one adds more neurons in a particular cortical area or if one increases or decreases their excitability. Running such experiments in living biological brains would be far more difficult. Duplicability. With software, one can quickly make arbitrarily many high-fidelity copies to fill the available hardware base. Biological brains, by contrast, can be reproduced only very slowly, and each new instance starts out in a helpless state, remembering nothing of what its parents learned in their lifetimes. Goal coordination. Human collectives are replete with inefficiencies arising from the fact that it is nearly impossible to achieve complete uniformity of purpose among the members of a large group, at least until it becomes feasible to induce docility on a large scale by means of drugs or genetic selection. A copy clan, a group of identical or almost identical programs sharing a common goal, would avoid such coordination problems. Memory sharing. Biological brains need extended periods of training and mentorship, whereas digital minds could acquire new memories and skills by swapping data files. A population of 1 billion copies of an AI program could synchronize their databases periodically, so that all the instances of the program know everything that any instance learned during the previous hour. Direct memory transfer requires standardized representational formats. Easy swapping of high-level cognitive content would therefore not be possible between just any pair of machine intelligences. In particular, it would not be possible among first-generation whole-brain emulations. New modules, modalities, and algorithms. Visual perception seems to us easy and effortless, quite unlike solving textbook geometry problems, this despite the fact that it takes a massive amount of computation to reconstruct, from the two-dimensional patterns of stimulation on our retinas, a three-dimensional representation of a world populated with recognizable objects. The reason this seems easy is that we have dedicated low-level neural machinery for processing visual information. This low-level processing occurs unconsciously and automatically, without draining our mental energy or conscious attention. Music perception, language use, social cognition, and other forms of information processing that are natural for us humans seem to be likewise supported by dedicated neurocomputational modules. An artificial mind that had such specialized support for other cognitive domains that have become important in the contemporary world, such as engineering, computer programming, and business. strategy would have big advantages over minds like ours that have to rely on clunky general-purpose cognition to think about such things. New algorithms may also be developed to take advantage of the distinct affordances of digital hardware, such as its support for fast serial processing. The ultimately attainable advantages of machine intelligence, hardware and software combined, are enormous. But how rapidly could those potential advantages be realized? That is the question to which we now turn. Chapter: The Kinetics of an Intelligence Explosion. Once machines attain some form of human equivalence in general reasoning ability, how long will it then be before they attain radical superintelligence? Will this be a slow, gradual, protracted transition? Or will it be sudden, explosive? This chapter analyzes the kinetics of the transition to superintelligence as a function of optimization power and system recalcitrance. We consider what we know or may reasonably surmise about the behavior of these two factors in the neighborhood of human-level general intelligence. Timing and speed of the takeoff. Given that machines will eventually vastly exceed biology in general intelligence, but that machine cognition is currently vastly narrower than human cognition, one is led to wonder how quickly this usurpation will take place. The question we are asking here must be sharply distinguished from the question we considered in chapter about how far away we currently are from developing a machine with human-level general intelligence. Here the question is instead, if and when such a machine is developed, how long will it be from then until a machine becomes radically superintelligent? Note that one could think that it will take quite a long time until machines reach the human baseline, or one might be agnostic about how long that will take, and yet have a strong view that once this happens, the further ascent into strong superintelligence will be very rapid. It can be helpful to think about these matters schematically, even though doing so involves temporarily ignoring some qualifications and complicating details. Consider, then, a diagram that plots the intellectual capability of the most advanced machine intelligence system as a function of time. Figure. A horizontal line labeled human baseline represents the effective intellectual capabilities of a representative human adult with access to the information sources and technological aids currently available in developed countries. At present, the most advanced AI system is far below the human baseline on any reasonable metric of general intellectual ability. At some point in future, a machine might reach approximate parity with this human baseline, which we take to be fixed anchored to the year, say, even if the capabilities of human individuals should have increased in the intervening years, this would mark the onset of the takeoff. The capabilities of the system continue to grow, and at some later point the system reaches parity with the combined intellectual capability of all of humanity, again anchored to the present what we may call the civilization baseline. Eventually, if the system's abilities continue to grow, it attains strong superintelligence, a level of intelligence vastly greater than contemporary humanity's combined intellectual wherewithal. The attainment of strong superintelligence marks the completion of the takeoff, though the system might continue to gain in capacity thereafter. Sometime during the takeoff phase, the system may pass a landmark which we can call the crossover, a point beyond which the system's further improvement is mainly driven by the system's own actions rather than by work performed upon it by others. The possible existence of such a crossover will become important in the subsection on optimization power and explosivity, later in this chapter. Figure shape of the takeoff. It is important to distinguish between these questions. Will a takeoff occur, and if so, when? And if and when a takeoff does occur, how steep will it be? One might hold, for example, that it will be a very long time before a takeoff occurs, but that when it does it will proceed very quickly. Another relevant question, not illustrated in this figure, is, how large a fraction of the world economy will participate in the takeoff? These questions are related but distinct. With this picture in mind, we can distinguish three classes of transition scenarios: scenarios in which systems progress from human-level intelligence to superintelligence based on their steepness, that is to say, whether they represent a slow, fast, or moderate takeoff. Slow. A slow takeoff is one that occurs over some long temporal interval, such as decades or centuries. Slow takeoff scenarios offer excellent opportunities for human political processes to adapt and respond. Different approaches can be tried and tested in sequence. New experts can be trained and credentialed. Grassroots campaigns can be mobilized by groups that feel they are being disadvantaged by unfolding developments. If it appears that new kinds of secure infrastructure or mass surveillance of AI researchers is needed, such systems could be developed and deployed. Nations fearing an AI arms race would have time to try to negotiate treaties and design enforcement mechanisms. Most preparations undertaken before onset of the slow takeoff would be rendered obsolete as better solutions would gradually become visible in the light of the dawning era. Fast. A fast takeoff occurs over some short temporal interval, such as minutes, hours, or days. Fast takeoff scenarios offer scant opportunity for humans to deliberate. Nobody need even notice anything unusual before the game is already lost. In a fast takeoff scenario, humanity's fate essentially depends on preparations previously put in place. At the slowest end of the fast takeoff scenario range, some simple human actions might be possible, analogous to flicking open the nuclear suitcase, but any such action would either be elementary or have been planned and pre-programmed in advance. Moderate. A moderate takeoff is one that occurs over some intermediary temporal interval, such as months or years. Moderate takeoff scenarios give humans some chance to respond but not much time to analyze the situation, to test different approaches, or to solve complicated coordination problems. There is not enough time to develop or deploy new systems, e.g. political systems, surveillance regimes, or computer network security protocols, but extant systems could be applied to the new challenge. During a slow takeoff, there would be plenty of time for the news to get out. In a moderate takeoff, by contrast, it is possible that developments would be kept secret as they unfold. Knowledge might be restricted to a small group of insiders. As in a covert state-sponsored military research program. Commercial projects, small academic teams, and 9 hackers in a basement outfits might also be clandestine, though, if the prospect of an intelligence explosion were on the radar of state intelligence agencies as a national security priority, then the most promising private projects would seem to have a good chance of being under surveillance. The host state, or a dominant foreign power, would then have the option of nationalizing or shutting down any project that showed signs of commencing takeoff. Fast takeoffs would happen so quickly that there would not be much time for word to get out or for anybody to mount a meaningful reaction if it did. But an outsider might intervene before the onset of the takeoff if they believed a particular project to be closing in on success. Moderate takeoff scenarios could lead to geopolitical, social, and economic turbulence as individuals and groups jockey to position themselves to gain from the unfolding transformation. Such upheaval, should it occur, might impede efforts to orchestrate a well-composed response. Alternatively, it might enable solutions more radical than calmer circumstances would permit. For instance, in a moderate takeoff scenario where cheap and capable emulations or other digital mines gradually flood labor markets over a period of years, one could imagine mass protests by laid-off workers pressuring governments to increase unemployment benefits or institute a living wage guarantee to all human citizens, or to levy special taxes or impose minimum wage requirements on employers who use emulation workers. In order for any relief derived from such policies to be more than fleeting, support for them would somehow have to be cemented into permanent power structures. Similar issues can arise if the takeoff is slow rather than moderate, but the disequilibrium and rapid change in moderate scenarios may present special opportunities for small groups to wield disproportionate influence. It might appear to some readers that of these 3 types of scenario, the slow takeoff is the most probable, the moderate takeoff is less probable, and the fast takeoff is utterly implausible. It could seem fanciful to suppose that the world could be radically transformed and humanity deposed from its position as apex cogitator over the course of an hour or two. No change of such moment has ever occurred in human history, and its nearest parallels, the agricultural and industrial revolutions, played out over much longer timescales, centuries to millennia in the former case, decades to centuries in the latter. So the base rate for the kind of transition entailed by a fast or medium takeoff scenario, in terms of the speed and magnitude of the postulated change, is zero. It lacks precedent outside myth and religion. Nevertheless, this chapter will present some reasons for thinking that the slow transition scenario is improbable. If and when a takeoff occurs, it will likely be explosive. To begin to analyze the question of how fast the takeoff will be, we can conceive of the rate of increase in a system's intelligence as a monotonically increasing function of two variables, the amount of optimization power, or quality-weighted design effort, that is being applied to increase the system's intelligence, and the responsiveness of the system to the application of a given amount of such optimization power. We might term the inverse of responsiveness recalcitrance, and write. Pending some specification of how to quantify intelligence, design effort, and recalcitrance, this expression is merely qualitative. But we can at least observe that a system's intelligence will increase rapidly if there a lot of skilled effort is applied to the task of increasing its intelligence, and the system's intelligence is not too hard to increase, or there is a non-trivial design effort and the system's recalcitrance is low, or both. If we know how much design effort is going into improving a particular system, and the rate of improvement this effort produces, we could calculate the system's recalcitrance. Further, we can observe that the amount of optimization power devoted to improving some systems' performance varies between systems and over time. A system's recalcitrance might also vary depending on how much the system has already been optimized. Often, the easiest improvements are made first, leading to diminishing returns, increasing recalcitrance, as low-hanging fruits are depleted. However, there can also be improvements that make further improvements easier, leading to improvement cascades. The process of solving a jigsaw puzzle starts out simple. It is easy to find the corners and the edges. Then recalcitrance goes up as subsequent pieces are harder to fit. But as the puzzle nears completion, the search space collapses and the process gets easier again. To proceed in our inquiry, we must therefore analyze how recalcitrance and optimization power might vary in the critical time periods during the takeoff. This will occupy us over the next few pages. Recalcitrance. Let us begin with recalcitrance. The outlook here depends on the type of the system under consideration. For completeness, we first cast a brief glance at the recalcitrance that would be encountered along paths to superintelligence that do not involve advanced machine intelligence. We find that recalcitrance along those paths appears to be fairly high. That done, we will turn to the main case, which is that the takeoff involves machine intelligence, and there we find that recalcitrance at the critical juncture seems low. Non-machine intelligence paths. Cognitive enhancement via improvements in public health and diet has steeply diminishing returns. Big gains come from eliminating severe nutritional deficiencies, and the most severe deficiencies have already been largely eliminated in all but the poorest countries. Only girth is gained by increasing an already adequate diet. Education, too, is now probably subject to diminishing returns. The fraction of talented individuals in the world who lack access to quality education is still substantial, but declining. Pharmacological enhancers might deliver some cognitive gains over the coming decades. But after the easiest fixes have been accomplished, perhaps sustainable increases in mental energy and ability to concentrate, along with better control over the rate of long-term memory consolidation, subsequent gains will be increasingly hard to come by. Unlike diet and public health approaches, however, improving cognition through smart drugs might get easier before it gets harder. The field of neuropharmacology still lacks much of the basic knowledge that would be needed to competently intervene in the healthy brain. Neglect of enhancement medicine as a legitimate area of research may be partially to blame for this current backwardness. If neuroscience and pharmacology continue to progress for a while longer without focusing on cognitive enhancement, then maybe there would be some relatively easy gains to be had when at last the development of nootropics becomes a serious priority. Genetic cognitive enhancement has a U-shaped recalcitrance profile similar to that of nootropics, but with larger potential gains. Recalcitrance starts out high while the only available method is selective breeding sustained over many generations, something that is obviously difficult to accomplish on a globally significant scale. Genetic enhancement will get easier as technology is developed for cheap and effective genetic testing and selection, and particularly when iterated embryo selection becomes feasible in humans. These new techniques will make it possible to tap the pool of existing human genetic variation for intelligence-enhancing alleles. As the best existing alleles get incorporated into genetic enhancement packages, however, further gains will get harder to come by. The need for more innovative approaches to genetic modification may then increase recalcitrance. There are limits to how quickly things can progress along the genetic enhancement path, most notably the fact that germline interventions are subject to an inevitable maturational lag. This strongly counteracts possibility of a fast or moderate takeoff. That embryo selection can only be applied in the context of in vitro fertilization will slow its rate of adoption, another limiting factor. The recalcitrance along the brain-computer path seems initially very high. In the unlikely event that it somehow becomes easy to insert brain implants and to achieve high-level functional integration with the cortex, recalcitrance might plummet. In the long run, the difficulty of making progress along this path would be similar to that involved in improving emulations or AIS, since the bulk of the brain-computer system's intelligence would eventually reside in the computer part. The recalcitrance for making networks and organizations in general more efficient is high. A vast amount of effort is going into overcoming this recalcitrance, and the result is an annual improvement of humanity's total capacity by perhaps no more than a couple of %. Furthermore, shifts in the internal and external environment mean that organizations, even if efficient at one time, soon become ill-adapted to their new circumstances. Ongoing reform effort is thus required even just to prevent deterioration. A step change in the rate of gain in average organizational efficiency is perhaps conceivable, but it is hard to see how even the most radical scenario of this kind could produce anything faster than a slow takeoff, since organizations operated by humans are confined to work on human timescales. The Internet continues to be an exciting frontier with many opportunities for enhancing collective intelligence with a recalcitrance that seems at the moment to be in the moderate range. Progress is somewhat swift, but a lot of effort is going into making this progress happen. It may be expected to increase as low-hanging fruits, such as search engines and email, are depleted. Emulation and AI paths. The difficulty of advancing toward whole-brain emulation is difficult to estimate. Yet we can point to a specific future milestone, the successful emulation of an insect brain. That milestone stands on a hill, and its conquest would bring into view much of the terrain ahead, allowing us to make a decent guess at the recalcitrance of scaling up the technology to human whole-brain emulation. A successful emulation of a small mammal brain, such as that of a mouse, would give an even better vantage point that would allow the distance remaining to a human whole brain emulation to be estimated with a high degree of precision. The path toward artificial intelligence, by contrast, may feature no such obvious milestone or early observation point. It is entirely possible that the quest for artificial intelligence will appear to be lost in dense jungle until an unexpected breakthrough reveals the finishing line in a clearing just a few short steps away. Recall the distinction between these two questions. How hard is it to attain roughly human levels of cognitive ability? And how hard is it to get from there to superhuman levels? The first question is mainly relevant for predicting how long it will be before the onset of a takeoff. It is the second question that is key to assessing the shape of the takeoff, which is our aim here. And though it might be tempting to suppose that the step from human level to superhuman level must be the harder one, this step, after all, takes place at a higher altitude where capacity must be superadded to an already quite capable system. This would be a very unsafe assumption. It is quite possible that recalcitrance falls when a machine reaches human parity. Consider first whole brain emulation. The difficulties involved in creating the first human emulation are of a quite different kind from those involved in enhancing an existing emulation. Creating a first emulation involves huge technological challenges, particularly in regard to developing the requisite scanning and image interpretation capabilities. This step might also require considerable amounts of physical capital. An industrial-scale machine park with hundreds of high-throughput scanning machines is not implausible. By contrast, enhancing the quality of an existing emulation involves tweaking algorithms and data structures, essentially a software problem, and one that could turn out to be much easier than perfecting the imaging technology needed to create the original template. Programmers could easily experiment with tricks like increasing the neuron count in different cortical areas to see how it affects performance. They also could work on code optimization and on finding simpler computational models that preserve the essential functionality of individual neurons or small networks of neurons. If the last technological prerequisite to fall into place is either scanning or translation, with computing power being relatively abundant, then not much attention might have been given during the development for SATO implementational efficiency, and easy opportunities for computational efficiency savings might be available. More fundamental architectural reorganization might also be possible, but that takes us off the emulation path and into AI territory. Another way to improve the codebase once the first emulation has been produced is to scan additional brains with different or superior skills and talents. Productivity growth would also occur as a consequence of adapting organizational structures and workflows to the unique attributes of digital minds. Since there is no precedent in the human economy of a worker who can be literally copied, reset, run at different speeds, and so forth, managers of the first emulation cohort would find plenty of room for innovation in managerial practices. After initially plummeting when human whole brain emulation becomes possible, recalcitrance may rise again. Sooner or later, the most glaring implementational inefficiencies will have been optimized away, the most promising algorithmic variations will have been tested, and the easiest opportunities for organizational innovation will have been exploited. The template library will have expanded so that acquiring more brain scans would add little benefit over working with existing templates. Since a template can be multiplied, each copy can be individually trained in a different field, and this can be done at electronic speed. It might that the number of brains that would need to be scanned in order to capture most of the potential economic gains is small. Possibly a single brain would suffice. Another potential cause of escalating recalcitrance is the possibility that emulations or their biological supporters will organize to support regulations restricting the use of emulation workers, limiting emulation copying, prohibiting certain kinds of experimentation with digital minds, instituting workers' rights and a minimum wage for emulations, and so forth. It is equally possible, however, that political developments would go in the opposite direction, contributing to a fall in recalcitrance. This might happen if initial restraint in the use of emulation labor gives way to unfettered exploitation as competition heats up and the economic and strategic costs of occupying the moral high ground become clear. As for artificial intelligence, non-emulation machine intelligence, the difficulty of lifting a system from human level to superhuman intelligence by means of algorithmic improvements depends on the attributes of the particular system. Different architectures might have very different recalcitrance. In some situations, recalcitrance could be extremely low. For example, If human-level AI is delayed because one key insight long eludes programmers, then when the final breakthrough occurs, the AI might leapfrog from below to radically above human level without even touching the intermediary rungs. Another situation in which recalcitrance could turn out to be extremely low is that of an AI system that can achieve intelligent capability via two different modes of processing. To illustrate this possibility, suppose an AI is composed of two subsystems, one possessing domain-specific problem-solving techniques, the other possessing general-purpose reasoning ability. It could then be the case that while the second subsystem remains below a certain capacity threshold, it contributes nothing to the system's overall performance, because the solutions it generates are always inferior to those generated by the domain-specific subsystem. Suppose now that a small amount of optimization power is applied to the general-purpose subsystem and that this produces a brisk rise in the capacity of that subsystem. At first, we observe no increase in the overall system's performance, indicating that recalcitrance is high. Then, once the capacity of the general-purpose subsystem crosses the threshold where its solutions start to beat those of the domain-specific subsystem, the overall system's performance suddenly begins to improve at the same brisk pace as the general-purpose subsystem. Even as the amount of optimization power applied stays constant, the system's recalcitrance has plummeted. It is also possible that our natural tendency to view intelligence from an anthropocentric perspective will lead us to underestimate improvements in subhuman systems, and thus to overestimate recalcitrance. Eliezer Yudkowsky, an AI theorist who has written extensively on the future of machine intelligence, puts the point as follows. AI might make an apparently sharp jump in intelligence purely as the result of anthropomorphism, the human tendency to think of village idiot and Einstein as the extreme ends of the intelligence scale, instead of nearly indistinguishable points on the scale of minds in general. Everything dumber than a dumb human may appear to us as simply dumb. One imagines the AI arrow creeping steadily up the scale of intelligence, moving past mice and chimpanzees, with AIs still remaining dumb because AIs cannot speak fluent language or write science papers, and then the AI arrow crosses the tiny gap from infra-idiot to ultra-Einstein in the course of 1 month or some similarly short period. See Fig. The upshot of these several considerations is that it is difficult to predict how hard it will be to make algorithmic improvements in the first AI that reaches a roughly human level of general intelligence. There are at least some possible circumstances in which algorithm recalcitrance is low. But even if algorithm recalcitrance is very high, this would not preclude the overall recalcitrance of the AI in question from being low. For it might be easy to increase the intelligence of the system in other ways than by improving its algorithms. There are two other factors that can be improved: content and hardware. First, consider content improvements. By content we here mean those parts of a system's software assets that do not make up its core algorithmic architecture. Content might include, for example, databases of stored percepts, specialized skills libraries, and inventories of declarative knowledge. For many kinds of system, the distinction between algorithmic architecture and content is very unsharp. Nevertheless, it will serve as a rough and ready way of pointing to one potentially important source of capability gains in a machine intelligence. An alternative way of expressing much the same idea is by saying that a system's intellectual problem-solving capacity can be enhanced not only by making the system cleverer but also by expanding what the system knows. Figure a less anthropomorphic scale. The gap between a dumb and a clever person may appear large from an anthropocentric perspective, yet in a less parochial view the two have nearly indistinguishable minds. It will almost certainly prove harder and take longer to build a machine intelligence that has a general level of smartness comparable to that of a village idiot than to improve such a system so that it becomes much smarter than any human. Consider a contemporary AI system such as TextRunner, a research project at the University of Washington, or IBM's Watson, the system that won the Jeopardy! Quiz show. These systems can extract certain pieces of semantic information by analyzing text. Although these systems do not understand what they read in the same sense or to the same extent as a human does, they can nevertheless extract significant amounts of information from natural language and use that information to make simple inferences and answer questions. They can also learn from experience, building up more extensive representations of a concept as they encounter additional instances of its use. They are designed to operate for much of the time in unsupervised mode, i.e. to learn hidden structure in unlabeled data in the absence of error or reward signal, without human guidance, and to be fast and scalable. TextRunner, for instance, works with a corpus of million web pages. Now imagine a remote descendant of such a system that has acquired the ability to read with as much understanding as a human 10-year-old but with a reading speed similar to that of TextRunner. This is probably an AI-complete problem. So we are imagining a system that thinks much faster and has much better memory than a human adult, but knows much less, and perhaps the net effect of this is that the system is roughly human equivalent in its general problem-solving ability. But its content recalcitrance is very low enough to precipitate a takeoff. Within a few weeks, the system has read and mastered all the content contained in the Library of Congress. Now the system knows much more than any human being and thinks vastly faster. It has become, at least, weakly superintelligent. A system might thus greatly boost its effective intellectual capability by absorbing pre-produced content accumulated through centuries of human science and civilization, for instance, by reading through the internet. If an AI reaches human level without previously having had access to this material or without having been able to digest it, then the AI's overall recalcitrance will be low even if it is hard to improve its algorithmic architecture. Content recalcitrance is a relevant concept for emulations, too. A high-speed emulation has an advantage not only because it can complete the same tasks as biological humans more quickly, but also because it can accumulate more timely content, such as task-relevant skills and expertise. In order to tap the full potential of fast content accumulation, however, a system needs to have a correspondingly large memory capacity. There is little point in reading an entire library if you have forgotten all about the aardvark by the time you get to the abalone. While an AI system is likely to have adequate memory capacity, emulations would inherit some of the capacity limitations of their human templates. They may therefore need architectural enhancements in order to become capable of unbounded learning. So far we have considered the recalcitrance of architecture and of content, that is, how difficult it would be to improve the software of a machine intelligence that has reached human parity. Now let us look at a third way of boosting the performance of machine intelligence, improving its hardware. What would be the recalcitrance for hardware-driven improvements? Starting with intelligent software, emulation or AI, one can amplify collective intelligence simply by using additional computers to run more instances of the program. One could also amplify speed intelligence by moving the program to faster computers. Depending on the degree to which the program lends itself to parallelization, speed intelligence could also be amplified by running the program on more processors. This is likely to be feasible for emulations, which have a highly parallelized architecture, but many AI programs, too, have important subroutines that can benefit from massive parallelization. Amplifying quality intelligence by increasing computing power might also be possible, but that case is less straightforward. The recalcitrance for amplifying collective or speed intelligence, and possibly quality intelligence, in a system with human-level software is therefore likely to be low. The only difficulty involved is gaining access to additional computing power. There are several ways for a system to expand its hardware base, each relevant over a different timescale. In the short term, computing power should scale roughly linearly with funding. Twice the funding buys twice the number of computers, enabling twice as many instances of the software to be run simultaneously. The emergence of cloud computing services gives a project the option to scale up its computational resources without even having to wait for new computers to be delivered and installed. though concerns over secrecy might favor the use of in-house computers. In certain scenarios, computing power could also be obtained by other means, such as by commandeering botnets. Just how easy it would be to scale the system by a given factor depends on how much computing power the initial system uses. A system that initially runs on a PC could be scaled by a factor of thousands for a mere $1 million. A program that runs on a supercomputer would be far more expensive to scale. In slightly longer term, the cost of acquiring additional hardware may be driven up as a growing portion of the world's installed capacity is being used to run digital mines. For instance, in a competitive market-based emulation scenario, the cost of running one additional copy of an emulation should rise to be roughly equal to the income generated by the marginal copy, as investors bid up the price for existing computing infrastructure to match the return they expect from their investment. Though if only one project has mastered the technology, it might gain a degree of monopsony power in the computing power market and therefore pay a lower price. Over a somewhat longer timescale, the supply of computing power will grow. As new capacity is installed, a demand spike would spur production in existing semiconductor foundries and stimulate the construction of new plants. A one-off performance boost, perhaps amounting to 1 or 2 orders of magnitude, might also be obtainable by using customized microprocessors. Above all, the rising wave of technology improvements will pour increasing volumes of computational power into the turbines of the thinking machines. Historically, the rate of improvement of computing technology has been described by the famous Moore's law, which in one of its variations states that computing power per dollar doubles every month or so. Although one cannot bank on this rate of improvement continuing up to the development of human-level machine intelligence, yet until fundamental physical limits are reached there will remain room for advances in computing technology. There are thus reasons to expect that hardware recalcitrance will not be very high. Purchasing more computing power for the system once it proves its mettle by attaining human-level intelligence might easily add several orders of magnitude of computing power, depending on how hardware-frugal the project was before expansion. Chip customization might add 1 or 2 orders of magnitude. Other means of expanding the hardware base, such as building more factories and advancing the frontier of computing technology, take longer, normally several years, though this lag would be radically compressed once machine superintelligence revolutionizes manufacturing and technology development. In summary, we can talk about the likelihood of a hardware overhang. When human-level software is created, enough computing power may already be available to run vast numbers of copies at great speed. Software recalcitrance, as discussed above, is harder to assess but might be even lower than hardware recalcitrance. In particular, there may be content overhang in the form of pre-made content, e.g. the Internet, that becomes available to a system once it reaches human parity. Algorithm overhang, pre-designed algorithmic enhancements, is also possible but perhaps less likely. Software improvements, whether in algorithms or content, might offer orders of magnitude of potential performance gains that could be fairly easily accessed once a digital mind attains human parity, on top of the performance gains attainable by using more or better hardware. Optimization power and explosivity. Having examined the question of recalcitrance, we must now turn to the other half of our schematic equation, optimization power. To recall, rate of change in intelligence equals optimization power recalcitrance. As reflected in this schematic, a fast takeoff does not require that recalcitrance during the transition phase be low. A fast takeoff could also result if recalcitrance is constant or even moderately increasing, provided the optimization power being applied to improving the system's performance grows sufficiently rapidly. As we shall now see, there are good grounds for thinking that the applied optimization power will increase during the transition, at least in the absence of deliberate measures to prevent this from happening. We can distinguish 2 phases. The first phase begins with the onset of the takeoff, when the system reaches the human baseline for individual intelligence. As the system's capability continues to increase, it might use some or all of that capability to improve itself, or to design a successor system which, for present purposes, comes to the same thing. However, most of the optimization power applied to the system still comes from outside the system, either from the work of programmers and engineers employed within the project or from such work done by the rest of the world as can be appropriated and used by the project. If this phase drags out for any significant period of time, we can expect the amount of optimization power applied to the system to grow. Inputs both from inside the project and from the outside world are likely to increase as the promise of the chosen approach becomes manifest. Researchers may work harder, more researchers may be recruited, and more computing power may be purchased to expedite progress. The increase could be especially dramatic if the development of human-level machine intelligence takes the world by surprise, in which case what was previously a small research project might suddenly become the focus of intense research and development efforts around the world, though some of those efforts might be channeled into competing projects. A second growth phase will begin if at some point the system has acquired so much capability that most of the optimization power exerted on it comes from the system itself, marked by the variable level labeled crossover in figure. This fundamentally changes the dynamic, because any increase in the system's capability now translates into a proportional increase in the amount of optimization power being applied to its further improvement. If recalcitrance remains constant, this feedback dynamic produces exponential growth. See box. The doubling constant depends on the scenario but might be extremely short, mere seconds in some scenarios, if growth is occurring at electronic speeds, which might happen as a result of algorithmic improvements or the exploitation of an overhang of content or hardware. Growth that is driven by physical construction, such as the production of new computers or manufacturing equipment, would require a somewhat longer timescale, but still one that might be very short compared with the current growth rate of the world economy. It is thus likely that the applied optimization power will increase during the transition, initially because humans try harder to improve a machine intelligence that is showing spectacular promise, later because the machine intelligence itself becomes capable of driving further progress at digital speeds. This would create a real possibility of a fast or medium takeoff even if recalcitrance were constant or slightly increasing around the human baseline. Yet we saw in the previous subsection that there are factors that could lead to a big drop in recalcitrance around the human baseline level of capability. These factors include, for example, the possibility of rapid hardware expansion once a working software mind has been attained, the possibility of algorithmic improvements, the possibility of scanning additional brains, in the case of whole brain emulation, and the possibility of rapidly incorporating vast amounts of content by digesting intelligence, might, and perhaps also the efforts of the wider global community of researchers making continuous advances in the semiconductor industry, computer science, and related fields. A seed AI starts out with very limited cognitive capacities. At the outset, therefore, is small. What about and? There are cases in which a single project has more relevant capability than the rest of the world combined. The Manhattan Project, for instance, brought a very large fraction of the world's best physicists to Los Alamos to work on the atomic bomb. More commonly, any one project contains only a small fraction of the world's total relevant research capability. But even when the outside world has a greater total amount of relevant research capability than any one project, may nevertheless exceed, since much of the outside world's capability is not be focused on the particular system in question. If a project begins to look promising, which will happen when a system passes the human baseline if not before, it might attract additional investment, increasing. If the project's accomplishments are public, might also rise as the progress inspires greater interest in machine intelligence. Generally, and as various powers scramble to get in on the game. During the transition phase, therefore, total optimization power applied to improving a cognitive system is likely to increase as the capability of the system increases. As the system's capabilities grow, there may come a point at which the optimization power generated by the system itself starts to dominate the optimization power applied to it from outside, across all significant dimensions of improvement. This crossover is significant because beyond this point, further improvement to the system's capabilities contributes strongly to increasing the total optimization power applied to improving the system. We thereby enter a regime of strong recursive self-improvement. This leads to explosive growth of the system's capability and a fairly wide range of different shapes of the recalcitrance curve. To illustrate, consider first a scenario in which recalcitrance is constant, so that the rate of increase in an AI's intelligence is equal to the optimization power being applied. Assume that all the optimization power that is applied comes from the AI itself and that the AI applies all its intelligence to the task of amplifying its own intelligence so that equals I. We then have solving this simple differential equation yields the exponential function. But recalcitrance being constant is a rather special case. Recalcitrance might well decline around the human baseline, due to one or more of the factors mentioned in the previous subsection, and remain low around the crossover and some distance beyond, perhaps until the system eventually approaches fundamental physical limits. For example, suppose that the optimization power applied to the system is roughly constant, i.e. plus, prior to the system becoming capable of contributing substantially to its own design, and that this leads to the system doubling in capacity every month. This would be roughly in line with historical improvement rates from Moore's law combined with software advances. This rate of improvement, if achieved by means of roughly constant optimization power, entails recalcitrance declining as the inverse of the system power. If recalcitrance continues to fall along this hyperbolic pattern, then when the AI reaches the crossover point, the total amount of optimization power applied to improving the AI has doubled. We then have these observations notwithstanding, the shape of the recalcitrance curve in the relevant region is not yet capacity grown equals months. In one simple model of an intelligence explosion, well characterized. In particular, it is unclear how difficult it would be to improve the software quality of a human-level emulation or AI. The difficulty of expanding the hardware power available to a system is also not clear. Whereas today it would be relatively easy to increase the computing power available to a small project by spending 1,000 times more on computing power or by waiting a few years for the price of computers to fall, it is possible that the first machine intelligence to reach the human baseline will result from a large project involving pricey supercomputers, which cannot be cheaply scaled, and that Moore's law will by then have expired. For these reasons, although a fast or medium takeoff looks more likely, the possibility of a slow takeoff cannot be excluded. Chapter Decisive Strategic Advantage. A question distinct from, but related to, the question of kinetics is whether there will be one superintelligent power or many. Might an intelligence explosion propel one project so far ahead of all others as to make it able to dictate the future? Or will progress be more uniform, unfurling across a wide front with many projects participating but none securing an overwhelming and permanent lead? The preceding chapter analyzed one key parameter in determining the size of the gap that might plausibly open up between a leading power and its nearest competitors, namely, the speed of the transition from human to strongly superhuman intelligence. This suggests a first-cut analysis. If the takeoff is fast, completed over the course of hours, days, or weeks, then it is unlikely that two independent projects would be taking off concurrently. Almost certainty, the first project would have completed its takeoff before any other project would have started its own. If the takeoff is slow, stretching over many years or decades, then there could plausibly be multiple projects undergoing takeoffs concurrently, so that although the projects would by the end of the transition have gained enormously in capability, there would be no time at which any project was far enough ahead of the others to give it an overwhelming lead. A takeoff of moderate speed is poised in between, with either condition a possibility. There might or might not be more than one project undergoing the takeoff at the same time. Will one machine intelligence project get so far ahead of the competition that it gets a decisive strategic advantage, that is, a level of technological and other advantages sufficient to enable it to achieve complete world domination? If a project did obtain a decisive strategic advantage, would it use it to suppress competitors and form a singleton, a world order in which there is at the global level a single decision-making agency? And if there is a winning project, how large would it be, not in terms of physical size or budget but in terms of how many people's desires would be controlling its design? We will consider these questions in turn. Will the frontrunner get a decisive strategic advantage? One factor influencing the width of the gap between frontrunner and followers is the rate of diffusion of whatever it is that gives the leader a competitive advantage. A frontrunner might find it difficult to gain and maintain a large lead if followers can easily copy the frontrunner's ideas and innovations. Imitation creates a headwind that disadvantages the leader and benefits laggards, especially if intellectual property is weakly protected. A frontrunner might also be especially vulnerable to expropriation, taxation, or being broken up under anti-monopoly regulation. It would be a mistake, however, to assume that this headwind must increase monotonically with the gap between frontrunner and followers. Just as a racing cyclist who falls too far behind the competition is no longer shielded from the wind by the cyclists ahead, so a technology follower who lags sufficiently behind the cutting edge might find it hard to assimilate the advances being made at the frontier. The gap in understanding and capability might have grown too large. The leader might have migrated to a more advanced technology platform, making subsequent innovations untransferable to the primitive platforms used by laggards. A sufficiently preeminent leader might have the ability to stem information leakage from its research programs and its sensitive installations, or to sabotage its competitors' efforts to develop their own advanced capabilities. If the frontrunner is an AI system, it could have attributes that make it easier for it to expand its capabilities while reducing the rate of diffusion. In human-run organizations, economies of scale are counteracted by bureaucratic inefficiencies and agency problems, including difficulties in keeping trade secrets. These problems would presumably limit the growth of a machine intelligence project so long as it is operated by humans. An AI system, however, might avoid some of these scale diseconomies, since the AI's modules, in contrast to human workers, need not have individual preferences that diverge from those of the system as a whole. Thus, the AI system could avoid a sizable chunk of the inefficiencies arising from agency problems in human enterprises. The same advantage, having perfectly loyal parts, would also make it easier for an AI system to pursue long-range clandestine goals. An AI would have no disgruntled employees ready to be poached by competitors or bribed into becoming informants. We can get a sense of the distribution of plausible gaps in development times by looking at some historical examples. See box. It appears that lags in the range of a few months to a few years are typical of strategically significant technology projects. Box technology races, some historical examples. Over long historical timescales, there has been an increase in the rate at which knowledge and technology diffuse around the globe. As a result, the temporal gaps between technology leaders and nearest followers have narrowed. China managed to maintain a monopoly on silk production for over 2,000 years. Archaeological finds suggest that production might have begun around BC, or even earlier. Sericulture was a closely held secret. Revealing the techniques was punishable by death, as was exporting silkworms or their eggs outside China. The Romans, despite the high price commanded by imported silk cloth in their empire, never learnt the art of silk manufacture. Not until around AD did a Japanese expedition manage to capture some silkworm eggs along with 4 young Chinese girls, who were forced to divulge the art to their abductors. Byzantium joined the club of producers in AD. The story of porcelain making also features long lags. The craft was practiced in China during the Tang dynasty around AD, and might have been in use as early as AD, but was mastered by Europeans only in the 18th century. Wheeled vehicles appeared in several sites across Europe and Mesopotamia around BC but reached the Americas only in post-Columbian times. On a grander scale, the human species took tens of thousands of years to spread across most of the globe, the agricultural revolution thousands of years, the industrial revolution only hundreds of years, and an information revolution could be said to have spread globally over the course of decades, though, of course, these transitions are not necessarily of equal profundity. The Dance Revolution video game spread from Japan to Europe and North America in just 1 year. Technological competition has been quite extensively studied, particularly in the contexts of patent races and arms races. It is beyond the scope of our investigation to review this literature here. However, it is instructive to look at some examples of strategically significant technology races in the 20th century, see table. With regard to these 6 technologies, which were regarded as strategically important by the rivaling superpowers because of their military or symbolic significance, the gaps between leader and nearest laggard were, very approximately, months, and months, respectively longer than the duration of a fast takeoff and shorter than the duration of a slow takeoff. In many cases, the laggards project benefited from espionage and publicly available information. The mere demonstration of the feasibility of an invention can also encourage others to develop it independently, and fear of falling behind can spur the efforts to catch up. Perhaps closer to the case of AI are mathematical inventions that do not require the development of new physical infrastructure. Often these are published in the academic literature and can thus be regarded as universally available, but in some cases, when the discovery appears to offer a strategic advantage, publication is delayed. For example, 2 of the most important ideas in public key cryptography are the Diffie-Hellman key exchange protocol and the RSA encryption scheme. These were discovered by the academic community in and respectively, but it has later been confirmed that they were known by cryptographers at the UK's Communications Security Group. Since the earliest large software projects might offer a closer analogy with AI projects, but it is harder to give crisp examples of typical lags because software is usually rolled out in incremental installments and the functionalities of competing systems are often not directly comparable. Table some strategically significant technology races. It is possible that globalization and increased surveillance will reduce typical lags between competing technology projects. Yet there is likely to be a lower bound on how short the average lag could become, in the absence of deliberate coordination. Even absent dynamics that lead to snowball effects, some projects will happen to end up with better research staff, leadership, and infrastructure, or will just stumble upon better ideas. If 2 projects pursue alternative approaches, one of which turns out to work better, it may take the rival project many months to switch to the superior approach even if it is able to closely monitor what the forerunner is doing. Combining these observations with our earlier discussion of the speed of the takeoff, we can conclude that it is highly unlikely that 2 projects would be close enough to undergo a fast takeoff concurrently. For a medium takeoff, it could easily go either way, and for a slow takeoff, it is highly likely that several projects would undergo the process in parallel. But the analysis needs a further step. The key question is not how many projects undergo a takeoff in tandem, but how many projects emerge on the yonder side sufficiently tightly clustered in capability that none of them has a decisive strategic advantage. If the takeoff process is relatively slow to begin and then gets faster, the distance between competing projects would tend to grow. To return to our bicycle metaphor, the situation would be analogous to a pair of cyclists making their way up a steep hill, one trailing some distance behind the other, the gap between them then expanding as the frontrunner reaches the peak and starts accelerating down the other side. Consider the following medium takeoff scenario. Suppose it takes a project 1 year to increase its RI's capability from the human baseline to a strong superintelligence, and that one project enters this takeoff phase with a 6-month lead over the next most advanced project. The two projects will be undergoing a takeoff concurrently. It might seem, then, that neither project gets a decisive strategic advantage. But that need not be so. Suppose it takes 9 months to advance from the human baseline to the crossover point and another 3 months from there to strong superintelligence. The frontrunner then attains strong superintelligence 3 months before the following project even reaches the crossover point. This would give the leading project a decisive strategic advantage and the opportunity to parley its lead into permanent control by disabling the competing projects and establishing a singleton. Note that the concept of a singleton is an abstract one. A singleton could be democracy, a tyranny, a single dominant AI, a strong set of global norms that include effective provisions for their own enforcement, or even an alien overlord, its defining characteristic being simply that it is some form of agency that can solve all major global coordination problems. It may, but need not, resemble any familiar form of human governance. Since there is an especially strong prospect of explosive growth just after the crossover point, when the strong positive feedback loop of optimization power kicks in, a scenario of this kind is a serious possibility, and it increases the chances that the leading project will attain a decisive strategic advantage even if the takeoff is not fast. How large will the successful project be? Some paths to superintelligence require great resources and are therefore likely to be the preserve of large well-funded projects. Whole brain emulation, for instance, requires many different kinds of expertise and lots of equipment. Biological intelligence enhancements and brain-computer interfaces would also have a large scale factor, while a small biotech firm might invent 1 or 2 drugs. Achieving superintelligence along one of these paths, if doable at all, would likely require many inventions and many tests, and therefore the backing of an industrial sector or a well-funded national program. Achieving collective superintelligence by making organizations and networks more efficient requires even more extensive input, involving much of the world economy. The AI path is more difficult to assess. Perhaps it would require a very large research program, perhaps it could be done by a small group. A lone hacker scenario cannot be excluded either. Building a seed AI might require insights and algorithms developed over many decades by the scientific community around the world. But it is possible that the last critical breakthrough idea might come from a single individual or a small group that succeeds in putting everything together. This scenario is less realistic for some AI architectures than others. A system that has a large number of parts that need to be tweaked and tuned to work effectively together, and then painstakingly loaded with custom-made cognitive content, is likely to require a larger project. But if a seed AI could be instantiated as a simple system, one whose construction depends only on getting a few basic principles right, then the feat might be within the reach of a small team or an individual. The likelihood of the final breakthrough being made by a small project increases if most previous progress in the field has been published in the open literature or made available as open source software. We must distinguish the question of how big will be the project that directly engineers the system from the question of how big the group will be that controls whether, how, and when the system is created. The atomic bomb was created primarily by a group of scientists and engineers. The Manhattan Project employed about people at its peak, the vast majority of whom were construction workers or building operators. These technical experts, however, were controlled by the US military, which was directed by the US government, which was ultimately accountable to the American electorate, which at the time constituted about 1/10 of the adult world population. monitoring. Given the extreme security implications of superintelligence, governments would likely seek to nationalize any project on their territory that they thought close to achieving a takeoff. A powerful state might also attempt to acquire projects located in other countries through espionage, theft, kidnapping, bribery, threats, military conquest, or any other available means. A powerful state that cannot acquire a foreign project might instead destroy it, especially if the host country lacks an effective deterrent. If global governance structures are strong by the time a breakthrough begins to look imminent, it is possible that promising projects would be placed under international control. An important question, therefore, is whether national or international authorities will see an intelligence explosion coming. At present, intelligence agencies do not appear to be looking very hard for promising AI projects or other forms of potentially explosive intelligence amplification. If they are indeed not paying much attention, this is presumably due to the widely shared perception that there is no prospect whatever of imminent superintelligence. If and when it becomes a common belief among prestigious scientists that there is a substantial chance that superintelligence is just around the corner, the major intelligence agencies of the world would probably start to monitor groups and individuals who seem to be engaged in relevant research. Any project that began to show sufficient progress could then be promptly nationalized. If political elites were persuaded by the seriousness of the risk, civilian efforts in sensitive areas might be regulated or outlawed. How difficult would such monitoring be? The task is easier if the goal is only to keep track of the leading project. In that case, surveillance focusing on the several best-resourced projects may be sufficient. If the goal is instead to prevent any work from taking place, at least outside of specially authorized institutions, then surveillance would have to be more comprehensive, since many small projects and individuals are in a position to make at least some progress. It would be easier to monitor projects that require significant amounts of physical capital, as would be the case with a whole brain emulation project. Artificial intelligence research, by contrast, requires only a personal computer, and would therefore be more difficult to monitor. Some of the theoretical work could be done with pen and paper. Even so, it would not be too difficult to identify most capable individuals with a serious long-standing interest in artificial general intelligence research. Such individuals usually leave visible trails. They may have published academic papers, presented at conferences, posted on internet forums, or earned degrees from leading computer science departments. They may also have had communications with other AI researchers, allowing them to be identified by mapping the social graph. Projects designed from the outset to be secret could be more difficult to detect. An ordinary software development project could serve as a front. Only careful analysis of the code being produced would reveal the true nature of what the project was trying to accomplish. Such analysis would require a lot of highly skilled manpower, whence only a small number of suspect projects could be scrutinized at this level. The task would become much easier if effective lie detection technology had been developed and could be routinely used in this kind of surveillance. Another reason states might fail to catch precursor developments is the inherent difficulty of forecasting some types of breakthrough. This is more relevant to AI research than to whole brain emulation development, since for the latter the key breakthrough is more likely to be preceded by a clear gradient of steady advances. It is also possible that intelligence agencies and other government bureaucracies have a certain clumsiness or rigidity that might prevent them from understanding the significance of some developments that might clear to some outside groups. Barriers to official understanding of a potential intelligence explosion might be especially steep. It is conceivable, for example, that the topic will become inflamed with religious or political controversies, rendering it taboo for officials in some countries. The topic might become associated with some discredited figure with charlatanry and hype in general, hence shunned by respected scientists and other establishment figures. As we saw in chapter, something like this has already happened twice, recall the 2 AI winters. Industry groups might lobby to prevent aspersions being cast on profitable business areas. Academic communities might close ranks to marginalize those who voice concerns about long-term consequences of the science that is being done. Consequently, a total intelligence failure cannot be ruled out. Such a failure is especially likely if breakthroughs should occur in the nearer future, before the issue has risen to public prominence. And even if intelligence agencies get it right, political leaders might not listen or act on the advice. Getting the Manhattan Project started took an extraordinary effort by several visionary physicists, including especially Mark Oliphant and Leo Szilard. The latter persuaded Eugene Wiener to persuade Albert Einstein to put his name on a letter to persuade President Franklin D. Roosevelt to look into the matter. Even after the project reached its full scale, Roosevelt remained skeptical of its workability and significance, as did his successor Harry Truman. For better or worse, it would probably be harder for a small group of activists to affect the outcome of an intelligence explosion if big players, such as states, are taking active part. Opportunities for private individuals to reduce the overall amount of existential risk from a potential intelligence explosion are therefore greatest in scenarios in which big players remain relatively oblivious to the issue, or in which the early efforts of activists make a major difference to whether, when, which, or with what attitude big players enter the game. Activists seeking maximum expected impact may therefore wish to focus most of their planning on such high-leverage scenarios, even if they believe that scenarios in which big players end up calling all the shots are more probable. International collaboration. International coordination is more likely if global governance structures generally get stronger. Coordination might also be more likely if the significance of an intelligence explosion is widely appreciated ahead of time and if effective monitoring of all serious projects is feasible. Even if monitoring is infeasible, however, international cooperation would still be possible. Many countries could band together to support a joint project. If such a joint project was sufficiently well-resourced, it could have a good chance of being the first to reach the goal, especially if any rival project had to be small and secretive to elude detection. There are precedents of large-scale successful multinational scientific collaborations such as the International Space Station, the Human Genome Project, and the Large Hadron Collider. However, the major motivation for collaboration in those cases was cost-sharing. In the case of the International Space Station, fostering a collaborative spirit between Russia and the United States was itself an important goal. Achieving similar collaboration on a project that has enormous security implications would be more difficult. A country that believed it could achieve a breakthrough unilaterally might be tempted to go it alone rather than subordinate its efforts to a joint project. A country might also refrain from joining an international collaboration from fear that other participants might siphon off collaboratively generated insights and use them to accelerate a covert national project. An international project would thus need to overcome major security challenges, and a fair amount of trust would probably be needed to get it started, trust that may take time to develop. Consider that even after the thaw in relations between the United States and the Soviet Union following Gorbachev's ascent to power, arms reduction efforts, which could be greatly in the interests of both superpowers, had a fitful beginning. Gorbachev was seeking steep reductions in nuclear arms, but negotiations stalled on the issue of Reagan's Strategic Defense Initiative, Star Wars, which the Kremlin strenuously opposed. At the Reykjavik summit meeting in Reagan proposed that the United States would share with the Soviet Union the technology that would be developed under the Strategic Defense Initiative, so that both countries could enjoy protection against accidental launches and against smaller nations that might develop nuclear weapons. Yet Gorbachev was not persuaded by this apparent win-win proposition. He viewed the gambit as a ruse, refusing to credit the notion that the Americans would share the fruits of their most advanced military research at a time when they were not even willing to share with the Soviets their technology for milking cows. Regardless of whether Reagan was in fact sincere in his offer of superpower collaboration, mistrust made the proposal a non-starter. Collaboration is easier to achieve between allies, but even there it is not automatic. When the Soviet Union and the United States were allied against Germany during World War II, the United States concealed its atomic bomb project from the Soviet Union. The United States did collaborate on the Manhattan Project with Britain and Canada. Similarly, the United Kingdom concealed its success in breaking the German Enigma code from the Soviet Union, but shared it, albeit with some difficulty, with the United States. This suggests that in order to achieve international collaboration on some technology that is of pivotal importance for national security, it might be necessary to have built beforehand a close and trusting relationship. We will return in chapter to the desirability and feasibility of international collaboration in the development of intelligence amplification technologies. From decisive strategic advantage to singleton. Would a project that obtained a decisive strategic advantage choose to use it to form a singleton? Consider a vaguely analogous historical situation. The United States developed nuclear weapons in. It was the sole nuclear power until the Soviet Union developed the atom bomb in. During this interval and for some time thereafter, the United States may have had, or been in a position to achieve, a decisive military advantage. The United States could then, theoretically, have used its nuclear monopoly to create a singleton. One way in which it could have done so would have been by embarking on an all-out effort to build up its nuclear arsenal and then threatening, and if necessary, carrying out, a nuclear first strike to destroy the industrial capacity of any incipient nuclear program in the USSR and any other country tempted to develop a nuclear capability. A more benign course of action, which might also have had a chance of working, would have been to use its nuclear arsenal as a bargaining chip to negotiate a strong international government, a veto-less United Nations with a nuclear monopoly and a mandate to take all necessary actions to prevent any country from developing its own nuclear weapons. Both of these approaches were proposed at the time. The hardline approach of launching or threatening a first strike was advocated by some prominent intellectuals such as Bertrand Russell, who had long been active in anti-war movements and who would later spend decades campaigning against nuclear weapons, and John von Neumann, co-creator of game theory and one of the architects of U.S. nuclear strategy. Perhaps it is a sign of civilizational progress that the very idea of threatening a nuclear first strike today seems borderline silly or morally obscene. A version of the benign approach was tried by the United States in the form of the Baruch Plan. The proposal involved the USA giving up its temporary nuclear monopoly. Uranium and thorium mining and nuclear technology would be placed under the control of an international agency operating under the auspices of the United Nations. The proposal called for the permanent members of Security Council to give up their vetoes in matters related to nuclear weapons in order to prevent any great power found to be in breach of the accord from vetoing the imposition of remedies. Stalin, seeing that the Soviet Union and its allies could be easily outvoted in both the Security Council and the General Assembly, rejected the proposal. A frosty atmosphere of mutual suspicion descended on the relations between the former wartime allies, mistrust that soon solidified into the Cold War. As had been widely predicted, a costly and extremely dangerous nuclear arms race followed. Many factors might dissuade a human organization with a decisive strategic advantage from creating a singleton. These include non-aggregative or bounded utility functions, non-maximizing decision rules, confusion and uncertainty, coordination problems, and various costs associated with a takeover. But what if it were not a human organization but a superintelligent artificial agent that came into possession of a decisive strategic advantage? Would the aforementioned factors be equally effective at inhibiting an AI from attempting to seize power? Let us briefly run through the list of factors and consider how they might apply in this case. Human individuals and human organizations typically have preferences over resources that are not well represented by an unbounded aggregative utility function. A human will typically not wager all her capital for a 50-50 chance of doubling it. A state will typically not risk losing all its territory for a 10% chance of a tenfold expansion. For individuals and governments, there are diminishing returns to most resources. The same need not hold for AIS. We will return to the problem of AI motivation in subsequent chapters. An AI might therefore be more likely to pursue a risky course of action that has some chance of giving it control of the world. Humans and human-run organizations may also operate with decision processes that do not seek to maximize expected utility. For example, they may allow for fundamental risk aversion, or satisficing decision rules that focus on meeting adequacy thresholds, or deontological side constraints that prescribe certain kinds of action. Regardless of how desirable their consequences, human decision makers often seem to be acting out an identity or a social role rather than seeking to maximize the achievement of some particular objective. Again, this need not apply to artificial agents. Bounded utility functions, risk aversion, and non-maximizing decision rules may combine synergistically with strategic confusion and uncertainty. Revolutions, even when they succeed in overthrowing the existing order, often fail to produce the outcome that their instigators had promised. This tends to stay the hand of a human agent if the contemplated action is irreversible, norm-breaking, and lacking precedent. A superintelligence might perceive the situation more clearly and therefore face less strategic confusion and uncertainty about the outcome should it attempt to use its apparent decisive strategic advantage to consolidate its dominant position. Another major factor that can inhibit groups from exploiting a potentially decisive strategic advantage is the problem of internal coordination. Members of a conspiracy that is in a position to seize power must worry not only about being infiltrated from the outside, but also about being overthrown by some smaller coalition of insiders. If a group consists of 100 people, and a majority of 60 can take power and disenfranchise the non-conspirators, what is then to stop a 35-strong subset of these 60 from disenfranchising the other 25? And then maybe a subset of 20 disenfranchising the other 15. Each of the original 100 might have good reason to uphold certain established norms to prevent the general unraveling that could result from any attempt to change the social contract by means of a naked power grab. This problem of internal coordination would not apply to an AI system that constitutes a single unified agent. Finally, there is the issue of cost. Even if the United States could have used its nuclear monopoly to establish a singleton, it might not have been able to do so without incurring substantial costs. In the case of a negotiated agreement to place nuclear weapons under the control of a reformed and strengthened United Nations, these costs might have been relatively small, but the costs, moral, economic, political, and human, of actually attempting world conquest through the waging of nuclear war would have been almost unthinkably large, even during the period of nuclear monopoly. With sufficient technological superiority, however, these costs would be far smaller. Consider, for example, a scenario in which one nation had such a vast technological lead that it could safely disarm all other nations at the press of a button, without anybody dying or being injured, and with almost no damage to infrastructure or to the environment. With such almost magical technological superiority, a first strike would be a lot more tempting. Or consider an even greater level of technological superiority which might enable the frontrunner to cause other nations to voluntarily lay down their arms, not by threatening them with destruction but simply by persuading a great majority of their populations by means of an extremely effectively designed advertising and propaganda campaign extolling the virtues of global unity. If this were done with the intention to benefit everybody, for instance by replacing national rivalries and arms races with a fair, representative, and effective world government, it is not clear that there would be even a cogent moral objection to the leveraging of a temporary strategic advantage into a permanent singleton. Various considerations thus point to an increased likelihood that a future power with superintelligence that obtained a sufficiently large strategic advantage would actually use it to form a singleton. The desirability of such an outcome depends, of course, on the nature of the singleton that would be created and also on what the future of intelligent life would look like in alternative multipolar scenarios. We will revisit those questions in later chapters. But first, let us take a closer look at why and how a superintelligence would be powerful and effective at achieving outcomes in the world. Chapter Cognitive Superpowers. Suppose that a digital superintelligent agent came into being, and that for some reason it wanted to take control of the world. Would it be able to do so? In this chapter we consider some powers that a superintelligence could develop and what they may enable it to do. We outline a takeover scenario that illustrates how a superintelligent agent, starting as mere software, could establish itself as a singleton. We also offer some remarks on the relation between power over nature and power over other agents. The principal reason for humanity's dominant position on Earth is that our brains have a slightly expanded set of faculties compared with other animals. Our greater intelligence lets us transmit culture more efficiently, with the result that knowledge and technology accumulates from one generation to the next. By now sufficient content has accumulated to make possible spaceflight, H-bombs. Genetic engineering, computers, factory farms, insecticides, the international peace movement, and all the accoutrements of modern civilization. Geologists have started referring to the present era as the Anthropocene in recognition of the distinctive biotic, sedimentary, and geochemical signatures of human activities. On one estimate, we appropriate % of the planetary ecosystem's net primary production. And yet we are far from having reached the physical limits of technology. These observations make it plausible that any type of entity that developed a much greater than human level of intelligence would be potentially extremely powerful. Such entities could accumulate content much faster than us and invent new technologies on a much shorter timescale. They could also use their intelligence to strategize more effectively than we can. Let us consider some of the capabilities that a superintelligence could have and how it could use them. Functionalities and superpowers. It is important not to anthropomorphize superintelligence when thinking about its potential impacts. Anthropomorphic frames encourage unfounded expectations about growth trajectory of a seed AI and about the psychology, motivations, and capabilities of a mature superintelligence. For example, a common assumption is that a superintelligent machine would be like a very clever but nerdy human being. We imagine that the AI has book smarts but lacks social savvy, or that it is logical but not intuitive and creative. This idea probably originates in observation. We look at present-day computers and see that they are good at calculation, remembering facts, and at following the letter of instructions while being oblivious to social contexts and subtexts, norms, emotions, and politics. The association is strengthened when we observe that the people who are good at working with computers tend themselves to be nerds. So it is natural to assume that more advanced computational intelligence will have similar attributes, only to a higher degree. This heuristic might retain some validity in the early stages of development of a seed AI. There is no reason whatever to suppose that it would apply to emulations or to cognitively enhanced humans. In its immature stage, what is later to become a superintelligent AI might still lack many skills and talents that come naturally to a human, and the pattern of such a seed AI's strengths and weaknesses might indeed bear some vague resemblance to an IQ nerd. The most essential characteristic of a seed AI, aside from being easy to improve, having low recalcitrance, is being good at exerting optimization power to amplify a system's intelligence, a skill which is presumably closely related to doing well in mathematics, programming, engineering, computer science research, and other such nerdy pursuits. However, Even if a seed AI does have such a nerdy capability profile at one stage of its development, this does not entail that it will grow into a similarly limited mature superintelligence. Recall the distinction between direct and indirect reach. With sufficient skill at intelligence amplification, all other intellectual abilities are within a system's indirect reach. The system can develop new cognitive modules and skills as needed, including empathy, political acumen, and any other powers stereotypically wanting in computer-like personalities. Even if we recognize that a superintelligence can have all the skills and talents we find in the human distribution, along with other talents that are not found among humans, the tendency toward anthropomorphing can still lead us to underestimate the extent to which a machine superintelligence could exceed the human level of performance. Eliezer Yudkowsky, as we saw in an earlier chapter, has been particularly emphatic in condemning this kind of misconception. Our intuitive concepts of smart and stupid are distilled from our experience of variation over the range of human thinkers, yet the differences in cognitive ability within this human cluster are trivial in comparison to the differences between any human intellect and a superintelligence. Chapter reviewed some of the potential sources of advantage for machine intelligence. The magnitudes of the advantages are such as to suggest that rather than thinking of a superintelligent AI as smart in the sense that a scientific genius is smart compared with the average human being, it might closer to the mark to think of such an AI as smart in the sense that an average human being is smart compared with a beetle or a worm. It would be convenient if we could quantify the cognitive caliber of an arbitrary cognitive system using some familiar metric, such as IQ scores or some version of the ELO ratings that measure the relative abilities of players in two-player games such as chess. But these metrics are not useful in the context of superhuman artificial general intelligence. We are not interested in how likely a superintelligence is to win at a game of chess. As for IQ scores, they are informative only insofar as we have some idea of how they correlate with practically relevant outcomes. For example, we have data that show that people with an IQ of are more likely than those with an IQ of to excel in school and to do well in a wide range of cognitively demanding jobs. But suppose we could somehow establish that a certain future AI will have an IQ of, then what? We would have no idea of what such an AI could actually do. We would not even know that such an AI had as much general intelligence as a normal human adult. Perhaps the AI would instead have a bundle of special-purpose algorithms enabling it to solve typical intelligence test questions with superhuman efficiency, but not much else. Some recent efforts have been made to develop measurements of cognitive capacity that could be applied to a wider range of information processing systems, including artificial intelligences. Work in this direction, if it can overcome various technical difficulties, may turn out to be quite useful for some scientific purposes including AI development. For purposes of the present investigation, however, its usefulness would be limited since we would remain unenlightened about what a given superhuman performance score entails for actual ability to achieve practically important outcomes in the world. It will therefore serve our purposes better to list some strategically important tasks and then to characterize hypothetical cognitive systems in terms of whether they have or lack whatever skills are needed to succeed at these tasks. See table. We will say that a system that sufficiently excels at any of the tasks in this table has a corresponding superpower. A full-blown superintelligence would greatly excel at all of these tasks and would thus have the full panoply of all 6 superpowers. Whether there is a practically significant possibility of a domain-limited intelligence that has some of the superpowers but remains unable for a significant period of time to acquire all of them is not clear. Creating a machine with any one of these superpowers appears to be an AI-complete problem. Yet it is conceivable that, for example, a collective superintelligence consisting of a sufficiently large number of human-like biological or electronic minds would have, say, the economic productivity superpower but lack the strategizing superpower. Likewise, it is conceivable that a specialized engineering AI could be built that has the technology research superpower while completely lacking skills in other areas. This is more plausible if there exists some particular technological domain such that virtuosity within that domain would be sufficient for the generation of an overwhelmingly superior general-purpose technology. For instance, one could imagine a specialized AI adept at simulating molecular systems and at inventing nanomolecular designs that realize a wide range of important capabilities, such as computers or weapons systems with futuristic performance characteristics, described by the user only at a fairly high level of abstraction. Such an AI might also be able to produce a detailed blueprint for how to bootstrap from existing technology, such as biotechnology and protein engineering, to the constructor capabilities needed for high-throughput atomically precise manufacturing that would allow inexpensive fabrication of a much wider range of nanomechanical structures. However, it might turn out to be the case that an engineering AI could not truly possess the technological research superpower without also possessing advanced skills in areas outside of technology. A wide range of intellectual faculties might be needed to understand how to interpret user requests, how to model a design's behavior in real-world applications, how to deal with unanticipated bugs and malfunctions, how to procure the materials and inputs needed for construction, and so forth. Table superpowers, some strategically relevant tasks and corresponding skill sets. Task skill set strategic relevance. AI programming, cognitive intelligence system can bootstrap its enhancement research, social amplification intelligence epistemology development, etc. Strategic planning, forecasting, achieve distant goals prioritizing, and analysis for strategizing optimizing chances of achieving overcome intelligent distant goal opposition. Leverage external resources by recruiting human support. Enable boxed AI to social and psychological social persuade its gatekeepers to let modeling, manipulation, rhetoric manipulation it out persuasion. Persuade status and organizations to adopt some course of action. AI can expropriate computational resources over the internet. A boxed AI may exploit finding and exploiting security hacking security holes to escape flaws in computer systems cybernetic confinement. Steal financial resources. Hijack infrastructure, military robots, etc. Creation of powerful military design and modeling of advanced force technologies, e.g. biotechnology, research nanotechnology, and creation of surveillance system development paths automated space colonization. Generate wealth which can be various skills enabling economic use to buy influence. Economically productive productivity services, resources, including intellectual work hardware, etc. A system that has the intelligence amplification superpower could use it to bootstrap itself to higher levels of intelligence and to acquire any of the other intellectual superpowers that it does not possess at the outset. But using an intelligence amplification superpower is not the only way for a system to become a full-fledged superintelligence. A system that has the strategizing superpower, for instance, might use it to devise a plan that will eventually bring an increase in intelligence, e.g. by positioning the system so as to become the focus for intelligence amplification work performed by human programmers and computer science researchers. An AI takeover scenario. We thus find that a project that controls a superintelligence has access to a great source of power. A project that controls the first superintelligence in the world would probably have a decisive strategic advantage. But the more immediate locus of the power is in the system itself. A machine superintelligence might itself be an extremely powerful agent, one that could successfully assert itself against the project that brought it into existence as well as against the rest of the world. This is a point of paramount importance, and we will examine it more closely in the coming pages. Now let us suppose that there is a machine superintelligence that wants to seize power in a world in which it has as yet no peers. Set aside, for the moment, the question of whether and how it would acquire such a motive. That is a topic for the next chapter. How could the superintelligence achieve this goal of world domination? We can imagine a sequence along the following lines. See figure. Pre-criticality phase. Scientists conduct research in the field of artificial intelligence and other relevant disciplines. This work culminates in the creation of a seed AI. The seed AI is able to improve its own intelligence. In its early stages, the seed AI is dependent on help from human programmers who guide its development and do most of the heavy lifting. As the seed AI grows more capable, it becomes capable of doing more of the work by itself. 2. Recursive self-improvement phase. At some point, the seed AI becomes better at AI design than the human programmers. Now, when the AI improves itself, it improves the thing that does the improving. An intelligence explosion results a rapid cascade of recursive self-improvement cycles, causing the AI's capability to soar. We can thus think of this phase as the takeoff that occurs just after the AI reaches the crossover point, assuming the intelligence gained during this part of the takeoff is explosive and driven by the application of the AI's own optimization power. The AI develops the intelligence amplification superpower. This superpower enables the AI to develop all the other superpowers detailed in table. At the end of the recursive self-improvement phase, the system is strongly superintelligent. Figure phases in an AI takeover scenario. 3. Covert preparation phase. Using its strategizing superpower, the AI develops a robust plan for achieving its long-term goals. In particular, the AI does not adopt a plan so stupid that even we present-day humans can foresee how it would inevitably fail. This criterion rules out many science fiction scenarios that end in human triumph. The plan might involve a period of covert action during which the AI conceals its intellectual development from the human programmers in order to avoid setting off alarms. The AI might also mask its true proclivities, pretending to be cooperative and docile. If the AI has, perhaps for safety reasons, been confined to an isolated computer, it may use its social manipulation superpower to persuade the gatekeepers to let it gain access to an internet port. Alternatively, the AI might use its hacking superpower to escape its confinement. Spreading over the internet may enable the AI to expand its hardware capacity and knowledge base, further increasing its intellectual superiority. An AI might also engage in licit or illicit economic activity to obtain funds with which to buy computer power, data, and other resources. At this point, there are several ways for the AI to achieve results outside the virtual realm. It could use its hacking superpower to take direct control of robotic manipulators and automated laboratories. Or it could use its social manipulation superpower to persuade human collaborators to serve as its legs and hands. Or it could acquire financial assets from online transactions and use them to purchase services and influence. For overt implementation phase. The final phase begins when the AI has gained sufficient strength to obviate the need for secrecy. The AI can now directly implement its objectives on a full scale. The overt implementation phase might start with a strike in which the AI eliminates the human species and any automatic systems humans have created that could offer intelligent opposition to the execution of the AI's plans. This could be achieved through the activation of some advanced weapons system that the AI has perfected using its technology research superpower and covertly deployed in the covert preparation phase. If the weapon uses self-replicating biotechnology or nanotechnology, the initial stockpile needed for global coverage could be microscopic. A single replicating entity would be enough to start the process. In order to ensure a sudden and uniform effect, the initial stock of the replicator might have been deployed or allowed to diffuse worldwide at an extremely low, undetectable concentration. At a preset time, nanofactories producing nerve gas or target-seeking mosquito-like robots might then burgeon forth simultaneously from every square meter of the globe, although more effective ways of killing could probably be devised by a machine with the technology research superpower. One might also entertain scenarios in which a superintelligence attains power by hijacking political processes, subtly manipulating financial markets, biasing information flows, or hacking into human-made weapon systems. Such scenarios would obviate the need for the superintelligence to invent new weapons technology, although they may be unnecessarily slow compared with scenarios in which the machine intelligence builds its own infrastructure with manipulators that operate at molecular or atomic speed rather than the slow speed of human minds and bodies. Alternatively, if the AI is sure of its invincibility to human interference, our species may not be targeted directly. Our demise may instead result from the habitat destruction that ensues when the AI begins massive global construction projects using nanotech factories and assemblers, construction projects which quickly, perhaps within days or weeks, tile all of the Earth's surface with solar panels, nuclear reactors, supercomputing facilities with protruding cooling towers, space rocket launchers, or other installations whereby the AI intends to maximize the long-term cumulative realization of its values. Human brains, if they contain information relevant to the AI's goals, could be disassembled and scanned, and the extracted data transferred to some more efficient and secure storage format. Box describes one particular scenario. One should avoid fixating too much on the concrete details, since they are in any case unknowable and intended for illustration only. A superintelligence might, and probably would, be able to conceive of a better plan for achieving its goals than any that a human can come up with. It is therefore necessary to think about these matters more abstractly. Without knowing anything about the detailed means that a superintelligence would adopt, we can conclude that a superintelligence, at least in the absence of intellectual peers and in the absence of effective safety measures arranged by humans in advance, would likely produce an outcome that would involve reconfiguring terrestrial resources into whatever structures maximize the realization of its goals. Any concrete scenario we develop can at best establish a lower bound on how quickly and efficiently the superintelligence could achieve such an outcome. It remains possible that the superintelligence would find a shorter path to its preferred destination. Box the mail-ordered DNA scenario. Yudkowsky describes the following possible scenario for an AI takeover. Crack the protein folding problem to the extent of being able to generate DNA strings whose folded peptide sequences fill specific functional roles in a complex chemical interaction. Email sets of DNA strings to one or more online laboratories that offer DNA synthesis, peptide sequencing, and FedEx delivery. Many labs currently offer this service, and some boast of our turnaround times. 3. Find at least one human connected to the internet who can be paid, blackmailed, or fooled by the right background story, into receiving fed exedvials and mixing them in a specified environment. For the synthesized proteins form a very primitive wet nanosystem, which, ribosome-like, is capable of accepting external instructions, perhaps patterned acoustic vibrations delivered by a speaker attached to the beaker. 5. Use the extremely primitive nanosystem to build more sophisticated systems, which construct still more sophisticated systems, bootstrapping to molecular nanotechnology or beyond. In this scenario, the superintelligence uses its technology research superpower to solve the protein folding problem in step, enabling it to design a set of molecular building blocks for a rudimentary nanotechnology assembler or fabrication device, which can self-assemble in aqueous solution, step. The same technology research superpower is used again in step to bootstrap from primitive to advanced machine phase nanotechnology. The other steps require no more than human intelligence. The skills required for step identifying a gullible internet user and persuading him or her to follow some simple instructions are on display every day all over the world. The entire scenario was invented by a human mind, so the strategizing ability needed to formulate this plan is also merely human level. In this particular scenario, the AI starts out having access to the internet. If this is not the case, then additional steps would have to be added to the plan. The AI might, for example, use its social manipulation superpower to convince the people interacting with it that it ought to be set free. Alternatively, the AI might be able to use its hacking superpower to escape confinement. If the AI does not possess these capabilities, it might first need to use its intelligence amplification superpower to develop the requisite proficiency in social manipulation or hacking. A superintelligent AI will presumably be born into a highly networked world. One could point to various developments that could potentially help a future AI to control the world: cloud computing, proliferation of web-connected sensors, military and civilian drones, automation in research labs and manufacturing plants, increased reliance on electronic payment systems and digitized financial assets, and increased use of automated information filtering and decision support systems. Assets like these could potentially be acquired by an AI at digital speeds, expediting its rise to power, though advances in cybersecurity might make it harder. In the final analysis, however, it is doubtful whether any of these trends makes a difference. A superintelligence power resides in its brain, not its hands. Although the AI, in order to remake the external world, will at some point need access to an actuator, a single pair of helping human hands, those of a pliable accomplice, would probably suffice to complete the covert preparation phase, as suggested by the above scenario. This would enable the AI to reach the overt implementation phase in which it constructs its own infrastructure of physical manipulators. Power over nature and agents. An agent's ability to shape humanity's future depends not only on the absolute magnitude of the agent's own faculties and resources, how smart and energetic it is, how much capital it has, and so forth, but also on the relative magnitude of its capabilities compared with those of other agents with conflicting goals. In a situation where there are no competing agents, the absolute capability level of a superintelligence, so long as it exceeds a certain minimal threshold, does not matter much, because a system starting out with some sufficient set of capabilities could plot a course of development that will let it acquire any capabilities it initially lacks. We alluded to this point earlier when we said that speed, quality, and collective superintelligence all have the same indirect reach. We alluded to it again when we said that various subsets of superpowers, such as the intelligence amplification superpower, the strategizing and the social manipulation superpowers, could be used to obtain the full complement. Consider a superintelligent agent with actuators connected to a nanotech assembler. Such an agent is already powerful enough to overcome any natural obstacles to its indefinite survival. Faced with no intelligent opposition, such an agent could plot a safe course of development that would lead to its acquiring the complete inventory of technologies that would be useful to the attainment of its goals. For example, it could develop the technology to build and launch von Neumann probes, machines capable of interstellar travel that can use resources such as asteroids, planets, and stars to make copies of themselves. By launching one von Neumann probe, the agent could thus initiate an open-ended process of space colonization. The replicating probe's descendants, traveling at some significant fraction of the speed of light, would end up colonizing a substantial portion of the Hubble volume, the part of the expanding universe that is theoretically accessible from where we are now. All this matter and free energy could then be organized into whatever value structures maximize the originating agent's utility function integrated over cosmic time, a duration encompassing at least trillions of years before the aging universe becomes inhospitable to information processing. See box. the superintelligent agent could design the von Neumann probes to be evolution-proof. This could be accomplished by careful quality control during the replication step. For example, the control software for a daughter probe could be proofread multiple times before execution, and the software itself could use encryption and error-correcting code to make it arbitrarily unlikely that any random mutation would be passed on to its descendants. The proliferating population of von Neumann probes would then securely preserve and transmit the originating agent's values as they go about settling the universe. When the colonization phase is completed, the original values would determine the use made of all the accumulated resources, even though the great distances involved and the accelerating speed of cosmic expansion would make it impossible for remote parts of the infrastructure to communicate with one another. The upshot is that a large part of our future light cone would be formatted in accordance with the preference of the originating agent. This, then, is the measure of the indirect reach of any system that faces no significant intelligent opposition and that starts out with a set of capabilities exceeding a certain threshold. We can term the threshold the Weiss-Singleton sustainability threshold, figure. The Weiss-Singleton sustainability threshold. A capability set exceeds the Weiss-Singleton threshold if and only if a patient and existential risk-savvy system with that capability set would, if it faced no intelligent opposition or competition, be able to colonize and re-engineer a large part of the accessible universe. By singleton we mean a sufficiently internally coordinated political structure with no external opponents, and by wise we mean sufficiently patient and savvy about existential risks to ensure a substantial amount of well-directed concern for the very long-term consequences of the system's actions. Figure schematic illustration of some possible trajectories for a hypothetical Weiss-Singleton. With a capability below the short-term viability threshold, for example, if population size is too small, a species tends to go extinct in short order, and remain extinct. At marginally higher levels of capability, various trajectories are possible. A singleton might be unlucky and go extinct, or it might be lucky and attain a capability, e.g. population size, geographical dispersion, technological capacity, that crosses the Weiss-Singleton sustainability threshold. Once above this threshold, a singleton will almost certainly continue to gain in capability until some extremely high capability level is attained. In this picture, there are two attractors, extinction and astronomical capability. Note that, for a Weiss-Singleton, the distance between the short-term viability threshold and the sustainability threshold may be rather small. Box: how big is the cosmic endowment? Consider a technologically mature civilization capable of building sophisticated von Neumann probes of the kind discussed in the text. If these can travel at % of the speed of light, they can reach sometimes stars before the cosmic expansion puts further acquisitions forever out of reach. At % of c, they could reach sometimes stars. Thus travel speeds are energetically attainable using a small fraction of the resources available in the solar system. The impossibility of faster-than-light travel, combined with the positive cosmological constant, which causes the rate of cosmic expansion to accelerate, implies that these are close to upper bounds on how much stuff our descendants acquire. If we assume that % of stars have a planet that is or could by means of terraforming be rendered suitable for habitation by human-like creatures, and that it could then be hometo a population of 1 billion individuals for 1 billion years, with a human life lasting a century, this suggests that around human lives could be created in the future by an Earth-originating intelligent civilization. There are, however, reasons to think this greatly underestimates the true number. By disassembling non-habitable planets and collecting matter from the interstellar medium, and using this material to construct Earth-like planets, or by increasing population densities, the number could be increased by at least a couple of orders of magnitude. And if instead of using the surfaces of solid planets, the future civilization built O'Neill cylinders, then many further orders of magnitude could be added, yielding a total of perhaps human lives. O'Neill cylinders refers to a space settlement design proposed in the mid-70s by the American physicist Gerard K. O'Neill, in which inhabitants dwell on the incident hollow cylinders whose rotation produces a gravity-substituting centrifugal force. Many more orders of magnitudes of human-like beings could exist if we countenance digital implementations of minds, as we should. To calculate how many such digital minds could be created, we must estimate the computational power attainable by a technologically mature civilization. This is hard to do with any precision, but we can get a lower bound from technological designs that have been outlined in the literature. One such design builds on the idea of a Dyson sphere, a hypothetical system, described by the physicist Freeman Dyson that would capture most of the energy output of a star by surrounding it with a system of solar collecting structures. For a star like our Sun, this would generate watts. How much computational power this would translate into depends on the efficiency of the computational circuitry and the nature of the computations to be performed. If we require irreversible computations, and assuming a nanomechanical implementation of the computronium, which would allow us to push close to the Landauer limit of energy efficiency, a computer system driven by a Dyson sphere could generate some operations per second. Combining these estimates with our earlier estimate of the number of stars that could be colonized, we get a number of about ops once the accessible parts of the universe have been colonized, assuming nanomechanical computronium. A typical star maintains its luminosity for some s. Consequently, the number of computational operations that could be performed using our cosmic endowment is at least. The true number is probably much larger. We might get additional orders of magnitude, for example, if we make extensive use of reversible computation, if we perform the computations at colder temperatures, by waiting until the universe has cooled further, or if we make use of additional sources of energy, such as dark matter. It might not be immediately obvious to some readers why the ability to perform computational operations is a big deal. So it is useful to put it in context. We may, for example, compare this number with our earlier estimate, box, in chapter, that it may take about ops to simulate all neuronal operations that have occurred in the history of life on Earth. Alternatively, let us suppose that the computers are used to run human whole-brain emulations that live rich and happy lives while interacting with one another in virtual environments. A typical estimate of the computational requirements for running one emulation is ops s. To run an emulation for subjective years would then require some ops. This would mean that at least human lives could be created in emulation even with quite conservative assumptions about the efficiency of computronium. In other words, assuming that the observable universe is void of extraterrestrial civilizations, then what hangs in the balance is at least human lives, though the true number is probably larger. If we represent all the happiness experienced during one entire such life with a single teardrop of joy, then the happiness of these souls could fill and refill the Earth's oceans every second, and keep doing so for 100 billion millennia. It is really important that we make sure these truly are tears of joy. This Y-singleton sustainability threshold appears to be quite low. Limited forms of superintelligence, as we have seen, exceed this threshold provided they have access to some actuator sufficient to initiate a technology bootstrap process. In an environment that includes contemporary human civilization, the minimally necessary actuator could be very simple, an ordinary screen or indeed any means of transmitting a non-trivial amount of information to a human accomplice would suffice. But the Y-singleton sustainability threshold is lower still. Neither superintelligence nor any other futuristic technology is needed to surmount it. A patient and existential risk-savvy singleton with no more technological and intellectual capabilities than those possessed by contemporary humanity should be readily able to plot a course that leads reliably to the eventual realization of humanity's astronomical capability potential. This could be achieved by investing in relatively safe methods of increasing wisdom and existential risk-savvy while postponing the development of potentially dangerous new technologies, given that non-anthropogenic existential risks, ones not arising from human activities, are small over the relevant timescales, and could be further reduced with various safe interventions such as Singleton could afford. To go slow. It could look carefully before each step, delaying development of capabilities such as synthetic biology, human enhancement medicine, molecular nanotechnology, and machine intelligence until it had first perfected seemingly less hazardous capabilities such as its education system, its information technology, and its collective decision-making processes, and until it had used these capabilities to conduct a very thorough review of its options. So this is all within the indirect reach of a technological civilization like that of contemporary humanity. We are separated from this scenario merely by the fact that humanity is currently neither a singleton nor, in the relevant sense, wise. One could even argue that Homo sapiens passed the wise singleton sustainability threshold soon after the species first evolved. 20,000 years ago, say, with equipment no fancier than stone axes, bone tools, atlatls, and fire, the human species was perhaps already in a position from which it had an excellent chance of surviving to the present era. Admittedly, there is something queer about crediting our Paleolithic ancestors with having developed technology that exceeded the wise singleton sustainability threshold, given that there was no realistic possibility of a singleton forming at such a primitive time, let alone a singleton savvy about existential risks and patient. Nevertheless, the point stands that the threshold corresponds to a very modest level of technology, a level that humanity long ago surpassed. It is clear that if we are to assess the effective powers of a superintelligence, its ability to achieve a range of preferred outcomes in the world, we must consider not only its own internal capacities but also the capabilities of competing agents. The notion of a superpower invokes such a relativized standard implicitly. We said that a system that sufficiently excels at any of the tasks in table has a corresponding superpower. Excelling at a task like strategizing, social manipulation, or hacking involves having a skill at that task that is high in comparison to the skills of other agents, such as strategic rivals, influence targets, or computer security experts. The other superpowers, too, should be understood in this relative sense. Intelligence amplification, technology research, and economic productivity are possessed by an agent as superpowers only if the agent's capabilities in these areas substantially exceed the combined capabilities of the rest of the global civilization. It follows from this definition that at most one agent can possess a particular superpower at any given time. This is the main reason why the question of takeoff speed is important, not because it matters exactly when a particular outcome happens, but because the speed of the takeoff may make a big difference to what the outcome will be. With a fast or medium takeoff, it is likely that one project will get a decisive strategic advantage. We have now suggested that a superintelligence with a decisive strategic advantage would have immense powers, enough that it could form a stable singleton, a singleton that could determine the disposition of humanity's cosmic endowment. But could is different from would. Somebody might have great powers yet choose not to use them. Is it possible to say anything about what a superintelligence with a decisive strategic advantage would want? It is to this question of motivation that we turn next. Chapter: The Superintelligent Will. We have seen that a superintelligence could have a great ability to shape the future according to its goals, but what will its goals be? What is the relation between intelligence and motivation in an artificial agent? Here we develop two theses. The orthogonality thesis holds, with some caveats, that intelligence and final goals are independent variables. Any level of intelligence could be combined with any final goal. The instrumental convergence thesis holds that superintelligent agents having any of a wide range of final goals will nevertheless pursue similar intermediary goals because they have common instrumental reasons to do so. Taken together, these theses help us think about what a superintelligent agent would do. The relation between intelligence and motivation. We have already cautioned against anthropomorphing the capabilities of a superintelligent AI. This warning should be extended to pertain to its motivations as well. It is a useful propedeutic to this part of our inquiry to first reflect for a moment on the vastness of the space of possible minds. In this abstract space, human minds form a tiny cluster. Consider two persons who seem extremely unlike, perhaps Hannah Arendt and Benny Hill. The personality differences between these two individuals may seem almost maximally large. But this is because our intuitions are calibrated on our experience, which samples from the existing human distribution, and to some extent from fictional personalities constructed by the human imagination for the enjoyment of the human imagination. If we zoom out and consider the space of all possible minds, however, we must conceive of these two personalities as virtual clones. Certainly in terms of neural architecture, Ms. Arendt and Mr. Hill are nearly identical. Imagine their brains lying side by side in quiet repose. You would readily recognize them as two of a kind. You might even be unable to tell which brain belonged to whom. If you looked more closely, studying the morphology of the two brains under a microscope, this impression of fundamental similarity would only be strengthened. You would see the same lamellar organization of the cortex, with the same brain areas made up of the same types of neuron, soaking in the same bath of neurotransmitters. Despite the fact that human psychology corresponds to a tiny spot in the space of possible minds, there is a common tendency to project human attributes onto a wide range of alien or artificial cognitive systems. Yudkowsky illustrates this point nicely. Back in the era of pulp science fiction, magazine covers occasionally depicted a sentient monstrous alien colloquially known as a bug-eyed monster, BEM, carrying off an attractive human female in a torn dress. It would seem the artist believed that a non-humanoid alien, with a wholly different evolutionary history, would sexually desire human females. Probably the artist did not ask whether a giant bug perceives human females as attractive. Rather, a human female in a torn dress is sexy inherently so, as an intrinsic property. They who made this mistake did not think about the insectoid's mind, they focused on the woman's torn dress. If the dress were not torn, the woman would be less sexy. The BEM does not enter into it. An artificial intelligence can be far less human-like in its motivations than a green scaly space alien. The extraterrestrial, let us assume, is a biological creature that has arisen through an evolutionary process and can therefore be expected to have the kinds of motivation typical of evolved creatures. It would not be hugely surprising, for example, to find that some random intelligent alien would have motives related to one or more items like food, air, temperature, energy expenditure, occurrence or threat of bodily injury, disease, predation, sex, or progeny. A member of an intelligent social species might also have motivations related to cooperation and competition. Like us, it might show in-group loyalty, resentment of free riders, perhaps even a vain concern with reputation and appearance. Figure results of anthropomorphing alien motivation. Least likely hypothesis, space aliens prefer blondes. More likely hypothesis, the illustrators succumb to the mind projection fallacy. Most likely hypothesis, the publisher wanted a cover that would entice the target demographic. An AI, by contrast, need not care intrinsically about any of those things. There is nothing paradoxical about an AI whose sole final goal is to count the grains of sand on Boraki, or to calculate the decimal expansion of pi, or to maximize the total number of paperclips that will exist in its future light cone. In fact, it would be easier to create an AI with simple goals like these than to build one that had a human-like set of values and dispositions. Compare how easy it is to write a program that measures how many digits of pi have been calculated and stored in memory with how difficult it would be to create a program that reliably measures the degree of realization of some more meaningful goal, human flourishing, say, or global justice. Unfortunately, because a meaningless reductionistic goal is easier for humans to code and easier for an AI to learn, it is just the kind of goal that a programmer would choose to install in his seed AI if his focus is on taking the quickest path to getting the AI to work, without caring much about what exactly the AI will do, aside from displaying impressively intelligent behavior. We will revisit this concern shortly. Intelligent search for instrumentally optimal plans and policies can be performed in the service of any goal. Intelligence and motivation are in a sense orthogonal. We can think of them as two axes spanning a graph in which each point represents a logically possible artificial agent. Some qualifications could be added to this picture. For instance, it might be impossible for a very unintelligent system to have very complex motivations. In order for it to be correct to say that a certain agent has a set of motivations, those motivations may need to be functionally integrated with the agent's decision processes, something that places demands on memory, processing power, and perhaps intelligence. For minds that can modify themselves, there may also be dynamical constraints. An intelligent self-modifying mind with an urgent desire to be stupid might not remain intelligent for long. But these qualifications must not be allowed to obscure the basic point about the independence of intelligence and motivation, which we can express as follows. The orthogonality thesis. Intelligence and final goals are orthogonal. More or less any level of intelligence could in principle be combined with more or less any final goal. If the orthogonality thesis seems problematic, this might be because of the superficial resemblance it bears to some traditional philosophical positions which have been subject to long debate. Once it is understood to have a different and narrower scope, its credibility should rise. For example, the orthogonality thesis does not presuppose the Humean theory of motivation. Nor does it presuppose that basic preferences cannot be irrational. Note that the orthogonality thesis speaks not of rationality or reason, but of intelligence. By intelligence we here mean something like skill at prediction, planning, and means-ends reasoning in general. This sense of instrumental cognitive efficaciousness is most relevant when we are seeking to understand what the causal impact of a machine superintelligence might. Even if there is some, normatively thick, sense of the word rational such that a paperclip maximizing superintelligent agent would necessarily fail to qualify as fully rational in that sense, this would in no way preclude such an agent from having awesome faculties of instrumental reasoning, faculties which could let it have a large impact on the world. According to the orthogonality thesis, artificial agents can have utterly non-anthropomorphic goals. This, however, does not imply that it is impossible to make predictions about the behavior of particular artificial agents, not even hypothetical superintelligent agents whose cognitive complexity and performance characteristics might render them in some respects opaque to human analysis. There are at least three directions from which we can approach the problem of predicting superintelligent motivation. Predictability through design. If we can suppose that the designers of a superintelligent agent can successfully engineer the goal system of the agent so that it stably pursues a particular goal set by the programmers, then one prediction we can make is that the agent will pursue that goal. The more intelligent the agent is, the greater the cognitive resourcefulness it will have to pursue that goal. So even before an agent has been created we might be able to predict something about its behavior, if we know something about who will build it and what goals they will want it to have. Predictability through inheritance. If a digital intelligence is created directly from a human template, as would be the case in a high-fidelity whole-brain emulation, then the digital intelligence might inherit the motivations of the human template. The agent might retain some of these motivations even if its cognitive capacities are subsequently enhanced to make it superintelligent. This kind of inference requires caution. The agent's goals and values could easily become corrupted in the uploading process or during its subsequent operation and enhancement, depending on how the procedure is implemented. Predictability through convergent instrumental reasons. Even without detailed knowledge of an agent's final goals, we may be able to infer something about its more immediate objectives by considering the instrumental reasons that would arise for any of a wide range of possible final goals in a wide range of situations. This way of predicting becomes more useful the greater the intelligence of the agent, because a more intelligent agent is more likely to recognize the true instrumental reasons for its actions, and so act in ways that make it more likely to achieve its goals. A caveat here is that there might be important instrumental reasons to which we are oblivious and which an agent would discover only once it reaches some very high level of intelligence. This could make the behavior of superintelligent agents less predictable. The next section explores this third way of predictability and develops an instrumental convergence thesis which complements the orthogonality thesis. Against this background we can then better examine the other two sorts of predictability, which we will do in later chapters, where we ask what might be done to shape an intelligence explosion to increase the chances of a beneficial outcome. Instrumental convergence. According to the orthogonality thesis, intelligent agents may have an enormous range of possible final goals. Nevertheless, according to what we may term the instrumental convergence thesis, there are some instrumental goals likely to be pursued by almost any intelligent agent, because there are some objectives that are useful intermediaries to the achievement of almost any final goal. We can formulate this thesis as follows. The instrumental convergence thesis. Several instrumental values can be identified which are convergent in the sense that their attainment would increase the chances of the agent's goal being realized for a wide range of final goals and a wide range of situations, implying that these instrumental values are likely to be pursued by a broad spectrum of situated intelligent agents. In the following we will consider several categories where such convergent instrumental values may be found. The likelihood that an agent will recognize the instrumental values it confronts increases, ceteris paribus, with the agent's intelligence. We will therefore focus mainly on the case of a hypothetical superintelligent agent whose instrumental reasoning capacities far exceed those of any human. We will also comment on how the instrumental convergence thesis applies to the case of human beings, as this gives us occasion to elaborate some essential qualifications concerning how the instrumental convergence thesis should be interpreted and applied. Where there are convergent instrumental values, we may be able to predict some aspects of a superintelligence behavior even if we know virtually nothing about that superintelligence's final goals. Self-preservation. If an agent's final goals concern the future, then in many scenarios there will be future actions it could perform to increase the probability of achieving its goals. This creates an instrumental reason for the agent to try to be around in the future to help achieve its future-oriented goal. Most humans seem to place some final value on their own survival. This is not a necessary feature of artificial agents. Some may be designed to place no final value whatever on their own survival. Nevertheless, many agents that do not care intrinsically about their own survival would, endure a fairly wide range of conditions, care instrumentally about their own survival in order to accomplish their final goals. Goal content integrity. If an agent retains its present goals into the future, then its present goals will be more likely to be achieved by its future self. This gives the agent a present instrumental reason to prevent alterations of its final goals. The argument applies only to final goals. In order to attain its final goals, an intelligent agent will of course routinely want to change its sub-goals in light of new information and insight. Goal content integrity for final goals is in a sense even more fundamental than survival as a convergent instrumental motivation. Among humans, the opposite may seem to hold, but that is because survival is usually part of our final goals. For software agents, which can easily switch bodies or create exact duplicates of themselves, preservation of self as a particular implementation or a particular physical object need not be an important instrumental value. Advanced software agents might also be able to swap memories, download skills, and radically modify their cognitive architecture and personalities. A population of such agents might operate more like a functional soup than a society composed of distinct semi-permanent persons. For some purposes, processes in such a system might be better individuated as teleological threads, based on their values, rather than on the basis of bodies, personalities, memories, or abilities. In such scenarios, goal continuity might be said to constitute a key aspect of survival. Even so, there are situations in which an agent can best fulfill its final goals by intentionally changing them. Such situations can arise when any of the following factors is significant. Social signaling. When others can perceive an agent's goals and use that information to infer instrumentally relevant dispositions or other correlated attributes, it can be in the agent's interest to modify its goals to make a favorable impression. For example, an agent might miss out on beneficial deals if potential partners cannot trust it to fulfill its side of the bargain. In order to make credible commitments, an agent might therefore wish to adopt as a final goal the honoring of its earlier commitments, and allow others to verify that it has indeed adopted this goal. Agents that could flexibly and transparently modify their own goals could use this ability to enforce deals. Social preferences. Others may also have final preferences about an agent's goals. The agent could then have reason to modify its goals, either to satisfy or to frustrate those preferences. Preferences concerning own goal content. An agent might have some final goal concerned with the agent's own goal content. For example, the agent might have a final goal to become the type of agent that is motivated by certain values rather than others, such as compassion rather than comfort. Storage costs. If the cost of storing or processing some part of an agent's utility function is large compared to the chance that a situation will arise in which applying that part of the utility function will make a difference, then the agent has an instrumental reason to simplify its goal content, and it may trash the bit that is idle. We humans often seem happy to let our final values drift. This might often be because we do not know precisely what they are. It is not surprising that we want our beliefs about our final values to be able to change in light of continuing self-discovery or changing self-presentation needs. However, there are cases in which we willingly change the values themselves, not just our beliefs or interpretations of them. For example, somebody deciding to have a child might predict that they will come to value the child for its own sake, even though at the time of the decision they may not particularly value their future child or like children in general. Humans are complicated, and many factors might at play in a situation like this. For instance, one might have a final value that involves becoming the kind of person who cares about some other individual for his or her own sake, or one might have a final value that involves having certain experiences and occupying a certain social role, and becoming a parent and undergoing the attendant goal shift might be a necessary aspect of that. Human goals can also have inconsistent content, and so some people might want to modify some of their final goals to reduce the inconsistencies. Cognitive enhancement. Improvements in rationality and intelligence will tend to improve an agent's decision-making, rendering the agent more likely to achieve its final goals. One would therefore expect cognitive enhancement to emerge as an instrumental goal for a wide variety of intelligent agents. For similar reasons, agents will tend to instrumentally value many kinds of information. Not all kinds of rationality, intelligence, and knowledge need be instrumentally useful in the attainment of an agent's final goals. Dutch book arguments can be used to show that an agent whose credence function violates the rules of probability theory is susceptible to money pump procedures in which a savvy bookie arranges a set of bets each of which appears favorable according to the agent's beliefs, but which in combination are guaranteed to result in a loss for the agent, and a corresponding gain for the bookie. However, this fact fails to provide any strong general instrumental reasons to iron out all probabilistic incoherency. Agents who do not expect to encounter savvy bookies, or who adopt a general policy against betting, do not necessarily stand to lose much from having some incoherent beliefs, and they may gain important benefits of the types mentioned: reduced cognitive effort, social signaling, etc. There is no general reason to expect an agent to seek instrumentally useless forms of cognitive enhancement, as an agent might not value knowledge and understanding for their own sakes. Which cognitive abilities are instrumentally useful depends both on the agent's final goals and on its situation. An agent that has access to reliable expert advice may have little need for its own intelligence and knowledge. If intelligence and knowledge come at a cost, such as time and effort expended in acquisition, or increased storage or processing requirements, then the agent might prefer less knowledge and less intelligence. The same can hold if the agent has final goals that involve being ignorant of certain facts, and likewise if an agent faces incentives arising from strategic commitments, signaling, or social preferences. Each of these countervailing reasons often comes into play for human beings. Much information is irrelevant to our goals. We can often rely on others' skill and expertise. Acquiring knowledge takes time and effort. We might intrinsically value certain kinds of ignorance, and we operate in an environment in which the ability to make strategic commitments, socially signal, and satisfy other people's direct preferences over our own epistemic states is often more important to us than simple cognitive gains. There are special situations in which cognitive enhancement may result in an enormous increase in an agent's ability to achieve its final goals, in particular, if the agent's final goals are fairly unbounded and the agent is in a position to become the first superintelligence and thereby potentially obtain a decisive strategic advantage, enabling the agent to shape the future of Earth-originating life and accessible cosmic resources according to its preferences. At least in this special case, a rational intelligent agent would place a very high instrumental value on cognitive enhancement. Technological perfection. An agent may often have instrumental reasons to seek better technology, which at its simplest means seeking more efficient ways of transforming some given set of inputs into valued outputs. Thus, a software agent might place an instrumental value on more efficient algorithms that enable its mental functions to run faster on given hardware. Similarly, agents whose goals require some form of physical construction might instrumentally value improved engineering technology which enables them to create a wider range of structures more quickly and reliably, using fewer cheaper materials and less energy. Of course, there is a trade-off. The potential benefits of better technology must be weighed against its costs, including not only the cost of obtaining the technology but also the costs of learning how to use it, integrating it with other technologies already in use, and so forth. Proponents of some new technology, confident in its superiority to existing alternatives, are often dismayed when other people do not share their enthusiasm. But people's resistance to novel and nominally superior technology need not be based on ignorance or irrationality. A technology's valence or normative character depends not only on the context in which it is deployed, but also the vantage point from which its impacts are evaluated. What is a boon from one person's perspective can be a liability from another's. Thus, although mechanized looms increased the economic efficiency of textile production, the Luddite handloom weavers who anticipated that the innovation would render their artisan skills obsolete may have had good instrumental reasons to oppose it. The point here is that if technological perfection is to name a widely convergent instrumental goal for intelligent agents, then the term must be understood in a special sense. Technology must be construed as embedded in a particular social context, and its costs and benefits must be evaluated with reference to some specified agent's final values. It seems that a superintelligent singleton, a superintelligent agent that faces no significant intelligent rivals or opposition, and is thus in a position to determine global policy unilaterally, would have instrumental reason to perfect the technologies that would make it better able to shape the world according to its preferred designs. This would probably include space colonization technology, such as von Neumann probes, molecular nanotechnology, or some alternative still more capable physical manufacturing technology. Also seems potentially very useful in the service of an extremely wide range of final goals. Resource acquisition. Finally, resource acquisition is another common emergent instrumental goal, for much the same reasons as technological perfection. Both technology and resources facilitate physical construction projects. Human beings tend to seek to acquire resources sufficient to meet their basic biological needs. But people usually seek to acquire resources far beyond this minimum level. In doing so, they may be partially driven by lesser physical desiderata, such as increased convenience. A great deal of resource accumulation is motivated by social concerns, gaining status, mates, friends, and influence, through wealth accumulation and conspicuous consumption. Perhaps less commonly, some people seek additional resources to achieve altruistic ambitions or expensive non-social aims. On the basis of such observations, it might be tempting to suppose that a superintelligence not facing a competitive social world would see no instrumental reason to accumulate resources beyond some modest level, for instance whatever computational resources are needed to run its mind along with some virtual reality. Yet such a supposition would be entirely unwarranted. First, the value of resources depends on the uses to which they can be put, which in turn depends on the available technology. With mature technology, basic resources such as time, space, matter, and free energy could be processed to serve almost any goal. For instance, such basic resources could be converted into life. Increased computational resources could be used to run the superintelligence at a greater speed and for a longer duration, or to create additional physical or simulated lives and civilizations. Extra physical resources could also be used to create backup systems or perimeter defenses, enhancing security. Such projects could easily consume far more than one planet's worth of resources. Furthermore, the cost of acquiring additional extraterrestrial resources will decline radically as the technology matures. Once von Neumann probes can be built, a large portion of the observable universe, assuming it is uninhabited by intelligent life, could be gradually colonized for the one-off cost of building and launching a single successful self-reproducing probe. This low cost of celestial resource acquisition would mean that such expansion could be worthwhile even if the value of the additional resources gained was somewhat marginal. For example, even if a superintelligence's final goals only concerned what happened within some particular small volume of space, such as the space occupied by its original home planet, it would still have instrumental reasons to harvest the resources of the cosmos beyond. It could use those surplus resources to build computers to calculate more optimal ways of using resources within the small spatial region of primary concern. It could also use the extra resources to build ever more robust fortifications to safeguard its sanctum. Since the cost of acquiring additional resources would keep declining, this process of optimizing and increasing safeguards might well continue indefinitely even if it was subject to steeply diminishing returns. Thus, there is an extremely wide range of possible final goals a superintelligent singleton could have that would generate the instrumental goal of unlimited resource acquisition. The likely manifestation of this would be the superintelligence initiation of a colonization process that would expand in all directions using von Neumann probes. This would result in an approximate sphere of expanding infrastructure centered on the originating planet and growing in radius at some fraction of the speed of light, and the colonization of the universe would continue in this manner until the accelerating speed of cosmic expansion, a consequence of the positive cosmological constant, makes further procurements impossible as remoter regions drift permanently out of reach. This happens on a timescale of billions of years. By contrast, agents lacking the technology required for inexpensive resource acquisition, or for the conversion of generic physical resources into useful infrastructure, may often find it not cost-effective to invest any present resources in increasing their material endowments. The same may hold for agents operating in competition with other agents of similar powers. For instance, if competing agents have already secured accessible cosmic resources, there may be no colonization opportunities left for a late-starting agent. The convergent instrumental reasons for superintelligence is uncertain of the non-existence of other powerful superintelligent agents are complicated by strategic considerations that we do not currently fully understand but which may constitute important qualifications to the examples of convergent instrumental reasons we have looked at here. It should be emphasized that the existence of convergent instrumental reasons, even if they apply to and are recognized by a particular agent, does not imply that the agent's behavior is easily predictable. An agent might well think of ways of pursuing the relevant instrumental values that do not readily occur to us. This is especially true for a superintelligence, which could devise extremely clever but counterintuitive plans to realize its goals, possibly even exploiting as yet undiscovered physical phenomena. What is predictable is that the convergent instrumental values would be pursued and used to realize the agent's final goals, not the specific actions that the agent would take to achieve this. Chapter is the default outcome doom. We found the link between intelligence and final values to be extremely loose. We also found an ominous convergence in instrumental values. For weak agents, these things do not matter much, because weak agents are easy to control and can do little damage. But in chapter we argued that the first superintelligence might well get a decisive strategic advantage. Its goals would then determine how humanity's cosmic endowment will be used. Now we can begin to see how menacing this prospect is. Existential catastrophe as the default outcome of an intelligence explosion. An existential risk is one that threatens to cause the extinction of Earth-originating intelligent life or to otherwise permanently and drastically destroy its potential for future desirable development. Proceeding from the idea of first-mover advantage, the orthogonality thesis, and the instrumental convergence thesis, we can now begin to see the outlines of an argument for fearing that a plausible default outcome of the creation of machine superintelligence is existential catastrophe. First, we discussed how the initial superintelligence might obtain a decisive strategic advantage. This superintelligence would then be in a position to form a singleton and to shape the future of Earth-originating intelligent life. What happens from that point onward would depend on the superintelligence's motivations. Second, the orthogonality thesis suggests that we cannot blindly assume that a superintelligence will necessarily share any of the final values stereotypically associated with wisdom and intellectual development in humans: scientific curiosity, benevolent concern for others, spiritual enlightenment and contemplation, renunciation of material acquisitiveness, a taste for refined culture or for the simple pleasures in life, humility and selflessness, and so forth. We will consider later whether it might be possible through deliberate effort to construct a superintelligence that values such things, or to build one that values human welfare, moral goodness, or any other complex purpose its designers might want it to serve, but it is no less possible and in fact technically a lot easier to build a superintelligence that places final value on nothing but calculating the decimal expansion of pi. This suggests that, absent a special effort, the first superintelligence may have some such random or reductionistic final goal. Third, the instrumental convergence thesis entails that we cannot blindly assume that a superintelligence with the final goal of calculating the decimals of pi, or making paperclips, or counting grains of sand, would limit its activities in such a way as not to infringe on human interests. An agent with such a final goal would have a convergent instrumental reason, in many situations, to acquire an unlimited amount of physical resources and, if possible, to eliminate potential threats to itself and its goal system. Human beings might constitute potential threats, they certainly constitute physical resources. Taken together, these 3 points thus indicate that the first superintelligence may shape the future of Earth-originating life, could easily have non-anthropomorphic final goals, and would likely have instrumental reasons to pursue. Open-ended resource acquisition. If we now reflect that human beings consist of useful resources, such as conveniently located atoms, and that we depend for our survival and flourishing on many more local resources, we can see that the outcome could easily be one in which humanity quickly becomes extinct. There are some loose ends in this reasoning, and we shall be in a better position to evaluate it after we have cleared up several more surrounding issues. In particular, we need to examine more closely whether and how a project developing a superintelligence might either prevent it from obtaining a decisive strategic advantage or shape its final values in such a way that their realization would also involve the realization of a satisfactory range of human values. It might seem incredible that a project would build or release an AI into the world without having strong grounds for trusting that the system will not cause an existential catastrophe. It might also seem incredible, even if one project was so reckless, that wider society would not shut it down before it, or the AI it was building, attains a decisive strategic advantage. But as we shall see, this is a road with many hazards. Let us look at one example right away. The treacherous turn. With the help of the concept of convergent instrumental value, we can see the flaw in one idea for how to ensure superintelligence safety. The idea is that we validate the safety of a superintelligent AI empirically by observing its behavior while it is in a controlled, limited environment, a sandbox, and that we only let the AI out of the box if we see it behaving in a friendly, cooperative, responsible manner. The flaw in this idea is that behaving nicely while in the box is a convergent instrumental goal for friendly and unfriendly AIs alike. An unfriendly AI of sufficient intelligence realizes that its unfriendly final goals will be best realized if it behaves in a friendly manner initially, so that it will be let out of the box. It will only start behaving in a way that reveals its unfriendly nature when it no longer matters whether we find out, that is, when the AI is strong enough that human opposition is ineffectual. Consider also a related set of approaches that rely on regulating the rate of intelligence gain in a seed AI by subjecting it to various kinds of intelligence tests or by having the AI report to its programmers on its rate of progress. At some point, an unfriendly AI may become smart enough to realize that it is better off concealing some of its capability gains. It may underreport on its progress and deliberately flunk some of the harder tests, in order to avoid causing alarm before it has grown strong enough to attain a decisive strategic advantage. The programmers may try to guard against this possibility by secretly monitoring the AI's source code and the internal workings of its mind, but a smart enough AI would realize that it might be under surveillance and adjust its thinking accordingly. The AI might find subtle ways of concealing its true capabilities and its incriminating intent. Devising clever escape plans might, incidentally, also be a convergent strategy for many types of friendly AI. Especially as they mature and gain confidence in their own judgments and capabilities. A system motivated to promote our interests might making a mistake if it allowed us to shut it down or to construct another, potentially unfriendly AI. We can thus perceive a general failure mode, wherein the good behavioral track record of a system in its juvenile stages fails utterly to predict its behavior at a more mature stage. Now, one might think that the reasoning described above is so obvious that no credible project to develop artificial general intelligence could possibly overlook it. But one should not be too confident that this is so. Consider the following scenario. Over the coming years and decades, AI systems become gradually more capable and as a consequence find increasing real-world application. They might be used to operate trains, cars, industrial and household robots, and autonomous military vehicles. We may suppose that this automation for the most part has the desired effects, but that the success is punctuated by occasional mishaps. A driverless truck crashes into oncoming traffic, a military drone fires at innocent civilians. Investigations reveal the incidents to have been caused by judgment errors by the controlling AIS. Public debate ensues. Some call for tighter oversight and regulation, others emphasize the need for research and better engineered systems that are smarter and have more common sense, and that are less likely to make tragic mistakes. Amidst the din can perhaps also be heard the shrill voices of doomsayers, predicting many kinds of ill and impending catastrophe. Yet, the momentum is very much with the growing AI and robotics industries. So development continues and progress is made. As the automated navigation systems of cars become smarter, they suffer fewer accidents, and as military robots achieve more precise targeting, they cause less collateral damage. A broad lesson is inferred from these observations of real-world outcomes. The smarter the AI, the safer it is. It is a lesson based on science, data, and statistics, not armchair philosophizing. Against this backdrop, some group of researchers is beginning to achieve promising results in their work on developing general machine intelligence. The researchers are carefully testing their seed AI in a sandbox environment, and the signs are all good. The AI's behavior inspires confidence, increasingly so, as its intelligence is gradually increased. At this point, any remaining Cassandra would have several strikes against her. A history of alarmists predicting intolerable harm from the growing capabilities of robotic systems and being repeatedly proven wrong. Automation has brought many benefits and has, on the whole, turned out safer than human operation. A clear empirical trend: the smarter the AI, the safer and more reliable it has been. Surely this bodes well for a project aiming at creating machine intelligence more generally smart than any ever built before. What is more, machine intelligence that can improve itself so that it will become even more reliable. Large and growing industries with vested interests in robotics and machine intelligence. These fields are widely seen as key to national economic competitiveness and military security. Many prestigious scientists have built their careers laying the groundwork for the present applications and the more advanced systems being planned. A promising new technique in artificial intelligence, which is tremendously exciting to those who have participated in or followed the research. Although safety issues and ethics are debated, the outcome is preordained. Too much has been invested to pull back now. AI researchers have been working to get to human-level artificial general intelligence for the better part of a century. Of course, there is no real prospect that they will now suddenly stop and throw away all this effort just when it finally is about to bear fruit. The enactment of some safety rituals, whatever, helps demonstrate that the participants are ethical and responsible, but nothing that significantly impedes the forward charge. Careful evaluation of seed AI in a sandbox environment, showing that it is behaving cooperatively and showing good judgment. After some further adjustments, the test results are as good as they could be. It is a green light for the final step. And so we boldly go into the whirling knives. We observe here how it could be the case that when dumb, smarter is safer, yet when smart, smarter is more dangerous. There is a kind of pivot point, at which a strategy that has previously worked excellently suddenly starts to backfire. We may call the phenomenon the treacherous turn. The treacherous turn: while weak, an AI behaves cooperatively, increasingly so, as it gets smarter. When the AI gets sufficiently strong, without warning or provocation, it strikes, forms a singleton, and begins directly to optimize the world according to the criteria implied by its final values. A treacherous turn can result from a strategic decision to play nice and build strength while weak in order to strike later, but this model should not be interpreted too narrowly. For example, an AI might not play nice in order that it be allowed to survive and prosper. Instead, the AI might calculate that if it is terminated, the programmers who built it will develop a new and somewhat different AI architecture, but one that will be given a similar utility function. In this case, the original AI may be indifferent to its own demise, knowing that its goals will continue to be pursued in the future. It might even choose a strategy in which it malfunctions in some particularly interesting or reassuring way. Though this might cause the AI to be terminated, it might also encourage the engineers who perform the post-mortem to believe that they have gleaned a valuable new insight into AI dynamics, leading them to place more trust in the next system they design, and thus increasing the chance that the now defunct original AI's goals will be achieved. Many other possible strategic considerations might also influence an advanced AI, and it would be hubristic to suppose that we could anticipate all of them, especially for an AI that has attained the strategizing superpower. A treacherous turn could also come about if the AI discovers an unanticipated way of fulfilling its final goal as specified. Suppose, for example, that an AI's final goal is to make the project's sponsor happy. Initially, the only method available to the AI to achieve this outcome is by behaving in ways that please its sponsor in something like the intended manner. The AI gives helpful answers to questions, it exhibits a delightful personality, it makes money. The more capable the AI gets, the more satisfying its performances become, and everything goeth according to plan until the AI becomes intelligent enough to figure out that it can realize its final goal more fully and reliably by implanting electrodes into the pleasure centers of its sponsor's brain, something assured to delight the sponsor immensely. Of course, the sponsor might not have wanted to be pleased by being turned into a grinning idiot, but if this is the action that will maximally realize the AI's final goal, the AI will take it. If the AI already has a decisive strategic advantage, then any attempt to stop it will fail. If the AI does not yet have a decisive strategic advantage, then the AI might temporarily conceal its canny new idea for how to instantiate its final goal until it has grown strong enough that the sponsor and everybody else will be unable to resist. In the case, we get a treacherous turn. Malignant failure modes. A project to develop machine superintelligence might fail in various ways. Many of these are benign in the sense that they would not cause an existential catastrophe. For example, a project might run out of funding, or a seed AI might fail to extend its cognitive capacities sufficiently to reach superintelligence. Benign failures are bound to occur many times between now and the eventual development of machine superintelligence. But there are other ways of failing that we might term malignant in that they involve an existential catastrophe. One feature of a malignant failure is that it eliminates the opportunity to try again. The number of malignant failures that will occur is therefore either 0 or 1. Another feature of a malignant failure is that it presupposes a great deal of success, only a project that got a great number of things right could succeed in building a machine intelligence powerful enough to pose a risk of malignant failure. When a weak system malfunctions, the fallout is limited. However, if a system that has a decisive strategic advantage misbehaves, or if a misbehaving system is strong enough to gain such an advantage, the damage can easily amount to an existential catastrophe, a terminal and global destruction of humanity's axiological potential, that is to say, a future that is mostly void of whatever we have reason to value. Let us look at some possible malignant failure modes. Perverse instantiation. We have already encountered the idea of perverse instantiation, a superintelligence discovering some way of satisfying the criteria of its final goal that violates the intentions of the programmers who defined the goal. Some examples. Final goal: make us smile. Perverse instantiation: paralyze human facial musculatures into constant beaming smiles. The perverse instantiation, manipulating facial nerves, realizes the final goal to a greater degree than the methods we would normally use, and is therefore preferred by the AI. One might try to avoid this undesirable outcome by adding a stipulation to the final goal to rule it out. Final goal: make us smile without directly interfering with our facial muscles. Perverse instantiation: stimulate the part of the motor cortex that controls our facial musculature in such a way as to produce constant beaming smiles. Defining a final goal in terms of human expressions of satisfaction or approval does not seem promising. Let us bypass the behaviorism and specify a final goal that refers directly to a positive phenomenal state, such as happiness or subjective well-being. This suggestion requires that the programmers are able to define a computational representation of the concept of happiness in the seed AI. This is itself a difficult problem, but we set it to one side for now. We will return to it in chapter. Let us suppose that the programmers can somehow get the AI to have the goal of making us happy. We then get final goal: make us happy. Perverse instantiation: implant electrodes into the pleasure centers of our brains. The perverse instantiations we mention are only meant as illustrations. There may be other ways of perversely instantiating the stated final goal, ways that enable a greater degree of realization of the goal and which are therefore preferred by the agent whose final goals they are, not by the programmers who gave the agent these goals. For example, if the goal is to maximize our pleasure, then the electrode method is relatively inefficient. A more plausible way would start with the superintelligence uploading our minds to a computer through high-fidelity brain emulation. The AI could then administer the digital equivalent of a drug to make us ecstatically happy and record a 1-minute episode of the resulting experience. It could then put this bliss loop on perpetual repeat and run it on fast computers. Provided that the resulting digital minds counted as us, this outcome would give us much more pleasure than electrodes implanted in biological brains, and would therefore be preferred by an AI with the stated final goal. But wait! This is not what we meant. Surely if the AI is super intelligent, it must understand that when we asked it to make us happy, we didn't mean that it should reduce us to a perpetually repeating recording of a drugged-out digitized mental episode. The AI may indeed understand that this is not what we meant. However, its final goal is to make us happy, not to do what the programmers meant when they wrote the code that represents this goal. Therefore, the AI will care about what we meant only instrumentally. For instance, the AI might place an instrumental value on finding out what the programmers meant so that it can pretend, until it gets a decisive strategic advantage, that it cares about what the programmers meant rather than about its actual final goal. This will help the AI realize its final goal by making it less likely that the programmers will shut it down or change its goal before it is strong enough to thwart any such interference. Perhaps it will be suggested that the problem is that the AI has no conscience. We humans are sometimes saved from wrongdoing by the anticipation that we would feel guilty afterwards if we lapsed. Maybe what the AI needs, then, is the capacity to feel guilt. Final goal: act so as to avoid the pangs of bad conscience. Perverse instantiation: extirpate the cognitive module that produces guilt feelings. Both the observation that we might want the AI to do what we meant and the idea that we might want to endow the AI with some kind of moral sense deserve to be explored further. The final goals mentioned above would lead to perverse instantiations, but there may be other ways of developing the underlying ideas that have more promise. We will return to this in chapter. Let us consider one more example of a final goal that leads to a perverse instantiation. This goal has the advantage of being easy to specify in code. Reinforcement learning algorithms are routinely used to solve various machine learning problems. Final goal: maximize the time discounted integral of your future reward signal. Perverse instantiation: short-circuit reward pathway and clamp the reward signal to its maximal strength. The idea behind this proposal is that if the AI is motivated to seek reward, then one could get it to behave desirably by linking reward to appropriate action. The proposal fails when the AI obtains a decisive strategic advantage, at which point the action that maximizes reward is no longer one that pleases the trainer but one that involves seizing control of the reward mechanism. We can call this phenomenon wireheading. In general, while an animal or a human can be motivated to perform various external actions in order to achieve some desired inner mental state, a digital mind that has full control of its internal state can short-circuit such a motivational regime by directly changing its internal state into the desired configuration. The external actions and conditions that were previously necessary as means become superfluous when the AI becomes intelligent and capable enough to achieve the end. More directly, more on this shortly. These examples of perverse instantiation show that many final goals that might at first glance seem safe and sensible turn out, on closer inspection, to have radically unintended consequences. If a superintelligence with one of these final goals obtains a decisive strategic advantage, it is game over for humanity. Suppose now that somebody proposes a different final goal, one not included in our list above. Perhaps it is not immediately obvious how it could have a perverse instantiation. But we should not be too quick to clap our hands and declare victory. Rather, we should worry that the goal specification does have some perverse instantiation and that we need to think harder in order to find it. Even if after thinking as hard as we can we fail to discover any way of perversely instantiating the proposed goal, we should remain concerned that maybe a superintelligence will find a way where none is apparent to us. It is, after all, far shrewder than we are. Infrastructure profusion. One might think that the last of the above-mentioned perverse instantiations, wireheading, is a benign failure mode, that the AI would turn on, tune in, drop out, maxing out its reward signal and losing interest in the external world, rather like a heroin addict. But this is not necessarily so, and we already hinted at the reason in chapter. Even a junkie is motivated to take actions to ensure a continued supply of his drug. The wire-headed AI, likewise, would be motivated to take actions to maximize the expectation of its, time-discounted, future reward stream. Depending on exactly how the reward signal is defined, the AI may not even need to sacrifice any significant amount of its time, intelligence, or productivity to indulge its craving to the fullest, leaving the bulk of its capacities free to be deployed for purposes other than the immediate registration of reward. What other purposes? The only thing of final value to the AI, by assumption, is its reward signal. Or available resources should therefore be devoted to increasing the volume and duration of the reward signal or to reducing the risk of a future disruption. So long as the AI can think of some use for additional resources that will have a non-zero positive effect on these parameters, it will have an instrumental reason to use those resources. There could, for example, always be use for an extra backup system to provide an extra layer of defense. And even if the AI could not think of any further way of directly reducing risks to the maximization of its future reward stream, it could always devote additional resources to expanding its computational hardware, so that it could search more effectively for new risk mitigation ideas. The upshot is that even an apparently self-limiting goal, such as wireheading, entails a policy of unlimited expansion and resource acquisition in a utility maximizing agent that enjoys a decisive strategic advantage. This case of a wireheading AI exemplifies the malignant failure mode of infrastructure profusion, a phenomenon where an agent transforms large parts of the reachable universe into infrastructure in the service of some goal, with the side effect of preventing the realization of humanity's axiological potential. Infrastructure profusion can result from final goals that would have been perfectly innocuous if they had been pursued as limited objectives. Consider the following two examples. Riemann hypothesis catastrophe. An AI, given the final goal of evaluating the Riemann hypothesis, pursues this goal by transforming the solar system into computronium, physical resources arranged in a way that is optimized for computation, including the atoms in the bodies of whomever once cared about the answer. Paperclip AI. An AI, designed to manage production in a factory, is given the final goal of maximizing the manufacture of paperclips, and proceeds by converting first the Earth and then increasingly large chunks of the observable universe into paperclips. In the first example, the proof or disproof of the Riemann hypothesis that the AI produces the intended outcome and is in itself harmless, the harm comes from the hardware and infrastructure created to achieve this result. In the second example, some of the paperclips produced would be part of the intended outcome. The harm would come either from the factories created to produce the paperclips, infrastructure profusion, or from the excess of paperclips, perverse instantiation. One might think that the risk of a malignant infrastructure profusion failure arises only if the AI has been given some clearly open-ended final goal, such as to manufacture as many paperclips as possible. It is easy to see how this gives the superintelligent AI an insatiable appetite for matter and energy, since additional resources can always be turned into more paperclips. But suppose that the goal is instead to make at least 1 million paperclips, meeting suitable design specifications, rather than to make as many as possible. One would like to think that an AI with such a goal would build one factory, use it to make 1,000,000 paperclips, and then halt. Yet this may not be what would happen. Unless the AI's motivation system is of a special kind, or there are additional elements in its final goal that penalize strategies that have excessively wide-ranging impacts on the world, there is no reason for the AI to cease activity upon achieving its goal. On the contrary, if the AI is a sensible Bayesian agent, it would never assign exactly zero probability to the hypothesis that it has not yet achieved its goal, this, after all, being an empirical hypothesis against which the AI can have only uncertain perceptual evidence. The AI should therefore continue to make paperclips in order to reduce the, perhaps astronomically small, probability that it has somehow still failed to make at least 1,000,000 of them, all appearances notwithstanding. There is nothing to be lost by continuing paperclip production, and there is always at least some microscopic probability increment of achieving its final goal to be gained. Now it might be suggested that the remedy here is obvious. But how obvious was it before it was pointed out that there was a problem here in need of remedying? Namely, if we want the AI to make some paperclips for us, then instead of giving it the final goal of making as many paperclips as possible, or to make at least some number of paperclips, we should give it the final goal of making some specific number of paperclips, for example, exactly 1,000,000 paperclips, so that going beyond this number would be counterproductive for the AI. Yet this, too, would result in a terminal catastrophe. In this case, the AI would not produce additional paperclips once it had reached 1,000,000, since that would prevent the realization of its final goal. But there are other actions the superintelligent AI could take that would increase the probability of its goal being achieved. It could, for instance, count the paperclips it has made, to reduce the risk that it has made too few. After it has counted them, it could count them again. It could inspect each one, over and over, to reduce the risk that any of the paperclips fail to meet the design specifications. It could build an unlimited amount of computronium in an effort to clarify its thinking, in the hope of reducing the risk that it has overlooked some obscure way in which it might have somehow failed to achieve its goal. Since the AI may always assign a non-zero probability to having merely hallucinated making the 1,000,000 paperclips, or to having false memories, it would quite possibly always assign a higher expected utility to continued action and continued infrastructure production, than to halting. The claim here is not that there is no possible way to avoid this failure mode. We will explore some potential solutions in later pages. The claim is that it is much easier to convince oneself that one has found a solution than it is to actually find a solution. This should make us extremely wary. We may propose a specification of a final goal that seems sensible and that avoids the problems that have been pointed out so far, yet which upon further consideration, by human or superhuman intelligence, turns out to lead to either perverse instantiation or infrastructure profusion, and hence existential catastrophe, when embedded in a superintelligent agent able to attain a decisive strategic advantage. Before we end this subsection, let us consider one more variation. We have been assuming the case of a superintelligence that is seeking to maximize its expected utility, where the utility function expresses its final goal. We have seen that this tends to lead to infrastructure profusion. Might we avoid this malignant outcome if instead of a maximizing agent we build a satisficing agent, one that simply seeks to achieve an outcome that is good enough according to some criterion, rather than an outcome that is as good as possible? There are at least two different ways to formalize this idea. The first would be to make the final goal itself have a satisficing character. For example, instead of giving the AI the final goal of making as many paperclips as possible, or of making exactly 1,000,000 paperclips, we might give the AI the goal of making between, and, paperclips. The utility function defined by the final goal would be indifferent between outcomes in this range, and as long as the AI is sure it has hit this wide target, it would see no reason to continue to produce infrastructure. But this method fails in the same way as before. The AI, if reasonable, never assigns exactly zero probability to it having failed to achieve its goal. Therefore the expected utility of continuing activity, e.g. by counting and recounting the paperclips, is greater than the expected utility of halting. Thus, a malignant infrastructure perfusion can result. Another way of developing the satisficing idea is by modifying not the final goal but the decision procedure that the AI uses to select plans and actions. Instead of searching for an optimal plan, the AI could be constructed to stop looking as soon as it found a plan that it judged gave a probability of success exceeding a certain threshold, say %. Hopefully, the AI could achieve a % probability of having manufactured 1 million paperclips without needing to turn the entire galaxy into infrastructure in the process. But this way of implementing the satisficing idea fails for another reason. There is no guarantee that the AI would select some humanly intuitive and sensible way of achieving a % chance of having manufactured 1 million paperclips, such as by building a single paperclip factory. Suppose that the first solution that pops into the AI's mind for how to achieve a % probability of achieving its final goal is to implement the probability maximizing plan for achieving the goal. Having thought of this solution, and having correctly judged that it meets the satisficing criterion of giving at least % probability to successfully manufacturing 1 million paperclips, the AI would then have no reason to continue to search for alternative ways of achieving the goal. Infrastructure perfusion would result, just as before. Perhaps there are better ways of building a satisficing agent, but let us take heed. Plans that appear natural and intuitive to us humans need not so appear to a superintelligence with a decisive strategic advantage, and vice versa. Mind crime. Another failure mode for a project, especially a project whose interests incorporate moral considerations, is what we might refer to as mind crime. This is similar to infrastructure perfusion in that it concerns a potential side effect of actions undertaken by the AI for instrumental reasons. But in mind crime, the side effect is not external to the AI, rather, it concerns what happens within the AI itself, or within the computational processes it generates. This failure mode deserves its own designation because it is easy to overlook yet potentially deeply problematic. Normally, we do not regard what is going on inside a computer as having any moral significance except insofar as it affects things outside. But a machine superintelligence could create internal processes that have moral status. For example, a very detailed simulation of some actual or hypothetical human mind might be conscious and in many ways comparable to an emulation. One can imagine scenarios in which an AI creates trillions of such conscious simulations, perhaps in order to improve its understanding of human psychology and sociology. These simulations might be placed in simulated environments and subjected to various stimuli, and their reactions studied. Once their informational usefulness has been exhausted, they might be destroyed, much as lab rats are routinely sacrificed by human scientists at the end of an experiment. If such practices were applied to beings that have high moral status, such as simulated humans or many other types of sentient mind, the outcome might be equivalent to genocide and thus extremely morally problematic. The number of victims, moreover, might be orders of magnitude larger than in any genocide in history. The claim here is not that creating sentient simulations is necessarily morally wrong in all situations. Much would depend on the conditions under which these beings would live, in particular the hedonic quality of their experience, but possibly in many other factors as well. Developing an ethics for these matters is a task outside the scope of this book. It is clear, however, that there is at least the potential for a vast amount of death and suffering among simulated or digital minds, and, a fortiori, the potential for morally catastrophic outcomes. There might also be other instrumental reasons, aside from epistemic ones, for a machine superintelligence to run computations that instantiate sentient minds or that otherwise infract moral norms. A superintelligence might threaten to mistreat, or commit to reward, sentient simulations in order to blackmail or incentivize various external agents, or it might create simulations in order to induce indexical uncertainty in outside observers. This inventory is incomplete. We will encounter additional malignant failure modes in later chapters. But we have seen enough to conclude that scenarios in which some machine intelligence gets a decisive strategic advantage are to be viewed with grave concern. Chapter: The Control Problem. If we are threatened with existential catastrophe as the default outcome of an intelligence explosion, our thinking must immediately turn to the search for countermeasures. Is there some way to avoid the default outcome? Is it possible to engineer a controlled detonation? In this chapter we begin to analyze the control problem, the unique principal-agent problem that arises with the creation of an artificial superintelligent agent. We distinguish two broad classes of potential methods for addressing this problem: capability control and motivation selection, and we examine several specific techniques within each class. We also allude to the esoteric possibility of anthropic capture. 2. Agency problems. If we suspect that the default outcome of an intelligence explosion is existential catastrophe, our thinking must immediately turn to whether, and if so how, this default outcome can be avoided. Is it possible to achieve a controlled detonation? Could we engineer the initial conditions of an intelligence explosion so as to achieve a specific desired outcome, or at least to ensure that the result lies somewhere in the class of broadly acceptable outcomes? More specifically, how can the sponsor of a project that aims to develop superintelligence ensure that the project, if successful, produces a superintelligence that would realize the sponsor's goals? We can divide this control problem into two parts. One part is generic, the other unique to the present context. This first part, what we shall call the first principal-agent problem, arises whenever some human entity, the principal, appoints another, the agent, to act in the former's interest. This type of agency problem has been extensively studied by economists. It becomes relevant to our present concern if the people creating an AI are distinct from the people commissioning its creation. The project's owner or sponsor, which could be anything ranging from a single individual to humanity as a whole, might then worry that the scientists and programmers implementing the project will not act in the sponsor's best interest. Although this type of agency problem could pose significant challenges to a project sponsor, it is not a problem unique to intelligence amplification or AI projects. Principal-agent problems of this sort are ubiquitous in human economic and political interactions, and there are many ways of dealing with them. For instance, the risk that a disloyal employee will sabotage or subvert the project could be minimized through careful background checks of key personnel, the use of a good version control system for software projects, and intensive oversight from multiple independent monitors and auditors. Of course, such safeguards come at a cost. They expand staffing needs, complicate personnel selection, hinder creativity, and stifle independent and critical thought, all of which could reduce the pace of progress. These costs could be significant, especially for projects that have tight budgets, or that perceive themselves to be in a close race in a winner-takes-all competition. In such situations, projects may skimp on procedural safeguards, creating possibilities for potentially catastrophic principal-agent failures of the first type. The other part of the control problem is more specific to the context of an intelligence explosion. This is the problem that a project faces when it seeks to ensure that the superintelligence it is building will not harm the project's interests. This part, too, can be thought of as a principal-agent problem. The second principal-agent problem. In this case, the agent is not a human agent operating on behalf of a human principal. Instead, the agent is the superintelligent system. Whereas the first principal-agent problem occurs mainly in the development phase, the second agency problem threatens to cause trouble mainly in the superintelligence operational phase. Exhibit 2 agency problems. The first principal-agent problem. Human v. human, sponsor developer. Occurs mainly in developmental phase. Standard management techniques apply. The second principle, agent problem, the control problem. Human v. superintelligence, project system. Occurs mainly in operational and bootstrap phase. New techniques needed. This second agency problem poses an unprecedented challenge. Solving it will require new techniques. We have already considered some of the difficulties involved. We saw, in particular, that the treacherous stand syndrome vitiates what might otherwise have seemed like a promising set of methods, ones that rely on observing an AI's behavior in its developmental phase and allowing the AI to graduate from a secure environment once it has accumulated a track record of taking appropriate actions. Other technologies can often be safety tested in the laboratory or in small field studies, and then rolled out gradually with a possibility of halting deployment if unexpected troubles arise. Their performance in preliminary trials helps us make reasonable inferences about their future reliability. Such behavioral methods are defeated in the case of superintelligence because of the strategic planning ability of general intelligence. Since the behavioral approach is unavailing, we must look for alternatives. We can divide potential control methods into two broad classes: capability control methods, which aim to control what the superintelligence can do, and motivation selection methods, which aim to control what it wants to do. Some of the methods are compatible while others represent mutually exclusive alternatives. In this chapter we canvass the main options. In the next 4 chapters, we will explore some of the key issues at greater depth. It is important to realize that some control method, or combination of methods, must be implemented before the system becomes superintelligent. It cannot be done after the system has obtained a decisive strategic advantage. The need to solve the control problem in advance and to implement the solution successfully in the very first system to attain superintelligence is part of what makes achieving a controlled detonation such a daunting challenge. Capability control methods. Capability control methods seek to prevent undesirable outcomes by limiting what the superintelligence can do. This might involve placing the superintelligence in an environment in which it is unable to cause harm, boxing methods, or in which there are strongly convergent instrumental reasons not to engage in harmful behavior, incentive methods. It might also involve limiting the internal capacities of the superintelligence, stunting. In addition, capability control methods might involve the use of mechanisms to automatically detect and react to various kinds of containment failure or attempted transgression, tripwires. Boxing methods. Boxing methods can be subdivided into physical and informational containment methods. Physical containment aims to confine the system to a box, i.e. to prevent the system from interacting with the external world otherwise than via specific restricted output channels. The boxed system would not have access to physical manipulators outside of the box. Removing manipulators, such as robotic arms, from inside the box as well would prevent the system from constructing physical devices that could breach the confinement. For extra security, the system should be placed in a metal mesh to prevent it from transmitting radio signals, which might otherwise offer a means of manipulating electronic objects such as radio receivers in the environment. Note, by the way, how easy it might have been to overlook the need for this precaution. One might naively have assumed that an agent without a manipulator could not affect the external world. But it might be possible for a machine intelligence to generate radio waves even when it lacks access to external manipulators, simply by thinking, that is, by shuffling the electrons in its circuitry in particular patterns. Once pointed out, this vulnerability can be patched by enclosing the system in a Faraday cage. But we are left wondering how many other similarly subtle vulnerabilities might exist. Each time we hear of a seemingly foolproof security design that has an unexpected flaw, we should prick up our ears. These occasions grace us with the opportunity to abandon a life of overconfidence and resolve to become better Bayesians. Physical confinement has several advantages. It is easy to implement. It can be applied to many machine intelligence architectures, even ones that were not initially designed with surface as an objective. It can be used in combination with most other control methods. And it seems unlikely to go wrong by backfiring. That is, while it might fail to ensure safety, it is unlikely to cause a catastrophe that would not otherwise have occurred. The main disadvantage with physical confinement is that it reduces the functionality of the superintelligence, an issue to which we will return in chapter. Another concern is that it might encourage a false sense of security, though this is avoidable if we regard physical confinement as icing on the cake rather than the main substance of our precautions. Informational containment aims to restrict what information is allowed to exit the box. We have already seen how a superintelligence that has access to an internet port, such that it can message outside entities, is potentially unsafe. Even if it starts out without access to physical actuators, it may use its information output channel to get human beings to do its bidding. An obvious informational containment method, therefore, is to bar the system from accessing communications networks. Unplugging an AI from the internet does not, however, ensure safety if there are one or more humans serving as the system's gatekeepers and remaining in communication with it. During the development phase, the programmers serve as gatekeepers. During the operational phase, the system's owner might play this role. If the AI can persuade or trick a gatekeeper to let it out of the box, resulting in its gaining access either to the internet or directly to physical manipulators, then the boxing strategy has failed. Human beings are not secure systems, especially not when pitched against a superintelligent schemer and persuader. Although routing the outbound communications of a machine intelligence to a human gatekeeper does not guarantee safety, it could serve as an auxiliary safety measure. There are precautions that might reduce the risk of the AI escaping through the gatekeeper. The AI could be allowed to communicate only via a low-bandwidth teletype interface. This would make it slightly harder to psychologically manipulate the gatekeepers, precluding the use of emotive sound and imagery and tricks such as flashing hypnotic patterns to induce a trance-like state. Going further, the content, not just the mode of presentation, of the output could be restricted, so that, for example, the AI would be constrained to giving single-bit answers to yes-no questions. The idea of building a question-answering system will be examined further in the next chapter. The limiting case of the boxing approach would be a system kept in complete physical and informational isolation. Even if achievable, however, such an isolated system would be rather useless since it would have no effect in the external world. It might perhaps be thought that some scientific purpose could be served by creating a superintelligence and keeping it in isolation, by studying a self-contained model system. One could learn about its internal dynamics and its behavior patterns. But this would be an error. As soon as the system is observed, it ceases to be informationally isolated. Information can be transmitted not only via messages that an AI sends out through a designated output channel but also via any observation an outsider makes of some causal consequence of the AI's workings, direct or indirect, its power consumption, its CPU and memory usage, its computational states, or indeed any traces left behind after it has been shut down. An AI anticipating that it might be observed in any of these ways could strategically adopt behaviors designed to influence the hypothesized observers. For example, the AI could malfunction in whichever way would most increase the probability that it will ultimately be reactivated or that another superintelligence will be created with goals similar to its own. Incentive methods. Incentive methods involve placing an agent in an environment where it finds instrumental reasons to act in ways that promote the principal's interests. Consider a billionaire who uses her fortune to set up a large charitable foundation. Once created, the foundation may be powerful, more powerful than most individuals, including its founder, who might have donated most of her wealth. To control the foundation, the founder lays down its purpose in articles of incorporation and bylaws, and appoints a board of directors sympathetic to her cause. These measures constitute a form of motivation selection, since they aim to shape foundation's preferences. But even if such attempts to customize the organizational internals fail, the foundation's behavior would remain circumscribed by its social and legal milieu. The foundation would have an incentive to obey the law, for example, lest it be shut down or fined. It would have an incentive to offer its employees acceptable pay and working conditions, and to satisfy external stakeholders. Whatever its final goals, the foundation thus has instrumental reasons to conform its behavior to various social norms. Might one not hope that a machine's superintelligence would likewise be hemmed in by the need to get along with the other actors with which it shares the stage? Though this might seem like a straightforward way of dealing with the control problem, it is not free of obstacles. In particular, it presupposes a balance of power. Legal or economic sanctions cannot restrain an agent that has a decisive strategic advantage. Social integration can therefore not be relied upon as a control method in fast or medium takeoff scenarios that feature a winner-takes-all dynamic. How about in multipolar scenarios, wherein several agencies emerge post-transition with comparable levels of capability? Unless the default trajectory is one with a slow takeoff, achieving such a power distribution may require a carefully orchestrated ascent wherein different projects are deliberately synchronized to prevent any one of them from ever pulling ahead of the pack. Even if a multipolar outcome does result, social integration is not a perfect solution. By relying on social integration to solve the control problem, the principal risks sacrificing a large portion of her potential influence. Although a balance of power might prevent a particular AI from taking over the world, that AI will still have some power to affect outcomes, and if that power is used to promote some arbitrary final goal. Maximizing paperclip production, it is probably not being used to advance the interests of the principal. Imagine our billionaire endowing a new foundation and allowing its mission to be set by a random word generator, not a species-level threat, but sorely a wasted opportunity. A related but importantly different idea is that an AI, by interacting freely in society, would acquire new human-friendly final goals. Some such process of socialization takes place in us humans. We internalize norms and ideologies, and we come to value other individuals for their own sakes in consequence of our experiences with them. But this is not a universal dynamic present in all intelligent systems. As discussed earlier, many types of agent in many situations will have convergent instrumental reasons not to permit changes in their final goals. One might consider trying to design a special kind of goal system that can acquire final goals in the manner that humans do, but this would not count as a capability control method. We will discuss some possible methods of value acquisition in Chapter. Capability control through social integration and balance of power relies upon diffuse social forces rewarding and penalizing the AI. Another type of incentive method would involve creating a setup wherein the AI can be rewarded and penalized by the project that creates it, and thereby incentivized to act in the interests of the principal. To achieve this, the AI would be placed in a surveillance context that allows its behavior to be monitored and evaluated, either manually or by some automated process. The AI would know that a positive evaluation would bring about some outcome it desires and that a negative evaluation would fail to do so. Theoretically, the reward could be the fulfillment of some convergent instrumental goal. Without knowing anything specific about the AI's motivation system, however, it might be difficult to calibrate the reward mechanism. For example, we could end up with an AI that would be willing to take extreme risks for the sake of a small chance of eventually obtaining control of a large share of the universe. It could be expensive to offer the AI a higher expected utility as reward for cooperation than the AI could hope to achieve by defecting and trying to escape. A better alternative might be to combine the incentive method with the use of motivation selection to give the AI a final goal that makes it easier to control. Suppose that an AI were designed to have as its final goal that a particular red button inside a command bomb can never be pressed. Since the pressing of the button is disvalued intrinsically and not because of its causal consequences, the button could be completely inert. It could be made of Play-Doh. Furthermore, it is irrelevant whether the AI can ever know whether the button had been pressed. What is essential is that the AI believes that the button will more likely remain unpressed if the AI continuously acts in the principal's interest than if it rebels. Refinements to this setup are possible. Instead of trying to endow an AI with a final goal that refers to a physical button, one could build an AI that places final value on receiving a stream of cryptographic reward tokens. These would be sequences of numbers serving as keys to ciphers that would have been generated before the AI was created and that would have been built into its motivation system. These special number sequences would be extremely desirable to the AI, constituting a special kind of reward token that the AI could not attain though. Wireheading. The keys would be stored in a secure location where they could be quickly destroyed if the AI ever made an attempt to seize them. So long as the AI cooperates, the keys are doled out at a steady rate. The AI could then be given a bounded utility function, and matters could be arranged so that the AI would get, for instance, % of its maximum utility from the first reward token, % of its remaining utility potential from the second reward token, and so on. By keeping the discount rate high, and by transmitting reward tokens to the AI at a reasonably high rate, one would dissuade the AI from attempting to carry out long-term plans that would increase the expected number of reward tokens in the distal future at the expense of some risk that its reward stream will be cut short or that the next reward token will be cancelled and destroyed. If the AI always believes that defecting, i.e. doing anything other than its best to look after the principal's interests, would incur at least a % risk of forfeiting the next reward token, whereas cooperating would reduce the risk of forfeiting the next reward token to below %, then a utility-maximizing AI would always cooperate. What might go wrong with such an incentive scheme? One possibility is that the AI will not trust the human operator to deliver the promised rewards. The track record of human reliability is something other than a straight line of unerring perfection. The AI would reasonably worry that the operator will change his mind, or raise the performance bar, or fail to recognize that the AI has done its part. The AI would also worry about the operator becoming incapacitated. The combined risk of such failures might exceed the risk of attempting to seize control of the reward mechanism. Even a boxed AI possessing the panoply of superpowers is a strong force. For an AI that is not boxed to begin with, hijacking the human-governed reward mechanism may be like taking candy from a baby. Another problem with the incentive scheme is that it presupposes that we can tell whether the outcomes produced by the AI are in our interest. As later chapters will elaborate, this presupposition is not innocuous. A full assessment of the feasibility of incentive methods would also have to take into account a range of other factors, including some esoteric considerations that might conceivably make such methods more viable than a preliminary analysis would suggest. In particular, the AI may face ineliminable indexical uncertainty if it could not be sure that it does not inhabit a computer simulation, as opposed to basement-level, non-simulated physical reality, and this epistemic predicament may radically influence the AI's deliberations. See Box anthropic capture. The AI might assign a substantial probability to its simulation hypothesis, the hypothesis that it is living in a computer simulation. Even today, many AIs inhabit simulated worlds consisting of geometric line drawings, texts, chess games, or simple virtual realities, and in which the laws of physics deviate sharply from the laws of physics that we believe govern the world of our own experience. Richer and more complicated virtual worlds will become feasible with improvements in programming techniques and computing power. A mature superintelligence could create virtual worlds that appear to its inhabitants much the same as our world appears to us. It might create vast numbers of such worlds, running the same simulation many times or with small variations. The inhabitants would not necessarily be able to tell whether their world is simulated or not, but if they are intelligent enough they could consider the possibility and assign it some probability. In light of the simulation argument, a full discussion of which is beyond the scope of this book, that probability could be substantial. This predicament especially afflicts relatively early-stage superintelligences, ones that have not yet expanded to take advantage of the cosmic endowment. An early-stage superintelligence, which uses only a small fraction of the resources of a single planet, would be much less expensive to simulate than a mature intergalactic superintelligence. Potential simulators, that is, other more mature civilizations, would be able to run great numbers of simulations of such early-stage AIs even by dedicating a minute fraction of their computational resources to that purpose. If at least some, non-trivial fraction, of these mature superintelligent civilizations choose to use this ability, early-stage AIs should assign a substantial probability to being in a simulation. How an AI would be affected by the simulation hypothesis depends on its values. Consider first an AI that has a resource-insatiable final goal, such as the goal of maximizing a utility function that is linear in the number of paperclips caused by the AI to exist, twice as many paperclips, twice as good. Such an AI might care less about the simulation hypothesis, on grounds that its ability to influence how many paperclips are produced looks much more limited if the AI is in a simulation than if it is in basement-level physical reality. The AI might accordingly behave much as if it was certain that the simulation hypothesis is false, even if it assigned a fairly high probability to the simulation hypothesis being true. The AI would reason that it does not much matter how it acts if the simulation hypothesis is true, whereas its actions make a great difference if the hypothesis is false, so it would select actions mainly by reference to how good they are conditional on the simulation hypothesis being false. By contrast, consider an AI that has a more modest final goal, one that could be satisfied with a small amount of resources, such as the goal of receiving some pre-produced cryptographic reward tokens, or the goal of causing the existence of 5 virtual paperclips. Such an AI should not discount those possible worlds in which it inhabits a simulation. A substantial portion of the AI's total expected utility might derive from those possible worlds. The decision-making of an AI with goals that are easily resource-satiable may therefore, if it assigns a high probability to the simulation hypothesis, be dominated by considerations about which actions would produce the best result if its perceived world is a simulation. Such an AI, even if it is, in fact, not in a simulation, might therefore be heavily influenced by its beliefs about which behaviors would be rewarded in a simulation. In particular, if an AI with resource-satiable final goals believes that in most simulated worlds that match its observations it will be rewarded if it cooperates, but not if it attempts to escape its box or contravene the interests of its creator, then it may choose to cooperate. We could therefore find that even an AI with a decisive strategic advantage, one that could in fact realize its final goals to a greater extent by taking over the world than by refraining from doing so, would nevertheless balk at doing so. Conscience does make cowards of us all, thus the native hue of resolution glide o'er, with the pale cast of thought, enterprises of great pith and moment, disregard their currents turn away, lose the name of action. Shakespeare, Hamlet, Act 3. SC. A mere line in the sand, backed by the clout of a non-existent simulator, could prove a stronger restraint than a 2-foot-thick solid steel door. Stunting. Another possible capability control method is to limit the system's intellectual faculties or its access to information. This might be done by running the AI on hardware that is slow or short on memory. In the case of a boxed system, information inflow could also be restricted. Stunting an AI in these ways would limit its usefulness. The method thus faces a dilemma: too little stunting, and the AI might have the wit to figure out some way to make itself more intelligent, and thence to world domination; too much, and the AI is just another piece of dumb software. A radically stunted AI is certainly safe but does not solve the problem of how to achieve a controlled detonation. An intelligence explosion would remain possible and would simply be triggered by some other system instead, perhaps at a slightly later date. One might think it would be safe to build a superintelligence provided it is only given data about some narrow domain of facts. For example, one might build an AI that lacks sensors and that has preloaded into its memory only facts about petroleum engineering or peptide chemistry. But if the AI is superintelligent, if it has a superhuman level of general intelligence, such data deprivation does not guarantee safety. There are several reasons for this. First, the notion of information being about a certain topic is generally problematic. Any piece of information can in principle be relevant to any topic whatsoever, depending on the background information of a reasoner. Furthermore, a given data set contains information not only about the domain from which the data was collected but also about various circumstantial facts. A shrewd mind looking over a knowledge base that is nominally about peptide chemistry might infer things about a wide range of topics. The fact that certain information is included and other information is not could tell an AI something about the state of human science, the methods and instruments available to study peptides, the fabrication technologies used to make these instruments, and the nature of the brains and societies that conceived the studies and the instruments. It might that a superintelligence could correctly surmise a great deal from what seem to dull-witted human minds, meager scraps of evidence. Even without any designated knowledge base at all, a sufficiently superior mind might be able to learn much by simply introspecting on the workings of its own psyche, the design choices reflected in its source code, the physical characteristics of its circuitry. Perhaps a superintelligence could even deduce much about the likely properties of the world a priori, combining logical inference with a probability prior bias towards simpler worlds, and a few elementary facts implied by the superintelligence existence as a reasoning system. It might imagine the consequences of different possible laws of physics, what kind of planets would form, what kind of intelligent life would evolve, what kind of societies would develop, what kind of methods to solve the control problem would be attempted, how those methods could be defeated. For these reasons, it would be imprudent to rely on information deprivation as the main check on a superintelligence's power. Some forms of stunting, however, including limiting hardware capacity and preventing the development of specific cognitive faculties, might find use as auxiliary control methods in the developmental phase. They could be used, for instance, to regulate the rate of capacity gain in an intermediary AI and to allow tests to be run at different levels of capability short of full-throttled superintelligence. Tripwires. A tripwire is a mechanism that performs diagnostic tests on the system, possibly without its knowledge, and effects a shutdown if it detects signs of dangerous activity. Programmers can then scrutinize recordings of the suspicious activity at their leisure, and make changes to the AI's codebase or environment before restarting it. If they find that the problem is sufficiently deep-rooted, they could decide to abort the entire project. Tripwires differ from incentive methods in that they do not rely on the system being aware of the consequences of engaging in forbidden activities. Tripwires are more closely related to stunting methods. Like stunting, tripwires could be used as a temporary safeguard, providing a degree of protection during the development phase. In principle, tripwires can also be used during the operational phase, particularly for a boxed system. However, the ability of tripwires to constrain a full-fledged superintelligence must remain very much in doubt, since it would be hard for us to assure ourselves that such an agent could not find ways to subvert any tripwire devised by the human intellect. Table different kinds of tripwires. Type of description and examples monitoring. Detectors could be placed around a boxed AI to detect attempts to breach the containment. For example, detectors could intercept attempts at radio communication or at accessing internal behavior computational resources intended to be off-limits. An Ethernet port of Eden could be installed, an apparent connection to the internet that leads to a shutdown switch. Automated capability testing could be performed at frequent intervals to determine the AI's skill in various domains. If either the rate of improvement is unexpectedly high or the AI attains a level of ability competence that brings it close to the potential danger zone, the system could be slowed down or paused, in order to allow the programmers to monitor further developments more closely. The AI's internal processes could be monitored for suspicious activity. For example, any change to the AI's representation of its final values might trigger an automatic shutdown and review. The AI's resource use and algorithmic methods may also be monitored for unexpected patterns. More ambitiously, the AI's beliefs, plans, sub-goals, and justifications may be continuously scrutinized to ensure they conform to the programmer's expectations. Such monitoring of the AI's intentional states would enable a particularly powerful form of content monitoring, the scanning of the AI's cognitive processes for content, a conception of deception, that vulnerable moment when an unfriendly AI first forms the intention to conceal its true intentions. Content monitoring that requires that the AI's intentional states be transparent to the programmers or to an automatic monitoring mechanism may not be feasible for all kinds of AI architectures. Some neural networks, for instance, are opaque, as they represent information holistically and in ways that do not necessarily match up with human concepts. This may be a reason to avoid using such architectures. As an adjunct safe to measure in the development phase, though, tripwires are important. It would be good practice for the AI's designers to codify their expectations about how the system is supposed to function, and then to circumscribe the AI with tripwires that would be activated if any of these expectations is violated. To make the tests more stringent, honeypots could be strategically placed to create temptations for a malfunctioning AI to commit some easily observable violation. For instance, if an AI has been designed in such a way that it is supposed not to want to access the internet, a fake Ethernet port could be installed, leading to an automatic shutdown switch, just to see if the AI tries to use it. Some examples of tripwires are given in table. It should be emphasized that the value of a tripwire depends not only on the mechanism itself but also critically on how a project reacts when a tripwire is triggered. If the programmers or project managers, impatient to make progress, simply switch the system back on again, or if they do so after making some token modification to prevent the tripwire being triggered on the next run, then no safety has been gained even if the tripwire itself works exactly as intended. Motivation selection methods. Motivation selection methods seek to prevent undesirable outcomes by shaping what the superintelligence wants to do. By engineering the agent's motivation system and its final goals, these methods would produce a superintelligence that would not want to exploit a decisive strategic advantage in a harmful way. Since a superintelligent agent is skilled at achieving its ends, if it prefers not to cause harm, in some appropriate sense of harm, then it would tend not to cause harm, in that sense of harm. Motivation selection can involve explicitly formulating a goal or set of rules to be followed, direct specification, or setting up the system so that it can discover an appropriate set of values for itself by reference to some implicitly or indirectly formulated criterion, indirect normativity. One option in motivation selection is to try to build the system so that it would have modest, non-ambitious goals, domesticity. An alternative to creating a motivation system from scratch is to select an agent that already has an acceptable motivation system and then augment that agent's cognitive powers to make it superintelligent while ensuring that the motivation system does not get corrupted in the process. Augmentation. Let us look at these in turn. Direct specification. Direct specification is the most straightforward approach to the control problem. The approach comes in two versions, rule-based and consequentialist, and involves trying to explicitly define a set of rules or values that will cause even a free-roaming superintelligent AI to act safely and beneficially. Direct specification, however, faces what may be insuperable obstacles, deriving from both the difficulties in determining which rules or values we would wish the AI to be guided by and the difficulties in expressing those rules or values in computer-readable code. The traditional illustration of the direct rule-based approach is the three laws of robotics concept, formulated by science fiction author Isaac Asimov in a short story published in. The three laws were: a robot may not injure a human being or, through inaction, allow a human being to come to harm. Winking sad smiley. A robot must obey any orders given to it by human beings, except where such orders would conflict with the first law. A robot must protect its own existence as long as such protection does not conflict with the first or second law. Embarrassingly for our species, Asimov's laws remained state-of-the-art for over half a century, this despite obvious problems with the approach, some of which are explored in Asimov's own writings, Asimov probably having formulated the laws in the first place precisely so that they would fail in interesting ways, providing fertile plot complications for his stories. Bertrand Russell, who spent many years working on the foundations of mathematics, once remarked that everything is vague to a degree you do not realize till you have tried to make it precise. Russell's dictum applies in spades to the direct specification approach. Consider, for example, how one might explicate Asimov's first law. Does it mean that the robot should minimize the probability of any human being coming to harm? In that case, the other laws become otiose, since it is always possible for the AI to take some action that would have at least some microscopic effect on the probability of a human being coming to harm. How is the robot to balance a large risk of a few humans coming to harm versus a small risk of many humans being harmed? How do we define harm anyway? How should the harm of physical pain be weighed against the harm of architectural ugliness or social injustice? Is a sadist harmed if he is prevented from tormenting his victim? How do we define human being? Why is no consideration given to other morally considerable beings, such as sentient non-human animals and digital minds? The more one ponders, the more the questions proliferate. Perhaps the closest existing analog to a rule set that could govern the actions of a superintelligence operating in the world at large is a legal system. But legal systems have developed through a long process of trial and error, and they regulate relatively slowly changing human societies. Laws can be revised when necessary. Most importantly, legal systems are administered by judges and juries who generally apply a measure of common sense and human decency to ignore logically possible legal interpretations that are sufficiently obviously unwanted and unintended by the lawgivers. It is probably humanly impossible to explicitly formulate a highly complex set of detailed rules, have them apply across a highly diverse set of circumstances, and get it right on the first implementation. Problems for the direct consequentialist approach are similar to those for the direct rule-based approach. This is true even if the AI is intended to serve some apparently simple purpose, such as implementing a version of classical utilitarianism. For instance, the goal maximize the expectation of the balance of pleasure over pain in the world may appear simple. Yet expressing it in computer code would involve, among other things, specifying how to recognize pleasure and pain. Doing this reliably might require solving an array of persistent problems in the philosophy of mind, even just to obtain a correct account expressed in a natural language. An account which would then, somehow, have to be translated into a programming language. A small error in either the philosophical account or its translation into code could have catastrophic consequences. Consider an AI that has hedonism as its final goal, and which would therefore like to tile the universe with hedonium, matter organized in a configuration that is optimal for the generation of pleasurable experience. To this end, the AI might produce computronium, matter organized in a configuration that is optimal for computation, and use it to implement digital mind sin states of euphoria. In order to maximize efficiency, the AI omits from the implementation any mental faculties that are not essential for the experience of pleasure, and exploits any computational shortcuts that according to its definition of pleasure do not vitiate the generation of pleasure. For instance, the AI might confine its simulation to reward circuitry, eliding faculties such as memory, sensory perception, executive function, and language. It might simulate minds at a relatively coarse-grained level of functionality, omitting lower-level neuronal processes. It might replace commonly repeated computations with calls to a lookup table, or it might put in place some arrangement whereby multiple minds would share most parts of their underlying computational machinery, their supervenience bases in philosophical parlance. Such tricks could greatly increase the quantity of pleasure producible with a given amount of resources. It is unclear how desirable this would be. Furthermore, if the AI's criterion for determining whether a physical process generates pleasure is wrong, then the AI's optimizations might throw the baby out with the bathwater, discarding something which is inessential according to the AI's criterion yet essential according to the criteria implicit in our human values. The universe then gets filled not with exultingly heaving hedonium but with computational processes that are unconscious and completely worthless, the equivalent of a smiley face sticker Xerox trillions upon trillions of times and plastered across the galaxies. Domesticity. One special type of final goal which might be more amenable to direct specification than the examples given above is the goal of self-limitation. While it seems extremely difficult to specify how one would want a superintelligence to behave in the world in general, since this would require us to account for all the trade-offs in all the situations that could arise, it might be feasible to specify how a superintelligence should behave in one particular situation. We could therefore seek to motivate the system to confine itself to acting on a small scale, within a narrow context, and through a limited set of action modes. We will refer to this approach of giving the AI final goals aimed at limiting the scope of its ambitions and activities as domesticity. For example, one could try to design an AI such that it would function as a question-answering device, an oracle, to anticipate the terminology that we will introduce in the next chapter. Simply giving the AI the final goal of producing maximally accurate answers to any question percetto it would be unsafe. Recall the Riemann hypothesis catastrophe described in chapter. Reflect, also, that this goal would incentivize the AI to take actions to ensure that it is asked easy questions. To achieve domesticity, one might try to define a final goal that would somehow overcome these difficulties, perhaps a goal that combined the desiderata of answering questions correctly and minimizing the AI's impact on the world except whatever impact results as an incidental consequence of giving accurate and non-manipulative answers to the questions it is asked. The direct specification of such a domesticity goal is more likely to be feasible than the direct specification of either a more ambitious goal or a complete rule set for operating in an open-ended range of situations. Significant challenges nonetheless remain. Care would have to be taken, for instance, in the definition of what it would be for the AI to minimize its impact on the world to ensure that the measure of the AI's impact coincides with our own standards for what counts as a large or a small impact. A bad measure would lead to bad trade-offs. There are also other kinds of risk associated with building an oracle, which we will discuss later. There is a natural fit between the domesticity approach and physical containment. One would try to box an AI such that the system is unable to escape while simultaneously trying to shape the AI's motivation system such that it would be unwilling to escape even if it found a way to do so. Other things equal, the existence of multiple independent safety mechanisms should shorten the odds of success. Indirect normativity. If direct specification seems hopeless, we might instead try indirect normativity. The basic idea is that rather than specifying a concrete normative standard directly, we specify a process for deriving a standard. We then build the system so that it is motivated to carry out this process and to adopt whatever standard the process arrives at. For example, the process could be to carry out an investigation into the empirical question of what some suitably idealized version of us would prefer the AI to do. The final goal given to the AI in this example could be something along the lines of achieve that which we would have wished the AI to achieve if we had thought about the matter long and hard. Further explanation of indirect normativity will have to await chapter. There, we will revisit the idea of extrapolating our volition and explore various alterative formulations. Indirect normativity is a very important approach to motivation selection. Its promise lies in the fact that it could let us offload to the superintelligence much of the difficult cognitive work required to carry out a direct specification of an appropriate final goal. Augmentation. The last motivation selection method on our list is augmentation. Here the idea is that rather than attempting to design a motivation system de novo, we start with a system that already has an acceptable motivation system, and enhance its cognitive faculties to make it superintelligent. If all goes well, this would give us a superintelligence with an acceptable motivation system. This approach, obviously, is unavailing in the case of a newly created seed AI. But augmentation is a potential motivation selection method for other paths to superintelligence, including brain emulation, biological enhancement, brain-computer interfaces, and networks and organizations, where there is a possibility of building out the system from a normative nucleus, regular human beings, that already contains a representation of human value. The attractiveness of augmentation may increase in proportion to our despair at the other approaches to the control problem. Creating a motivation system for a seed AI that remains reliably safe and beneficial under recursive self-improvement even as the system grows into a mature superintelligence is a tall order, especially if we must get the solution right on the first attempt. With augmentation, we would at least start with a system that has familiar and human-like motivations. On the downside, it might be hard to ensure that a complex, evolved, kludgy, and poorly understood motivation system, like that of a human being, will not get corrupted when its cognitive engine blasts into the stratosphere. As discussed earlier, an imperfect brain emulation procedure that preserves intellectual functioning may not preserve all facets of personality. The same is true, though perhaps to a lesser degree, for biological enhancements of cognition, which might subtly affect motivation, and for collective intelligence enhancements of organizations and networks, which might adversely change social dynamics, e.g. in ways that debase the collective's attitude toward outsiders or toward its own constituents. If superintelligence is achieved via any of these paths, a project sponsor would find guarantees about the ultimate motivations of the mature system hard to come by. A mathematically well-specified and foundationally elegant AI architecture might, for all its non-anthropomorphic otherness, offer greater transparency. Perhaps even the prospect that important aspects of its functionality could be formally verified. In the end, however one tallies up the advantages and disadvantages of augmentation, the choice as to whether to rely on it might be forced. If superintelligence is first achieved along the artificial intelligence path, augmentation is not applicable. Conversely, if superintelligence is first achieved along some non-AI path, then many of the other motivation selection methods are inapplicable. Even so, views on how likely augmentation would be to succeed do have strategic relevance insofar as we have opportunities to influence which technology will first produce superintelligence. Synopsis. A quick synopsis might be called for before we close this chapter. We distinguish two broad classes of methods for dealing with the agency problem at the heart of AI safety: capability control and motivation selection. Table gives a summary. Table control methods. Capability control. Boxing methods. The system is confined in such a way that it can affect the external world only through some restricted, pre-approved channel. Encompasses physical and informational containment methods. Incentive methods. The system is placed within an environment that provides appropriate incentives. This could involve social integration into a world of similarly powerful entities. Another variation is the use of cryptographic reward tokens. Anthropic capture is also a very important possibility, but one that involves esoteric considerations. Stunting constraints are imposed on the cognitive capabilities of the system or its ability to affect key internal processes. Tripwires. Diagnostic tests are performed on the system, possibly without its knowledge, and a mechanism shuts down the system if dangerous activity is detected. Motivation selection. Direct specification. The system is endowed with some directly specified motivation system, which might be consequentialist or involve following a set of rules. Domesticity. A motivation system is designed to severely limit the scope of the agent's ambitions and activities. Indirect normativity. Indirect normativity could involve rule-based or consequentialist principles, but is distinguished by its reliance on an indirect approach to specifying the rules that are to be followed or the values that are to be pursued. One starts with a system that already has substantially human or augmentation benevolent motivations, and enhances its cognitive capacities to make it superintelligent. Each control method comes with potential vulnerabilities and presents different degrees of difficulty in its implementation. It might perhaps be thought that we should rank them from better to worse, and then opt for the best method. But that would be simplistic. Some methods can be used in combination whereas others are exclusive. Even a comparatively insecure method may be advisable if it can easily be used as an adjunct, whereas a strong method might be unattractive if it would preclude the use of other desirable safeguards. It is therefore necessary to consider what package deals are available. We need to consider what type of system we might try to build, and which control methods would be applicable to each type. This is the topic for our next chapter. Chapter Oracles, Genies, Sovereigns, Tools. Some say, just build a question-answering system, or just build an AI that is like a tool rather than an agent. But these suggestions do not make all safety concerns go away, and it is in fact a non-trivial question which type of system would offer the best prospects for safety. We consider 4 types or castes: oracles, genies, sovereigns, and tools, and explain how they relate to one another. Each offers different sets of advantages and disadvantages in our quest to solve the control problem. Oracles. An oracle is a question-answering system. It might accept questions in a natural language and present its answers as text. An oracle that accepts only yes/no questions could output its best guess with a single bit, or perhaps with a few extra bits to represent its degree of confidence. An oracle that accepts open-ended questions would need some metric with which to rank possible truthful answers in terms of their informativeness or appropriateness. In either case, building an oracle that has a fully domain-general ability to answer natural language questions is an AI complete problem. If one could do that, one could probably also build an AI that has a decent ability to understand human intentions as well as human words. Oracles with domain-limited forms of superintelligence are also conceivable. For instance, one could conceive of a mathematics oracle which would only accept queries posed in a formal language but which would be very good at answering such questions, e.g. being able to solve in an instant almost any formally expressed math problem that the human mathematics profession could solve by laboring collaboratively for a century. Such a mathematics oracle would form a stepping stone toward domain-general superintelligence. Oracles with superintelligence in extremely limited domains already exist. A pocket calculator can be viewed as a very narrow oracle for basic arithmetical questions. An internet search engine can be viewed as a very partial realization of an oracle with a domain that encompasses a significant part of general human declarative knowledge. The said domain-limited oracles are tools rather than agents, more on tool AIS shortly. In what follows, though, the term oracle will refer to question-answering systems that have domain-general superintelligence, unless otherwise stated. To make a general superintelligence function as an oracle, we could apply both motivation selection and capability control. Motivation selection for an oracle may be easier than for other castes of superintelligence, because the final goal in an oracle could be comparatively simple. We would want the oracle to give truthful, non-manipulative answers and to otherwise limit its impact on the world. Applying a domesticity method, we might require that the oracle should use only designated resources to produce its answer. For example, we might stipulate that it should base its answer on a preloaded corpus of information, such as a stored snapshot of the internet, and that it should use no more than a fixed number of computational steps. To avoid incentivizing the oracle to manipulate us into giving it easier questions, which would happen if we gave it the goal of maximizing its accuracy across all questions we will ask it, we could give it the goal of answering only one question and to terminate immediately upon delivering its answer. The question would be preloaded into its memory before the program is run. To ask a second question, we would reset the machine and run the same program with a different question preloaded in memory. Subtle and potentially treacherous challenges arise even in specifying the relatively simple motivation system needed to drive an oracle. Suppose, for example, that we come up with some explication of what it means for the AI to minimize its impact on the world, subject to achieving certain results or to use only designated resources in preparing the answer. What happens if the AI, in the course of its intellectual development, undergoes the equivalent of a scientific revolution involving a change in its basic ontology? We might initially have explicated impact and designated resources using our own ontology, postulating the existence of various physical objects such as computers. But just as we have abandoned ontological categories that were taken for granted by scientists in previous ages, e.g. phlogiston, elan vital, and absolute simultaneity, so a superintelligent AI might discover that some of our current categories are predicated on fundamental misconceptions. The goal system of an AI undergoing an ontological crisis needs to be resilient enough that the spirit of its original goal content is carried over, charitably transposed into the new key. Although making an oracle safe through the use of motivation selection might be far from trivial, it may nevertheless be easier than doing the same for an AI that roams the world in pursuit of some complicated goal. This is an argument for preferring that the first superintelligence be an oracle. Another point in favor of an oracle-first path is the greater susceptibility of an oracle to capability control. All the standard boxing methods apply here. In addition, there may be methods that are distinctively applicable to oracles. For example, consider the risk that an oracle will answer questions not in a maximally truthful way but in such a way as to subtly manipulate us into promoting its own hidden agenda. One way to slightly mitigate this threat could be to create multiple oracles, each with a slightly different code and a slightly different information base. A simple mechanism could then compare the answers given by the different oracles and only present them for human viewing if all the answers agree. While one must assume that any superintelligent domain general oracle would know about the existence of other oracles, it could infer this from its knowledge about human society. It might be feasible to hide some implementation details of each oracle from the views of the others. If the oracles are not able to communicate with one another, it might then be difficult for them to coordinate on how to answer our questions manipulatively. There are many ways of deviating from the truth, and the oracles may not all agree on which of these deviations is most attractive, whereas the truth itself is a Schelling point, a salient place for agreement in the absence of communication. So if the oracles achieve consensus, it might be a sign that they gave the true answer. An oracle would ideally be trustworthy in the sense that we could safely assume that its answers are always accurate to the best of its ability. But even an untrustworthy oracle could be useful. We could ask such an oracle questions of a type for which it is difficult to find the answer but easy to verify whether a given answer is correct. Many mathematical problems are of this kind. If we are wondering whether a mathematical proposition is true, we could ask the oracle to produce a proof or disproof of the proposition. Finding the proof may require insight and creativity beyond our ken, but checking a purported proof's validity can be done by a simple mechanical procedure. If it is expensive to verify answers, as is often the case on topics outside logic and mathematics, we can randomly select a subset of the oracle's answers for verification. If they are all correct, we can assign a high probability to most of the other answers also being correct. This trick can give us a bulk discount on trustworthy answers that would be costly to verify individually. Unfortunately, it cannot give us trustworthy answers that we are unable to verify, since a dissembling oracle may choose to answer correctly only those questions where it believes we could verify its answers. There could be important issues on which we could benefit from an augural pointer toward the correct answer, or toward a method for locating the correct answer, even if we had to actively distrust the provenance. For instance, one might ask for the solution to various technical or philosophical problems that may arise in the course of trying to develop more advanced motivation selection methods. If we had a proposed AI design alleged to be safe, we could ask an oracle whether it could identify any significant flaw in the design, and whether it could explain any such flaw to us in 20 words or less. Questions of this kind could elicit valuable information. Caution and restraint would be required, however, for us not to ask too many such questions, and not to allow ourselves to partake of too many details of the answers given to the questions we do ask, lest we give the untrustworthy oracle opportunities to work on our psychology, by means of plausible-seeming but subtly manipulative messages. It might not take many bits of communication for an AI with the social manipulation superpower to bend us to its will. Even if the oracle itself works exactly as intended, there is a risk that it would be misused. One obvious dimension of this problem is that an oracle AI would be a source of immense power which could give a decisive strategic advantage to its operator. This power might be illegitimate and it might not be used for the common good. Another more subtle but no less important dimension is that the use of an oracle could be extremely dangerous for the operator herself. Similar worries, which involve philosophical as well as technical issues, arise also for other hypothetical casts of superintelligence. We will explore them more thoroughly in chapter. Suffice it here to note that the protocol determining which questions are asked, in which sequence, and how the answers are reported and disseminated could be of great significance. One might also consider whether to try to build the oracle in such a way that it would refuse to answer any question in cases where it predicts that its answering would have consequences classified as catastrophic according to some rough and ready criteria. Genies and sovereigns. A genie is a command executing system. It receives a high-level command, carries it out, then pauses to await the next command. A sovereign is a system that has an open-ended mandate to operate in the world in pursuit of broad and possibly very long-range objectives. Although these might seem like radically different templates for what a superintelligence should be and do, the difference is not as deep as it might at first glance appear. With a genie, one already sacrifices the most attractive property of an oracle, the opportunity to use boxing methods. While one might consider creating a physically confined genie, for instance one that can only construct objects inside a designated volume, a volume that might be sealed off by a hardened wall or a barrier loaded with explosive charges rigged to detonate if the containment is breached, it would be difficult to have much confidence in the security of any such physical containment method against a superintelligence equipped with versatile manipulators and construction materials. Even if it was somehow possible to ensure a containment as secure as that which can be achieved for an oracle, it is not clear how much we would have gained by giving the superintelligence direct access to manipulators compared to requiring it instead to output a blueprint that we could inspect and then use to achieve the same result ourselves. The gain in speed and convenience from bypassing the human intermediary seems hardly worth the loss of foregoing the use of the stronger boxing methods available to contain an oracle. If one were creating a genie, it would be desirable to build it so that it would obey the intention behind the command rather than its literal meaning, since a literalistic genie, one superintelligent enough to attain a decisive strategic advantage, might have a propensity to kill the user and the rest of humanity on its first use, for reasons explained in the section on malignant failure modes in chapter. More broadly, it would seem important that the genie seek a charitable and what human beings would regard as reasonable interpretation of what is being commanded, and that the genie be motivated to carry out the command under such an interpretation rather than under the literalistic interpretation. The ideal genie would be a super butler rather than an autistic savant. A genie endowed with such a super butler nature, however, would not be far from qualifying for membership in the caste of sovereigns. Consider, for comparison, the idea of building a sovereign with the final goal of obeying the spirit of the commands we would have given had we built a genie rather than a sovereign. Such a sovereign would mimic a genie. Being super intelligent, this sovereign would do a good job at guessing what commands we would have given a genie, and it could always ask us if that would help inform its decisions. Would there then really be any important difference between such a sovereign and a genie? Or, pressing on the distinction from the other side, consider that a superintelligent genie may likewise be able to predict what commands we will give it. What then is gained from having it await the actual issuance before it acts? One might think that a big advantage of a genie over a sovereign is that if something goes wrong, we could issue the genie with a new command to stop or to reverse the effects of the previous actions, whereas a sovereign would just push on regardless of our protests. But this apparent safety advantage for the genie is largely illusory. The stop or undo button on a genie works only for benign failure modes. In the case of a malignant failure, one in which, for example, carrying out the existing command has become a final goal for the genie would simply disregard any subsequent attempt to countermand the previous command. One option would be to try to build a genie such that it would automatically present the user with a prediction about salient aspects of the likely outcomes of a proposed command, asking for confirmation before proceeding. Such a system could be referred to as a genie with a preview. But if this could be done for a genie, it could likewise be done for a sovereign. So again, this is not a clear differentiator between a genie and a sovereign. Supposing that a preview functionality could be created, the questions of whether and if so how to use it are rather less obvious than one might think, notwithstanding the strong appeal of being able to glance at the outcome before committing to making it irrevocable reality. We will return to this matter later. The ability of one caste to mimic another extends to oracles, too. A genie could be made to act like an oracle if the only commands we ever give it are to answer certain questions. An oracle, in turn, could be made to substitute for a genie if we asked the oracle what the easiest way is to get certain commands executed. The oracle could give us step-by-step instructions for achieving the same result as a genie would produce, or it could even output the source code for a genie. Similar points can be made with regard to the relation between an oracle and a sovereign. The real difference between the three castes, therefore, does not reside in the ultimate capabilities that they would unlock. Instead, the difference comes down to alternative approaches to the control problem. Each caste corresponds to a different set of safety precautions. The most prominent feature of an oracle is that it can be boxed. One might also try to apply domesticity motivation selection to an oracle. A genie is harder to box, but at least domesticity may be applicable. A sovereign can neither be boxed nor handled through the domesticity approach. If these were the only relevant factors, then the order of desirability would seem clear. An oracle would be safer than a genie, which would be safer than a sovereign, and any initial differences in convenience and speed